And start recording. Let me check
Oh,
my...
okay. Let me get the watch together right there.
Yeah, let me just
On
check.
Twitter for a bit, watching retards.
Let me check my own channel. We are live. The thumbnail hasn't updated. Why? Yeah, I don't know why the thumbnail hasn't updated. That's weird. I'll just try it again. Okay, there we go.
It's called Borgie, right? The one that you live stream from.
Yeah, just Borgie.
Borgie boy, go here.
Okay.
Channel.
I will post the stream on Twitter.
I'm also gonna do that.
Okay, we are up. We are good. We are live. Kurt Boy is in the chat. Hello, Kurt Boy.
Right,
Kurt Boy is in the chat.
On the stream with my friend Borgie and my most hated
hated bat person, Batnik.
enemy. There we go.
Okay.
Let's go, boys. I like how yours is just let's go, boys. Mine's like I'm on the stream with my friend Borgie Boy and my most hated enemy Batnik.
Nice.
Fuck Batnik, dude.
Fuck
that guy.
Batnik.
What a terrible person.
Yeah. Batnik's gonna be joining soon. He's just late because he's being beaten up by his sister.
Yeah, his sister is too busy giving him a good fucking beating for being such a fucking beta cuck retard.
Why? Yeah, Batnik, why are you late? Why do you have to be late to shit? You're not even in the thumbnail at the moment. Because I don't have your fucking, because I literally cut it out from the actual bar at the bottom. And I'm just like, man, Batnik, when are you gonna be in, you motherfucker? Come on, man. Anyway, Comic Legend. Would you like to introduce to who we are covering today?
TroyoBoyo, the guy who dislikes me on Twitter because I called him a Spider-Man YouTuber.
Wait, did he actually do that? What? Hold up.
Weren't you there for it?
I don't think so. What was this?
So, remember when TroyoBoyo was being a big crybaby about fair use and all that?
Ah.
So when everyone else in the community was like, you know, trying to argue back to him and give him good reasons, TSV made a really good video on it and all this crap. I just went, TroyoBoyo is a shitty Spider-Man YouTuber and just like left it at that. and then he's like, well, luckily I'm not a Spider-Man YouTuber. And then I go, and I basically just go, you're not a Spider-Man YouTuber, even though you have a profile pic where you're wearing a Spider-Man costume. You mostly make Spider-Man content. And then I made another tweet. And then I just made another tweet going, I show a picture of his videos on his channel because it's majority Spider-Man videos. And then I just go, I'm not a Spider-Man YouTuber.
Oh,
and then his response, I think, was like something about like, it was something like, I'm trying to remember how his response exactly went. But then it was just basically, he was like trying to say something about like, I mostly make Spider-Man content, but I'm trying to change it into other things. Well, and I'm blocking you now, not because you're wrong, but because you're an asshole about it. And then he like fucking blocked me on Twitter. Well, and then his stupid fanboys attacked me for a couple days.
First of all, when was this? Was this recently? Because I want to see his channel at the moment. So,
I think it was at least a couple of weeks ago or so. Well, it's when the fair use shit happened with him and High Top or whatever.
He hasn't uploaded in over 3 months, so.
Well, it's because he's not talented.
Yeah.
Well, jokes aside, it's probably because he's really lazy and doesn't care about his YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look at his profile pic.
Oh yeah, it's a fucking terrible PFP. I made some improvements in the thumbnail, as you can see.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Of course. Of course. Anyway,
Hey, everyone in the chat, vote who's more of a crybaby, Batnik or TroyoBoyo. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask Batnik how much longer.
I wouldn't refer to myself as a Batman fanboy. Shut up,
You
Batman
sound
fanboy.
like the Joker when you say that.
Well, Batnik looks like the Joker when he had the stupid blue lipstick on his.
Yeah,
fucking...
that is fair. That is fair. That is very fair.
He's like the Joker without all the cool aspects.
It's fucking terrible. Anyway, we should probably get into the video now.
Alright, so this video is about the problem with MCU Spider-Man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Alright, let's hear his arguments. I don't remember this video. I remember, I think SK covered it one time, but then it was such a long time ago.
Oh, also, this video is a review and critique protected under fair use. Do I need to?
That's so fucking ironic. That's super ironic. Wow, this guy's an idiot.
Troy, look in a mirror.
Look in a mirror, you goddamn idiot. God, I hate his face. Probably suffers from autism because he likes Spider-Man too much. Ew, fuck off.
I don't like this.
Ralph the Movie Maker. Thank you, Ralph the Movie Maker. Stop self-deprecating now.
Yeah, it's just a fucking... Oh, no, he's using it. Look at the PFP. It's obviously his own profile. I didn't even put effort into it.
There's like no effort. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least Ralph the Movie Maker changes the profile pic when he does the joke.
Well, he probably went onto a different account. That's what I would have done.
Yeah, obviously.
This type of joke doesn't fucking work if you have it be your own profile, Troy.
I like how half the profile pic is like cut out because he edited it poorly.
Oh god, no.
So it just looks like shit.
Now wait a minute, Troy. Now, why do you have such bad editing?
Because it's TroyoBoyo. What do you expect from him?
Yeah.
He cries over people calling him a Spider-Man YouTuber. I don't expect much from him.
Yeah, I wanna see how. Again, I'm really tempted to. I really want to see his reaction to Big Dum Dum.
He's gonna block you on Twitter. That's the first reaction.
He already has.
Yeah, of course he has. Oh my god. What do you block you for?
Oh, knowing SK.
What a piece of shit.
Legit. I think the reason he blocked me was just because SK would tweet me retweet me like quite often. So it was just like, oh, this guy knows SK, blocked. So
not only does TroyoBoyo dehumanize the black guy known as SK, he dehumanizes people that are friends with the black guy. Thank you. No race mixing. How dare you? No race mixing allowed. Blocked. TroyoBoyo is against race mixing. It's like you know, do you think like that video of where it's Spider-Man Homecoming, an exploration into forced diversity? You know that one? Is that? Do you think that's? Do you think that's TroyoBoyo with a voice changer? Possibly. Yeah. Or just TroyoBoyo's dad, who beats him regularly. Fucking the reason why TroyoBoyo has glasses is because his dad beat him so hard, he made him like partially blind. Oh, he's gonna clip that. He's gonna fucking clip that and be like, this stream is just 5 hours of harassment, when it's like not. So obviously not. I'm just like, what the fuck? Troyo, your review on Far From Home is you sitting in a car, recording yourself with your fucking fugly looking hair and talking about some stupid movie. Oh no! And you didn't even, and you just like talked about it in the most strange way possible. You're like, it's kind of a Spider-Man movie, not really a Spider-Man movie. Spider-Man 2 is the best Spider-Man movie. It's like, Jesus Christ, this is horrible. I wonder his position on Spider-Verse. It's a good movie. It's a good movie. Not as good as Spider-Man 2, but it's a good movie. Remember, guys, this is the best Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, let's continue.
Ew,
Why is the typing still there?
it's in color.
Yeah, but no, I want to bring up something. Listen to the typing. It continues with the intro.
Did you like forget to edit it out? Or
He
does it think
forgot
this is,
to
like,
edit
added
out
to
the
the thing?
typing. What the fuck?
Well, it's either that or like it's supposed to intentionally stay there to be like some kind of joke. Like, oh, he's the person who clearly looks like me is still so mad he's typing. He's still typing, guys.
If it's a joke, then I don't get it. It's a really stupid one. Fucking hell.
It's just a lame joke with no effort.
So, hey everybody. This is
Ew.
Ew.
No.
No,
Look at that.
Get rid of that.
Coming at you live. I made a poll on the YouTube community.
My problem with
thing
MCU
that I have
Spider-Man
now,
profile
and
pic.
I asked
Where's an
you guys,
MCU
'cause I was thinking
Spider-Man
about
suit?
making this video, and you guys said yes for the most part. I don't know where I'm going with this. A lot of this is off the cuff. There's kind of improv. I've got,
While
like, a
your
bullet
fans
list, so that's
support
kinda it.
you
So,
on almost anything you do,
Yeah.
wow, what a surprise.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
Maybe stop doing these dumb polls.
Yeah. I want to bring up something. So this video is released before Far From Home. Keep this in mind because he makes an argument that is technically correct, but he couldn't have known pre Far From Home.
that Spider-Man Far From Home trailer came out like a week or two ago, and since then I've just been kind of thinking,
I hated
I'm
that
not
trailer.
excited for it. I've got my issues with MCU Spider-Man, and this kind of looks like more of the same. And I realize, like, in my Homecoming rewrite, I don't really review the movie.
It looks
I don't
kinda
really talk
more of
about
the
my
same.
problems with it, mostly because
Wait, what do you mean it kind of looks more the same? Like, he's
I don't
living in
know.
a different fucking country.
Yeah, no. When I saw Far From Home, I didn't think more of the same.
I'm talking about the themes. I'm talking about the themes of it. Leave me alone. I didn't mean the... Like, shut the fuck up. It clearly looks
but
different.
the themes are not even the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, themes are fucking different. The first one is about like his motivation, and the second one is about living up to a mantle that he doesn't really have to, essentially. Like, that's a poor way of explaining it, but you know what I mean. There's an awkward sign.
Yeah.
Are you just not speaking, or?
I'm just so baffled that this video is this annoying and it hasn't even really started.
Also, I love how, like, what is the positioning on this comment? Center it. Why are you such a bad editor, Troy? Also,
Yeah, what the hell is this?
Also, you can see, like, the mouse just about on has second line.
Second line. Hang on a second.
Yeah, it's black, but it's covering up the S.
Oh, I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah.
I was scared of backlash. Now I'm not. Now I know I'm gonna get backlash no matter what. So yeah, I just decided.
Ew!
I don't know. I feel like
Fucking
talking
fake mouse looking shit. It was
Yeah.
terrible.
Mm.
about MCU Spider-Man,
Like his
and
content.
why I don't like it, and why I'm not excited, and why I have problems with it. But it's mostly gonna be Homecoming stuff and what I saw in that Far From Home trailer.
Yeah,
but
oh
I
my
think
God,
a lot
stop
of it
meandering,
is kind
you
of just the
fucking
general
retard,
way
and
the
just go to the
MCU is
point.
treating Peter Parker.
Oh, I
Let's
mean,
talk about the good.
look at the exact time. Look at how long the video is exactly.
It's like 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes and 3 seconds exactly. I'm like, dude, you stretched this out. The only
Yeah.
reason you were doing this is to get the video to 10 minutes. That's the only reason you were doing it, you motherfucker.
Good stuff first.
Yeah.
'Cause there are good things. There are very good things with the MCU Spider-Man that I do appreciate. And the first thing is the casting. The casting of Tom Holland, of all the kids, of everybody.
Yo,
it's
the
all
fucking
really,
diversity
they
guy
all
would be
fit
so
their
mad
age.
if he heard this point.
Yeah,
the
I like this clip of Hon. I need to screenshot that.
that clip of what?
Oh, you'll see it. Just give me a sec.
Oh, okay. I still remember when TroyoBoyo. Oh yeah, that's funny. I still remember when TroyoBoyo was like on his Amazing Spider-Man 2 video. I'm gonna call him out for being an idiot. He was like, "Well, the thing about Electro is he's not really that big of a deal of a Spider-Man villain in the comics. He doesn't have that much depth and whatever. And Spider-Man just kind of punches him and that's it." It was like,
I'm gonna press
yeah,
next
this
it out
man
on
doesn't
that.
read the comics. Yeah,
Yeah.
this man doesn't read the comics. Electro doesn't have that many stories, but he has 2 really good stories.
Do you think?
And it's like,
his knowledge
He has
is...
so much depth of a character.
Do you think his knowledge of the character comes from the Raimi movies exclusively?
Yeah, which is fucking hilarious because Electro's not in that movie.
Yeah. Like,
Those
I
movies.
bet you his knowledge just comes from, like, the animated series and the movies.
Electro seems kind of boring. Like, isn't he like some German that's the son of Red Skull, like in the '90s show? Fucking
First of all,
TroyoBoyo, man. Well,
what?
here's the thing. Even in the show, how does he not have depth? Like in the TV shows, like in Spectacular, it's like,
Yeah.
oh, he's like, the electric powers kind of ruins his life and shit like that.
Yeah, like, I really like
Or in the new
Electro.
animated series, where he's bullied to the point where he fucking wants to murder people.
Yeah.
That's actually very similar to how the comics handle it too. The comics is more about like he's kind of like a social outcast, and he wants to he wants to kind of be a somebody and not just like be this forgotten like loner loser. So he becomes Electro.
Exactly.
That has depth to it, but nah, he's just some bad guy Spider-Man punches.
Bootneck asking where's
so
Batneck?
stupid.
Batneck is going to be late. Bootneck. If you want, we can use an extra person, because Exile's not going to be showing up. Do you want to hop in, be our fourth person before Batneck shows up?
No, replacement Batneck is just Bootneck.
Bootneck, exactly. Budget Batneck.
Smaller budget Batneck, but still better than the original.
Smaller budget Batneck. I'll DM you. Oh, but fucking Bootneck's is in the server.
Oh. But oh wait, is there anything going on in the comics? Where's Batnick? Yeah, I just remember that point being really annoying. I'm just gonna call him out for it with this like empty space of nothing happening in his video. TroyoBoyo, if you want to talk about Spider-Man content that is like from the comics, read the comics. Don't just say shit and expect people to agree.
Exactly.
Because it's just kind of annoying. I hate this with Spider-Man YouTubers. Here's when you know that you're dealing with a fake Spider-Man YouTuber, or like a one that doesn't fucking at least get into the character and just watches like 5 movies all day.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It's like when they say stupid shit like this. It's like, well, in the comics, he's a generic poo-poo villain that doesn't do much, and Spider-Man just punches him. If they say that, it's like, okay, you don't know anything about these characters then. You didn't even try. Because that's almost never the case.
I mean, like, maybe the only character you can make this argument for is, like, Stiltman, potentially. Oh, shit.
No. Stiltman has a lot of character. He's just a lame-o. Plus, that's a Daredevil villain.
Lady Stiltman.
Well, yeah, Lady Stiltman sucks. So stupid.
Yeah,
Imagine naming your character Lady Stiltman.
Yeah. I might temporarily add Bootneck. He said he has about 30 minutes. So
why not just call her Stiltwoman? Why Lady Stiltman?
I don't know. Hello, Bootneck.
Hello.
Watch together if you scroll up above Brendan Fraser. Yeah,
We're watching a really disgusting human being.
TroyoBoyo.
Yeah, TroyoBoyo.
He's like one of the biggest crybabies on Twitter.
Exactly.
Like a few when the whole South Pole thing happened, and then I saw a few of his videos, and fucking Christ, holy shit.
I haven't been blocked for a more petty reason than fucking TroyoBoyo. Even when Godzilla Mendoza blocked me, at least there was a fucking reasoning for it.
And with TroyoBoyo with me,
like a fucking 3-hour video on him. Then with TroyoBoyo, it's like, well, you're kind of rude to me in Twitter, blocked. It's like, wow, what a crybaby.
And TroyoBoyo with me is he just blocked me because of my association with SK. That's literally it.
Really?
You associate yourself with a stupid retard.
Yeah.
So he blocked you.
He blocked me for my association with SK Comics. Anyway.
Imagine being blocked because you associate with someone. It's so pathetic.
It's so stupid. I'm like, why? Anyway, you in the Watch Together Bootneck?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I have associated with Pafe before. You don't see me getting blocked by Southpaw.
Yeah.
Age, they fit their characters. They all do a really, really good job. And then there are also some really, really good scenes with this MCU Spider-Man. The first two that come to mind are the Civil War scene, that intro scene. High Top Films has a great video about that. And then also the Rebels.
Well, what's everyone's thoughts on the Civil War intro scene?
I like it.
I do.
I
enjoy
find
some.
it very strange that Iron Man did like a subtle blackmail to tell Aunt May a secret.
Hmm.
I find that very uncomforting. That doesn't seem like Iron Man would do that.
Hmm.
Especially
I
to a
watched the movie in a while, so I don't remember the scene
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
well. But I think, yeah, I remember that being like a bit odd. But I think the scene overall is pretty well done.
Oh, I was waiting for someone to defend it, but yeah, you guys are agreeing with me with that part.
Yeah, nah.
it just oh, that's bad.
Yeah, it's not a
besides
big
that-
it's not a big deal, but it's still a bit strange.
Besides that, I actually feel like they should have cut that scene out for the MCU's bigger plans, because I think it contradicts Homecoming a little bit.
In what way?
Oh, that's gonna be a longer conversation, but basically, for summary, the whole where he's like, with this mentality of being responsible and all that, he kind of ignores it in Homecoming, and we don't really have a good reason why. Besides, he's gaining an ego for becoming an Avenger.
Yeah. Well, he does learn
Which
to
I find it to be very strange.
he does become responsible again by the end of the movie. I think that's his arc. Oh, hold up.
So he's all about, I'm here to save the little guy. If I don't do something, then the bad things will happen. And then in Homecoming, it's like, oh no, he's doing this because he wants to be an Avenger because of the Civil War fight. And then he learns that if I ignore something, the bad things will happen all over again.
Well,
so it's like, okay,
not,
so you just did the arc that he already learned.
Contradicting his principles. It's because I think I discussed this in my conversation with Bora. When it's kind of a mixture of both. He does it because to an extent he feels obligated to, but he also wants to prove himself to Tony as well. Like you could have multiple.
Oh no! The whole thing with Homecoming is during the beginning stuff, before the boat scene, it's all about like he wants to stop Vulture specifically to prove himself.
Mhm.
Because he's gay, because he's trying to get a little bit of an ego over becoming an Avenger.
Mhm.
And then after the boat scene, Iron Man takes away his suit. You're nothing without it. And then he decides to only go after Vulture again because he realizes if I don't use my powers, I'm just gonna say with great power comes great responsibility. The way they say in the MCU is just annoying. So yeah, with great power comes great responsibility. He can't just turn the other way.
Mhm.
Like Vulture's going to do something, he knows about it. He sees Vulture actively doing it, so he's like, I can't turn away. I'll never do that again.
Mhm.
And then he like realizes, oh, that's why I'm Spider-Man, not because I'm going to be a big time Avenger. But that's very odd because he already knew this during Civil War.
Hmm.
So it's like he's relearning this. If you cut that scene out, then I think Homecoming works way better as a film.
Hmm.
Even though it's a good scene, it's like on its own, that is a good
Yeah.
scene. I think it's a great Spider-Man scene. It's just for the further planning of the MCU, it's really bad because it's like, okay, Homecoming was planning on doing that lesson. Why did you just shove it in this movie?
Well, I think
it's just more proof of like the MCU not like fucking working with each other, and like people are just kind of working separately on these kind of films. Not as badly as the DCEU, but sometimes that just happens, and it's really annoying.
Yeah, do I need to bring up Wonder Woman 84?
Well, I'm thinking more just Wonder Woman itself.
Yeah, well, 84 is probably the worst offender.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Name one movie that film doesn't contradict.
I can't think of any.
Yeah.
Star Wars.
Ah.
You said what movie? You didn't see in the universe. Ah.
Scene. The Rebel scene
okay,
is
that's
very
right.
good.
Yeah.
And then the Vulture is also really good. Yeah, I really like.
Oh, hot take. I really don't like the "If This Be My Destiny" ripoff scene. I actually really I find it very distasteful and kind of insulting.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, even if you want to go, well, it technically works in the movie. I think it's kind of disrespectful compared to the original, because the original is him literally pushing his, his absolute hardest to get the fucking rubble off him to save his Aunt May, because he doesn't want to like lose someone again after, you know, so it's his fault Uncle Ben dies, and it could be his fault Aunt May dies because it's because of his blood transfusion that she's dying. So he did it because he didn't want to be responsible for losing another family member. He did it for like a very selfless reason and all that. But in the movie, it's like, oh, I'm doing this because Stark told me a lesson. It's like, ew.
Well,
Jesus.
I think it's because he doesn't want to die.
Well, yeah, but like that's just not as, it's just kind of insulting compared to the original, because the original's like, he's not doing it for himself. He's doing it because of a selfless reason. He doesn't want what happens to Uncle Ben to happen again, because he already swore a vow that he's never gonna let that happen again. What happened in you know, with the robber. So that's why he pushes himself, because that's what he stands for. He stands for, like, you know, being responsible and trying to like save everyone that he loves and all that kind of stuff. That's what empowered him to like lift so many tons off him.
I think
Which is a super powerful moment, and I think it's one of the best Spider-Man moments in comics.
Oh yeah,
but in the
I
movie, it's
agree.
glossed over.
I
It's
don't know.
also way too short. That's another thing. It's way too short too. I find it way too short.
Really?
It happens for a couple seconds, but in the comic, so he's stuck in the rubble from the ending of the first part of the story, like a couple pages of the ending, and at least like 4 pages of the next story. And you take his time with his thought process of like, oh, I could die here and all that. Wait, and then he's like, oh, but Aunt May might die, and that might be my fault. Like Uncle Ben's my fault. I'm not gonna let that happen again.
If I can comment on
my
that, if he
responsibility.
is under the rubble for too long, that creates issues.
Well, yeah, too long would be just as bad. If it was in there too long, then I'll be bored out of my skull. It's
no, I'm saying like contextually, because Vulture would have got away.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like how the scene's framed.
No, I'm talking about how like Vulture would have got away. Now, my take.
I think contextually it's fine, the scene. It's just compared to what it's supposed to be, it's just kind of lame and insulting.
I mean,
glossed over.
I wouldn't say. I mean, my whole thing is does different meanings insulting, because I would agree it's different and maybe not as good, but whether or not it's insulting is, I need a bit more qualified on that.
I mean, it seems more like kind of like fan serve, like just more blatant fan service than it actually needed to be there. Like it's just some little reference. That seems just so unnecessary, because I feel like you can do this in any other way, but they literally did the amazing the If This Might Be My Destiny thing in that kind of context, just because, you know, it's iconic. Hang on a second, I'll be right back.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, Webhead responded to me, by the way.
Oh yeah, I watched Invincible today.
Oh,
Fucking
very
great
good.
show. Oh, I watched all 4 episodes today. What a fucking great show. Really good start to that show. Holy shit. I really need to see how it goes for the next 4. It seems really good. Just like nice, good character work all around.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard any spoilers about it, so I think that improves the show a lot, not giving any context to anything, just going in blindly. So, cause I don't know anything about the comics or anything, I've never known of this character, so it's like really interesting to get to learn about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I really fucking like Invincible. I think it's neat.
Yeah, J.K. Simmons, oh boy, he's great.
Oh yes.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Mark Hamill showing up was great as well. He had
what were we talking about? Oh yeah, Amazing Fantasy. No, damn it! If This Be My Destiny.
Yeah.
I would just say, like, contextually, it's not bad. I just find it kind of insulting because it's like it's more glossed over, because it's like it's like I feel like it's just very unnecessary to have that scene. I think it's like, I get it. He's there to prove himself that, like, you know, it's like, oh, he is something without the suit, but you could just, like, him stopping Vulture without the suit can already prove
I don't even think it's to do with the suit. It's just to prove that he's self-reliant and doesn't have to rely on anyone else, which is part of his arc.
Yeah, once again, they're already proving that in the film, that he's self-reliant to stop Vulture without the suit. Like, I think you really don't need that scene, and I think this scene is like, it's just so much more glossed over, because it's like, oh, it's just Tony. He learns a lesson from Tony Stark and all that. I'm just like, ew, man. This is supposed to be like one of the most defining moments of his life, and in the comics, in the movie, it's just, oh, it's there to learn a little lesson, like a very tiny lesson,
I
to just
mean,
be self-reliant. Like, man, what a downgrade.
I mean, I think it functions. I really fucking like it. I think it's just more of just a
Well, yeah,
personal.
it functions.
Yeah, I think it's just a personal adaptation thing. Because in the movie, it functions
Yeah.
really well.
I think it's insulting for an adaptation. As like in the movie, it's fine.
Hmm.
I don't think it's needed necessarily, but it's not like it hurts anything.
Yeah.
It's fine. That's what I think of it. But I love those edits though, where it's like Uncle Ben instead. It's like, oh, that's so much better. Or it's like, you know, remember Pete, with great power comes, and he lifts it. I love those edits on YouTube. Those are way better.
Yeah.
All right, what else does Troyo has to say that's good about the movies?
I really like that villain. He's probably my favorite MCU villain. Or the Civil War scene, that intro scene. High Top Films has a great video about that. And then also the Rebel scene. The Rebel scene is very, very good. And then the Vulture is also really good. Yeah, I really like that villain. He's probably my.
I don't like the Vulture. Hot take for everyone on the live stream. I really hope they don't drop the ball on the last 4 episodes. Since I absolutely love the first 4 episodes, but episodes of what? What are they talking about?
We're talking about Invincible while we're gone.
Oh yeah, I don't care about
Invincible. Yeah, I think the show's really fucking tight.
I'm probably gonna watch it with my friend sometime, but I don't know. I'm not an Invincible fan. I was more interested in The Boys because it's like kind of a cool concept.
Well, here's the thing. I'd never heard of Invincible before then, so.
Same here.
Yeah.
I didn't hear of it until yesterday, and really liked it.
I definitely do think it's because it's the weird sort of thing with adaptation arguments when it comes to upgrading and downgrading certain things. Because I typically don't have. Oh no, just with I'm talking about mainly Homecoming in regards to just adaptation things. I'll give an example. The Shining. A lot of like the fans of the Shining books, and I think even Stephen King himself hate the Shining movie. But the Shining movie is still really solid.
Because from what I know, people who really like the book say it's a bad adaptation, but the movie's still really good.
Yeah, same thing with Alita Battle Angel.
It's still possible. My point. I think I always stand by. It's obviously possible to have a good movie that's a failed adaptation, but what I would just say is like, where would we draw the line for adaptations? Because is it okay if I made Spider-Man a psychopathic murderer, but it's still well written?
I mean,
like I just think when we're making films, it doesn't always have to be like, oh, the writing has to be good and that's it. Like I think it's sometimes some films have to achieve what their goals are supposed to be. Like if you're trying to make a film that's like a Spider-Man film, I think it should involve like aspects of the character.
Yeah, I'm like kind of that way. There's things you can change, but some things have to be
Yeah,
a certain way, or very
I think
much be the
Homecoming
same.
just goes. I think Homecoming is one of those films that does cross the line, just like BVS crossed the line.
I mean, I don't even because I don't even have an issue with BVS in regards to like adaptation. I'm just like, okay, this is how it works in this universe. It's just a case of the film itself is just really shit.
Yep.
Well, I have a problem with both in that one, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I see a point. It's the whole concept of yeah, I try to avoid adaptation arguments because it's best to like look at it just kind of neutrally. Okay, how is this as a film on its own? That's just always been a preference of mine.
Yeah. I just kind of talk about both. It's like, okay, it's fine as like in the film, but it's clearly a downgrade from its source material.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, you're doing change for the sake of it for no reason. Sometimes I'll go.
For some reason, this is just making me think. Do you remember when Cosmonaut Variety Hour complained about Civil War not being like the comics, but in the same fucking video he defended Iron Man 3?
Oh, yeah, I don't stand by that, by the way. Here's the thing. I think it's characterization that's important. Like, adapting characters, you should be as faithful as you can while, like, you know, putting them in new, dynamic, and interesting situations. I don't need the story to be exactly the same, because I always hate the straw man for people where they're like, what do you want?
Or if I can comment, didn't you give the example of the Arkham Knight?
Oh yeah, but like basically I always hear the straw man for like when people talk about failed adaptations. Is like, what do you want it to just be page by page of the comic on screen? And it's like, no,
No, we don't
I
want
just
that.
don't. That's not what I'm fucking saying.
Yeah.
It's so annoying when I hear that argument because it's like, no, if you actually, like, here's the thing: you can actually make characters faithful adaptations, like they're faithful to the source material, character-wise, personality-wise, and thematically, while still having them in dynamic, interesting stories. Well, want to know a good example? An example that surprises everyone because they don't pay attention.
What?
Into the Spider-Verse.
Oh yeah.
Or a better one, a film that actually improves on its source material, Jaws.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. It's like, okay, let's think of like comic book movies. Like, let's think of some of the best comic book movies out there, and then it's like, okay, we got Logan, Joker, there's Civil War.
Joker's I don't know what comic Joker would be. I think Joker's quite different from like most comics.
Killing Joke, it would be one of them, but I'll go in that in a second. So like I can think of like if we use like these four, like Joker, Logan, Civil War, and we use Into the Spider-Verse, they're all extremely faithful to the character and or the source material, while still being new, interesting stories.
Yeah.
Like, so it's provable that you could do this.
Yeah, and obviously there's examples where
characterization in Civil War for Iron Man and Captain America are very in character from how they are in the comics, especially Captain America. Iron Man, you could say, has a little bit more of a sense of humor in the MCU, but it's not like he never had that in the comics. So it's like a minor kind of like thing you can notice, but it's not like a massive kind of departure, which is fine. People think that the Joker's not accurate, but it's like, okay, the Joker bases itself off of multiple origins we've gotten over the years. So the more abusive kind of mother is based off more the New 52 kind of thing, but less extreme.
Wait, he has a mother in the New 52?
I think it was a grandma. It's like an abusive grandma in the New 52.
That
but
just
it's like
reminds
the same
me of
kind of
Carnage.
concept. Yeah, which is why the New 52 is really stupid. But there's obviously the Killing Joke ideas where like he goes through a bad day and all that. He he starts to think of society as like a joke and all that kind of stuff. His like viewpoint of the world is very Joker-esque too, where like how he sees the world and like sees like why like most of it doesn't matter and all that kind of stuff in the film.
I used to think my life is a tragedy, but then I realized it's a comedy.
That perfectly encapsulates the Joker. That's like how he would. That's his kind of mentality.
Yeah, and
it's like, is it page for page the Killing Joke? No, but the characterization of the Joker has that same kind of themes and concepts of what makes him the Joker. He's a little bit different of a character, you could argue, compared to the Killing Joke, because he's more mentally ill, Arthur Fleck, compared to like I think his name's like Jack Napier or whatever.
Yeah, Jack Napier. Well, okay, so there's the whole thing of he has an unclear name. What?
He's
like
unclear in the comics.
Yeah, he has a bunch of different names. In the '89 movie, it's Jack Napier. I know in one version of the comics, his name is Joe Kurt.
No, that's Joseph Kerr, and that's a fake name after he kills Batman when he goes back to being sane.
I'll go for about 30 minutes, and I'll be back. So I'm just gonna jump out the call, and then I'll jump back in if you guys need it.
Cool.
That's okay.
But like, yeah. So
I'll see you in 30 minutes or so.
Sounds great, dude. So yeah. So like the thing is like, you could say there's like differences with the mental ill thing, but it's like, we have a socially awkward, like shy kind of guy who wants to be in stand-up comedy, but is failing at it, and people don't appreciate his jokes, sense of humor, and all that. And one really bad day causes him to just like go lose himself into insanity. That's that's the character. Like I don't care if he has a laughing disorder. That's still the character to me.
Yeah.
That doesn't like change too much to the point where it's crossing the line per se.
ComicLegend,
where it's like, okay, this isn't him.
ComicLegend, King of Comedy, is much more subtle.
I don't fucking care.
I
haven't watched King of Comedy yet. I want to, but I've seen Taxi Driver. I think I got bored of it a bit. It's not bad. I think there's a couple of good. There's a lot of great entertaining moments. I remember the scene where he brings his like love interest or whatever to like this theater, which is like porn, which is fucking hilarious. That was a great scene.
Can I actually give you an example of
So
a really poor adaptation, but something that is like that's brilliant?
Guardians of the
And I mean, like,
Galaxy.
so not Guardians of the Galaxy. This is actually based off a film based off a manga. And this is probably it's probably one of the worst adaptations you can have. The characters are fundamentally different. The themes are completely different, and a lot of the story structure is completely different. Um,
Yeah.
but the movie, it's so much fun. This is Old Boy, and the movie is so much better than the comics. Holy shit! The Old Boy manga is god awful, especially the ending. It's terrible. The movie is fucking god tier.
That's actually another standard I think I have. If something's considered like just really bad in the source material,
Mhm.
I don't mind if you change them completely. Like Mr. Freeze is a classic example because in the animated series, they changed him into a tragic character. When the comics, he was just some generic ass villain.
Mhm.
I think it's okay when you do it with like villains that need improvements. Like if you want to like improve and fix characters, then that's like super understandable to me. Then it's like, okay, that's why you're changing it. But if you're like, with let's say Homecoming, they're like, okay, you're fundamentally changing Peter, and it's like, okay, why are you doing this? Oh, because like people don't want it because you want to make yourself unique or whatever. Well, I personally think they did it because they want to make sure Sony can't get the rights back because he's reliant on MCU characters, which I find really cynical. But yeah, like that's my thing. It's like, oh, so you changed it either because of corporate reasons or because you didn't want to make a Spider-Man movie. That's not really what I would find to be respectful.
Yeah.
When it's like, okay, Mr. Freeze on the comics, he's kind of shitty, not that interesting. Okay, let's actually make him a good character. Let's make him one of the best Batman villains. And now he's like an A-lister.
Yeah.
Thanks to the TV show.
Even then, even corporate decisions can be good, like be better than passion
Oh
projects.
yeah, it's not bad that it's corporate. I'm just saying, But another great example is Mr. Negative. He's way different than the comics, and he's so fucking good in the game. He's good.
I really like him. I don't know what he's like in the comics, but I do like him in the PS4
Terrible.
game.
God, he's awful in the comics. He's actually a bad guy before he became Mr. Negative in the comics. He's like a criminal.
Ah. I did not know this.
It's so lame.
Yeah. Yeah, I can probably...
Apparently he's some criminal, like, I think Japan or something, and he gets hit by, like, some kind of toxic thing, and then he becomes Mr. Negative, and then he gains a good side somehow. Oh, it's so terrible.
Can I also rant a little bit about the Old Boy comic about how shit it is compared to the movie? Comic Legend? Hello?
Oh, sorry, someone was texting me. What do you want to say?
Oh, I was going to say, in regards to just how bad a source material can be, I'll rant about the Old Boy manga for a bit, because it's fucking shit. So, okay, so Comic Legend. If you are locked up in total isolation for 10 years, what would your reaction essentially be? Like, if you just got out, you are locked up in complete isolation, you don't know who locked you up, you haven't spoken to anyone in 10 years, what would your reaction be?
I really need to fuck some bitches.
Well, yeah. Yeah, but would you assume you wouldn't be of sound mind, essentially?
I don't know. It matters how I'm frozen.
What? You're not frozen.
What was I, like,
cremation? You're in a cell. You're in just like a basically basically the equivalent of solitary confinement for 10 years.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it matters. I don't think you can trust your mental state if you've been like locked in like confinement all alone for 10 years straight.
Yeah, the protagonist of the Old Boy manga just doesn't really give a shit about the fact that he was locked up for 10 years. He has to be basically blackmailed into pursuing his kidnappers. Whilst the Old Boy...
Really strange.
Yeah. And I don't
know if that in itself is inherently a problem. It's just kind of okay.
It's really strange. And also, this is a spoiler for the book, but I don't give a shit. The book's really bad. So
spoilers for a random manga.
Yeah, this is different from the movie, but do you want to know the reason he's locked up in the book?
Sure, let's hear it.
So the main villain and the main character went to the same school. The main villain was in a choir class, and he was basically singing, and because the main character cried during his choir class while the main villain was singing, the main villain decided to lock him up for 10 years and plant this whole revenge plot, which ends with him killing himself.
That sounds really dumb, actually.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go into the reason in the movie, but the reason in the movie is actually like really justified. Like, even though I think it's harsh that what happened to Desu happened, because technically it wasn't. It was they make it clear in the movie that it's not really the main character's fault per se, but he did have something to do with it. It's actually more the main villain's fault, if anything. But the whole thing is the main villain doesn't want to blame himself for what happened, so he's projecting it onto the main character.
Oh, okay.
But
someone said Batman Under the Red Hood is an example of improving upon the comic. I actually want to say this. Yes, but I actually don't think it's changing any of the adaptation. I don't think that's like I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's like the point I was making with the Mr. Freeze stuff. They're not changing that much from the adaptation. They're just doing small tweaks to make it better than the comic.
Yeah,
because the comic's already really good. It just has like one problem that I think they fixed in the movie.
What's that?
Batman kind of gets character assassinated at the end.
Really?
Because he basically is willing to, he throws a batarang to hurt Jason and, you know, makes him like start bleeding and stuff because he's going to kill the Joker, which is really fucking strange because in a story prior in No Man's Land, he was okay with letting Gordon kill Joker because, you know, he doesn't have to be responsible for other people killing the Joker.
Yeah.
And he knows that, you know, Joker's done enough to Gordon and has done so much to him that, you know, that he understands it, so he would let him do it. And like Jason was like beaten to death and tortured by Joker, and his mom died next to him. I think he would have the same understanding. That's why I think the movie's way better at it. He just walks away.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, I'm not dealing with this.
Yeah, and then I think
up to you.
The only time he does it is when he tries to shoot Bruce.
Yeah, like disarms him because he's got to shoot Bruce.
Yeah. They did also
better.
They also did change the explanation to just the Lazarus Pit rather than Superboy Prime punching reality, because that would be difficult to explain.
I don't think it's a problem in the book though. People are like, "Oh, it's dumb, though." It's like, well, that's just it's still world building though.
It's not a problem. It's just a case of it would be a strange thing to have in the movie.
Yeah, it would be hard to do in the movie, which is why I understand it. I just don't think it's a problem in the comic because people like to think that's like, oh, the comic, that's another dumb part about the comic. It's like, no, it's not.
Yeah, I don't think that's an inherent issue with the comic. The fact that it's like a weird thing.
Yeah.
Thanos, I like him more than...
That's good. Yeah, let's continue this video. I think that's all we have to say with adaptations.
I like him more than Ironmonger or the Dark Elves. And I hope Mysterio is going to have that same kind of oomph as a villain, because Jake Gyllenhaal's a good actor. Mysterio is a cool-ass fucking villain. I hope they don't take too many liberties, and because this is the first time we're seeing Mysterio on screen, I hope they
Oh, Troyo, to add salt to the wound, Electro's a way better villain than Mysterio, in my opinion. I think he's way better. Get fucking wrecked.
I think in concept, I prefer the concept of Mysterio over Electro. Like, I find the idea of, like, a sort of illusionist cool, because, Electro in concept, if you just take into account powers, is a lot more simple. You know, electric-based powers is more, less, like, out there than, like, using special effects to fake being a fucking wizard.
The problem with special effects and stuff is what I always find. It's like sometimes it'll be a bit complicated of how like how he fights Spider-Man.
Yeah.
That's like the only thing. It's not a big issue because like there's a lot of stories where they perform it really well. It's just it's much easier to have a guy who could just use electricity powers.
Yeah.
But yeah,
kind of stick to the source material. But he looks cool. I like the idea of him being like pretending to be a hero and then whoa, I'm not a hero. Surprise, surprise. I'm excited for him in Far From Home. I'm actually excited for the Nick Fury stuff in Far From Home. I think that looks really cool.
Ew. No.
Guess just like a
Nick Fury.
Sort of a preference thing. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like Nick Fury in a Spider-Man story. He's like, I don't care.
Again, this is just more of a personal issue.
So
He
like,
needs to
that's
be
the good
Daredevil.
stuff. And like, it is good stuff. It's very, very good stuff. It's gonna sound like I'm hating on MCU.
Now I'm
Spider-Man,
gonna
which I kinda am.
complain.
I'm not hating
I
on it. I
totally
just think
am.
it can be better. I think it can be improved. I think the way that they treat the character, I don't want to say misinterpreted because there's no wrong way, but there kind of is.
No, no.
You
Wait,
can.
what did you say?
And they're kind
Hey, let's hear it.
I'm not hating on it. I just think it can be better. I think it can be improved. I think the way that they treat the character, I don't want to say misinterpreted because there's no wrong way, but there kind of is a wrong way.
There's no wrong way, but there kind of is a wrong way.
So
What?
That is a direct contradiction.
Oh my lord. This is terrible. Okay, I hate this argument because people Captain Midnight is a fucking retard for saying this. There's so many versions of Spider-Man in the comics that there's no real wrong way to do him. Shut the fuck up. Have you ever heard of 616? You know, the main adaptation of him, you fucking retards? Have you ever heard of Earth Prime? Main continuity? Canon? Well, there's a Spider-Man that shoots people and is an assassin for the Russian government. Yeah, that's called an alternate universe. When we're talking about it's not a good adaptation, we're talking about its source material. Its source is 616 because that's the main Spider-Man. That's Spider-Man Prime. It's not that hard to grasp. I don't know why people think that's a good argument. It's really not.
I wouldn't make the argument. My whole thing is just that, like, beyond kind of preference to an extent, adaptation arguments don't really matter. I'll give the example. Death Note movie, fucking awful, but the fact that Light's a wussy bitch is not the reason it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
adaptations.
Toby was a
it's
great
like a different
Peter, and
argument.
Andrew was a great Spider-Man, and Tom is a great both. I don't agree with that. I really don't agree with that. First, because Toby.
Okay.
What's your take on that? The whole.
I find that pretty cringe. I don't think Andrew Garfield's a good Spider-Man or Peter.
You just don't
His
think
Spider-Man. His Spider-Man has terrible timing. He jokes in the worst situations where he really shouldn't be. His Peter kind of seems like a selfish dickhead. Toby, I think, is actually a good Spider-Man. I think he has a good timing for his sense of humor.
He doesn't.
But I think a lot of Raimi fans take it way too literally that Spider-Man should only joke at super rare occasions.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with him like quipping in like somewhat serious situations. Obviously, there's a limit.
It's just like you got to tell the room basically when you're writing them.
I think Josh Keaton handles it well. With
Josh Keaton or basically Spectacular Spider-Man or Spider-Man PS4 or the 90s animated series. Those do it the best.
Yeah, I don't think no one's going to disagree that those are really good versions of Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's like with Spider-Man well, there's some people that will disagree with Spider-Man PS4 because people are crybaby idiots. With Spider-Man PS4, it's like he never joked when he's fighting Doc Ock, obviously. No,
he just is like, Doc Ock, you big cringe baby, how dare you?
Yeah. What else was I about to say about it? Oh, quips. I guess that's all I have to say about quips. I mean, like, man, people take it so stupidly with these quips. It's either he should do it more or he should do it less. It's like, just fucking don't do it in bad times.
Yeah, just
simple as that.
Timing.
Yeah.
There's a time and a place.
I'll actually say this hot take. I think Homecoming Spider-Man doesn't quip enough. He doesn't joke enough.
Really?
I find him to have more, like, it's more self-deprecating humor where he's, like, kind of messing up to be funny instead of him being funny. I actually think he could joke more, and it could help.
Yeah.
It might make him more endearing as a character, honestly. Hell,
Damn.
Toby could have joked a little bit more. There's a lot of times he could have, but he just doesn't. I'll say that much.
He just doesn't really quip a lot in the movies.
Toby's not perfect as a Spider-Man. None of them are. I think he's the best, but it's like that's it.
Nah, Garfield's clearly the best.
Garfield's terrible.
Who do you think Tom or Garfield is the worst adaptation? Which one do you think?
Tom's worse as an adaptation. But Andrew Garfield is like a worse character and a worse person.
I would agree with that.
But Andrew Garfield, the actor, is fantastic. Such a good actor.
Yes, I fully agree with that as well.
I think he could have been the best Spider-Man if he was in a good, if he had a proper script.
I think he should have been playing an older Spider-Man first of all, just because of his fucking age. He's like, Andrew Garfield was 29 when he played Peter. I was like, dude, do what PS4 did, please.
Yeah, I think he could have been really good.
Yeah.
If he had like a good script.
Yeah.
I think Toby could have been better if his scripts has more quips to it too.
Well, one thing that's I do like about Homecoming over over the other two is in regards to this is fully personal. It's just in regards to the high school stuff.
Oh, I hate the high school stuff.
Oh no, I'm saying
I fucking dread it.
Really, I just think
oh yeah.
Like with Tom, with Toby and Andrew, the high school stuff is like, especially with Toby, it's barely involved with his story. Like very early on, he graduates from high school. I'm just like, okay, and I'm just
like that actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna do like a teenage Peter Parker, do it so like have it so like he has like teenage problems like the stuff in high school.
Oh my god, there's a video from Comic Drake that I want to show you that he explains that he thinks that teenage high school Spider-Man stories are boring in adaptations, especially. Like, it specifically in adaptations.
Why specifically in adaptations?
He, like, says in the comics he's barely in high school, so there's not that many great stories with him in high school, which is like, okay, that's so stupid still.
So point number
Have you
one.
seen Spectacular?
Yeah, first of all, you can adapt like a story to an extent when he's an adult to like you can like adapt, for instance, No More to an extent with him in high school.
You could, yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, like, Spectacular's done this with the Venom arc.
Well, yeah,
that's not a high school story.
Yeah, oh yeah, I was gonna say with Venom arc. I was gonna say Spectacular doesn't do No More. Although they could handle No More very well in that book in Spectacular.
They probably would. They're good at everything almost.
Yeah.
He was a really good Spider-Man. I don't think the writers at the MCU, I don't think they understand him. I don't think they understand what Peter Parker represents. Because Peter Parker at his core, his life sucks. Everything sucks for Peter. But in this, it doesn't feel like there's any...
No. I hate when people say this. His life doesn't always fucking suck. He gets married to a hot redhead. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, my guy? What?
You can have things go well for Peter.
Yeah, like, that's not the fucking point of the character, is that, oh, everything goes wrong and it's terrible. Like, yeah, just imagine, like, let's have a depressed Spider-Man in the MCU, which is, like, for kids.
Well, that's
a good idea.
I've heard this from somewhere, but doesn't, like, Spider-Man have depression in the comics?
Yeah, but that's, like, when he's an adult.
Yeah.
And that's because, like, people like Gwen Stacy died under his watch as Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know if it's like really deep depression. It's like kind of subtle. Like, it's interpretive if he does or doesn't. I think he does because one of his stories had him like go through like a certain kind of dream that like shows how like depressed his life is in his eyes. And there's a lot of character traits that you can put to it. Like he's very pessimistic a lot of the times. Yeah, he's very negative about a lot of things. He thinks of the worst thing to happen constantly. So you can make an argument for it. But back to the main thing. Like, it's Spectacular, for example. People will agree that's a good, faithful version of Spider-Man. A lot of things go right in his life.
Yeah, he ends up with Liz.
He ends up with like the most popular girl in school and all that. You don't need him to be like super fucking, oh, everything sucks. You just need them to have like conflict between his responsibilities and his personal life. You need to have him, you know, like,
which Homecoming
basically
has.
have to have him like, you have to have him like, you know, face, you know, growing up. Like, you know, I have to like, you know, do the right decision, and I have to like grow up and like accept the things that happen when you're like growing up and all that. And like, you know, he has to like deal with loss and stuff. If you do that in a Spider-Man story, it's really good. Hang on a second.
Oh no, I'm alone. Chat. Hello. I'm just gonna.
Sorry, I'm back.
That's it. Okay. I was alone for a second. That was scary.
Oh yeah, that was really scary. Oh, what were we talking about? Oh yeah. I think another thing is like Spider-Man stories usually have to deal with loss. You don't have to have someone die in a Spider-Man story constantly, But you have to have the fact, but there's always an acknowledgement in all of them that he's doing this because of Uncle Ben's death. Even if it's like, even if it's like, it's never even mentioned in the story, you can know, oh, well, he's doing this because Uncle Ben died. He's sacrificing his time with Mary Jane because of his responsibility, because of that loss and all that. Because like it's supposed to be like weight on his shoulders. That's like how you make Spider-Man stories. You don't have to have it be, oh, his life sucks. It just has to be that, he made a promise to a person that he loved, and he made a promise to himself to become a better person, and he has to have the struggles of doing that. That could be a very lighthearted story. It could be really dark. You can choose. That's why Spider-Man's so great. He's such a dynamic character.
Yeah, you can do
a lot with him.
You can do many different tones with him.
He's very flexible. You can have dark, depressing Kraven's Last Hunt, but then you can have like a lighthearted, spectacular Steve Ditko run.
The bit with the Spider-Mobile where he just doesn't know how to fucking drive.
I love that story. It's funny. You can have like goofy ass stories and it can work too.
Yeah.
I still remember the story where he was in a portion of he was like in a neighborhood where it's like harder from the web sling, so he's like, because he's like trying to find this crook, so he's like finding awkward ways to try and get to him. Like he's trying to get on the bus, but then the bus stops and he's like, asking for payment. So he's like, oh, god damn it.
At that point, I would probably just go across the rooftops, just like jump.
Oh yeah, I think like he decided. I think later on he's like, okay, he like gets on a car on top of a car and he drives there.
Yeah.
It's like so funny because there's a lot of funny things that happen in it. I think he like falls off a tree one time.
Anyway,
he's like, God, I hate this place.
If we get back to the video, he's about to use the the high top argument.
Let's go.
It doesn't feel like there's any consequences for what happens.
Oh my god.
Deli just gets.
Okay, tell me one movie where there's no consequences in it.
It sounds
literally impossible.
Yeah, no.
Cause and effect equals consequences. If there's cause and effect in a movie, there's fucking consequences.
Actually, I got a film. The Force Awakens, because that movie's plot is entirely contrivance.
Well, there's still consequences.
Yeah,
for
I'm joking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, like you can use the most incompetently written movies. There's still a consequence. Like when Kylo kills fucking Han, there's still the consequence of him getting shot by Chewbacca.
Yeah. Which
small one, but they're still there. Yeah. This is the problem with High Top and TroyoBoyo. They just don't know what they're talking about. They're not explaining it properly. It's not about consequences. Because like when you say that, that's just so vague, and people go, "Well, obviously there's consequences. What do you think a fucking movie is?" It's more so about. I think what they're trying to say is like maybe like it's either that it's like the weight of the consequences are fairly light, or it's like the conflict between the man and the mask isn't explored properly.
I mean, I think
like. Maybe.
I think it's because there is a dynamic between Peter and Spider-Man's like life.
I think it's more so that I think my problem with Homecoming is whenever he chooses to be Spider-Man, it doesn't punish Peter Parker that much, or when it does, it's not even a big deal. Like when he gets detention, he literally just fucking walks out, and then the teacher just waves his finger at him the next day.
Well, I think it was a case of like at that point he would like if he was like almost kicked out of school. But the example I would use is
well, it's like my point is it's like
the actual homecoming scene with Liz.
Yeah, it's like when he leaves Liz and comes back, it's like she's leaving, but that's because like of the Vulture incident, which is like
well first of all,
kind of like my biggest problem with that one is like
still stay in contact.
Yeah, not only that, it's like Liz isn't mad at him. She's just, I hope you become better. And it's like, what?
Well, okay. No, I think the whole thing with that is just like that was the kind of last straw for Liz. She's like, she doesn't take him seriously anymore.
Oh yeah, I mean, like that's fine, but it's like seems like he got off kind of easy.
I mean, I don't even think that's easy. He's like completely like lost her.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, like. It was kind of like I mean, maybe I gotta watch the scene again. I just remember it being. I remember when I first saw the movie, I was like, "That's all you have." Like he literally ditched you on the biggest night ever, and you're not even like you don't even seem mad at him.
Yeah, no, because
It's super weird.
like what I
Like
remember, I think she is
someone
like
in that kind of field would be pissed.
she is mad at, she is upset at him, but she's more concerned with the fact that her dad might be going to jail, which is understandable. But she also is also upset with Peter.
I mean, I think it would be better if she just doesn't even talk to him. She just like ignores him and walks away. That'd be like, ooh, yeah, it's way
Well,
better.
she basically just dismisses him. He's like, I'm sorry. It's like you say that a lot. What you sorry for this time?
Yeah.
Yeah, which I think is a pretty like damning line. I'm like, ooh.
I mean, maybe I gotta watch it again. I just remember it being like she's like, I hope you get better or whatever, and kind of leaves. But like, I think it's more so like it's there, but it's like sometimes it's like it just seems like Peter kind of gets off easy,
Mm.
even if he does have a consequence. Like I said, like the fucking detention shit is just kind of like it doesn't have anything to do with this. It doesn't even affect the story. It's literally there for like a joke that he walks away and that's it. And it's like, okay, is that really it? So
Mhm.
are you not even going to use this storytelling element where it's like the man in the mask? You're just going to make a joke out of it, and he kind of walks out. In the
I
next
mean, I
scene, they
know
wave.
that there's also the whole fact with there's everything with Aunt May as well. Like I think that
Oh, I hated that. It's like
really
he's literally late from his Aunt May is super worried at him, and then like he's late, and then it's like I don't even think he's like grounded or anything. It's just she's just a little bit upset, and then Peter goes, I'm sad, and she's like, oh, I understand. It's like,
well,
what the fuck?
like here's the thing. Most like I can only really speak for myself, but my dad to an extent is kind of like that. Hey, Budak.
Well, I mean, there's clearly
Hello
an
again.
excuse. There's clearly an excuse, which is like, he's going through a hard time, and his aunt's a great aunt or whatever. Which is like, yeah, it works. Like, it's not like it's dumb. It's just more examples of like, okay, because of the writing, he doesn't have to like really face a lot of like punishment for being Spider-Man.
Hmm.
I think that's a better way of saying it. He doesn't face enough punishment being Spider-Man. He does face punishment, but not enough. It's like, oh, he loses like a kind of an irrelevant crush. That's the worst thing that happened to him.
I mean, for him, that's like I know at least for me, like I was like fucking oh shit, yeah, this is really fucking bad for him.
I mean, even in high school, I feel like you could still do more.
Hmm.
Like I know I'm in the comics are spectacular. It's like his relationship with Liz and or Betty Brant is really strong because it's like with Betty, it's like he literally had to separate himself from her because of being Spider-Man and all that, and he was actually really invested in that relationship, which is like super tragic.
Mm.
Because it's like, oh, I think they could have actually been like they could have actually like became married and whatever if he was never Spider-Man.
Hmm.
Like they were that close in the comics, I remember.
Hmm.
And like the way he mistreats Liz in Spectacular is such a big part of the show, and it's what makes Liz an even better character because you feel bad for her because Peter kind of like treats her like shit because he's Spider-Man, and then it's like then he just dumps her. It's like, wow, that's horrible.
Yeah, I
But then
do.
here it's like,
Hmm.
oh wow, some irrelevant crush doesn't care about me anymore. Okay, it's like that's it's just like that's the best it goes in the movie.
Because
You know what I'm saying?
I would say like that's pretty like even if because here's the thing, Peter had a lot of investment in Liz in that movie.
I think a good one would be Iron Man, like when he lost the suit.
Yes, I think that's a.
But here's the thing: that's a consequence, but it's not the man in the mask problem.
Mhm.
Which is like I think people's problem. I think the problem is Peter doesn't get punished for being Spider-Man enough.
I mean, I don't know. My whole thing, because I'm trying to compare it to like the Raimi movies, for example. Like from what I can recall, a lot of the consequences are like kind of as severe, in my opinion. From what I can recall, at least.
Well, the Raimi movies, with the first one, they kind of gloss over this a little bit more because it's like it's more about his origin and his motives more so than it is about the man in the mask routine because it's like he loses his job with Dr. Connors, which I think is pretty big, but then
Wait, he
like
doesn't he doesn't lose a job with Connors.
Yeah, remember in Spider-Man 1?
Does he? No,
Yeah, he lost his job. He was working for Dr. Connors.
in Spider-Man 1, I do not remember that.
Yeah, Harry references it when they were talking in their apartment.
Okay.
Yeah, in the Spider-Man 1, I do remember, like, here's the thing. It's like, some of it's maybe even glossed over, but it like, what happens, it's like, okay, then I understand. He does get enough punishment. It's like, okay, Peter loses an entire job because he's Spider-Man. Like, he actually loses, like, his work.
Yeah.
His, like, source of income. And then it's like, okay, he can't be with Mary Jane because of being Spider-Man, because of the Green Goblin incident. It's like, and it's like Mary Jane isn't like, oh, it's some kind of crush. It's like, it's kind of like the love of his life they portray in the film. So it's like really important that he drops that. There's also the one where it's like his ego of being Spider-Man lets the robber kill Uncle Ben, which hurts him as Peter. It's like there's that kind of stuff in Spider-Man 1 for sure.
Well, that I would say that's more of an origin thing, but I don't think that's a man in the mask sort of dynamic. I think that's just more of a general consequence.
Well, it's before he's like has the identity of Spider-Man, but I think it's like the kind of idea where it's like he like kind of like, it's like when he's like doing this alternative persona as like Spider-Man, even if it's not for the right reasons, it lets something bad happen as Peter, but this time irresponsibly. It's still like there, even in the origin.
Yeah, although again, and another thing is also the fact that it's Homecoming. You would agree that Homecoming is probably the lowest stakes Spider-Man movie, roughly?
Lowest stakes? I don't know. Maybe it matters what you're talking about with stakes, because it doesn't always have to be the world to be high stakes.
Yeah, well, no,
or
that's
higher.
I'm talking just in general with like the characters and everything. Like, it is a pretty low stakes story.
No, I disagree. The lowest stakes in a Spider-Man story would be in movies is going to be the Amazing Spider-Man 1, because turning them into lizards is irrelevant because they'll turn back.
You know what? That is true.
There's no stakes. There's literally no stakes in that plot. With Homecoming, they're literally selling fucking weapons to like criminals that could possibly get into like the black market and to terrorists, and those weapons could like shred boats in half. That's really high stakes. Like, people are gonna die.
Fucking destroyed. Everything's fine. Nobody died. Nobody got hurt.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah. Oh man.
No.
People got hurt.
Can we just? I'm gonna snip into all that and just.
Yeah. So what are you talking about with the low? Like there's lower stakes in Homecoming. Are you trying to say like that's why there's not as much conflict with the Man in the Mask? Is that your point?
To an extent, yeah.
I don't agree with that, because I don't think the stakes matter for that. Because it's like, if he's if it's like, oh, he has to stop like Purse Snatcher, and that stops him from I don't know, meeting to a funeral for like MJ's aunt, for example, like in this story, and it like, stops like a Purse Snatcher, and the Purse Snatcher's hard to find, and it takes him too long, and then he misses the funeral, and that causes Mary Jane to be really upset with Peter, and then like there's like drama because of that. It's like it's low stakes what Spider-Man's doing.
I guess also stakes, and I guess also tone to an extent.
Yeah, it's like Peter's conflict is still really high. I mean, you can still have a very lighthearted.
I probably should have said tone to an extent.
I mean, it's to a very limited extent, because I think even if you have a really lighthearted, happy-go-lucky Spider-Man story, you could still have these things. I remember a story called Spidey where this happens. I think it's like some alternate universe in high school where it's like he had to go and help Iron Man for a mission. And I think thanks to that, he didn't get enough time to ask Gwen out to I think it was a prom dance, and I think she considers going with Flash. It was something like that. I remember that. And he like it's a super lighthearted story because he's like having fun with Iron Man. It's like, he loses Gwen, and then in like the end of the story, he's like sitting up on the building, like super sad, and Iron Man comes. He's like, I'm sorry about this. I've been through this too in high school. You want to go fight a giant monster? And they just go fight like Fin Fang Foom. It's great. I love that story. Like you can still have that. That's a super happy, lucky story, and it still has that. Yeah, it's Spidey, and it's like it still has that like he's Peter's still failing at something, or he still has to go through drama because of Spider-Man or whatever. That's really big.
Is it if I think I found an image. Is it this?
Oh, that's the story. That's like the trade paperback. I don't know if it's the Iron Man story, but it's the same concept. If you want like Homecoming, but like with the but with like more of the emotional weight of most Spider-Man stories, Spidey's a really good one. Like it has the tone of Homecoming, but it's like still faithful to the character of Spider-Man.
I mean, I think
it would be the perfect way to make that into a movie.
Oh crap! I'm on the wrong watch together. Yeah. So I had a reference. I had a reference.
A reference?
Yeah. So a reference.
Cool.
It doesn't feel like there's any like
Yeah, that's 'cause you
weight
did the
on
video.
his shoulders about anything, and like that's
Fuck's sake.
What?
kind of a big.
What the fuck is this? He doesn't have a weight on his shoulders. What?
Yeah.
He doesn't have the weight on his shoulders, being the only person that's able to stop the Vulture's super weapon plans. That shreds a boat in half. What are you talking about?
Why are you talking about?
What are you talking about, bro? Oh, what was the other scene he showed? He like showed a bunch of them. Hang on, let me just
What
be
happens?
thorough.
Like everything's fine. Delhi just gets fucking destroyed. Everything's fine. Nobody.
What do you mean? Okay, so nobody dies, so it's fine. It's fine that collateral damage happened because nobody died.
Guys, the guy's business is fucked.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
He
what?
he
We don't get shown that it's back up, right?
Yeah, no,
We don't get shown.
No, Peter revisits the area and he kind of looks at it with like an oh fuck kind of look. Yeah, this is bad. And I think this is
the main driving point why he wants to stop vultures,
Yeah.
because he knows the weapons are dangerous because of that.
Mhm.
So, like, what do you mean it's fine?
Mhm.
Like, what? Oh, it's fine because nobody died. Like, come on,
This
man.
is
You don't
really
need people to fucking die in a Spider-Man story.
so in regards
That's
to
actually something I'm sick of. I'll even say this about the Raimi films that I really don't like. It's just like people have to die in those films. Doc Ock dies, Venom dies. Everyone
Yeah.
has to fucking die just for the story to happen.
This is
It's like,
a
oh, you
massive.
don't need to do that.
Yeah, that's always been a bit of a pet peeve of mine where like they have a villain die because of like an accidental circumstance, and it happens like with every fucking villain. That's always
It
been
only works with the Green Goblin.
Yeah. With Doc Ock, it's on like okay, and with fucking Venom, it's like actually brain dead.
Oh my god, that scene is. Oh boy.
Peter, what
Yeah.
are you doing? No.
Eddie!
So we got that.
died. Nobody got hurt. It doesn't feel like.
Okay, so this one he is right on, but I need you to
didn't
take.
fucking know that during the time.
Yeah, you didn't know this. This was Far From Home. You're lucky that you were correct on this one. Fucking hell.
That's like an accident.
Yeah.
If there's any like weight.
My god.
No, definitely not. Definitely
I
not.
like we go, there's literally no weight in his shoulders when there's literally the fucking weight of two boats on his shoulders right now.
Exactly. Well, I think he's
ironic.
talking about essentially mental weight, but the fucking whole thing with like man.
I don't care, man. Two boats fucking sinking right now, full of people.
Yeah, and
it's-
also, what happens after this?
yeah, like Iron Man needed to come and save it, and he loses his suit. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's all fine. Nah, it's fine.
Mhm.
Nobody
on his
dies,
shoulder
so
or
it's
anything.
fine.
And like that's kind of a big part of the Peter Parker character.
It's
Like,
fine
you
that
gotta
it
put
blew up
some
the fucking.
16
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's pretty much his fault that his friends can really die
Oh,
because of what he
also,
did.
I would like to bring up how poorly cut out these fucking weights are. Look at that.
Oh my
Ew.
god.
What is
Yeah,
that?
why are you a terrible person?
Tryo, why are you such a bad editor?
Doesn't know Photoshop, it doesn't know fair use.
Why are you just so bad at everything? There's no weight on his shoulders. It's not as emotional as the stories I liked with Spider-Man. That's an argument.
Even though emotion
Like-
is entirely fucking subjective.
Like the thing is, it's like I literally just debated Borgie on the fucking thing that you're trying to say, and I did it better
Yeah.
because I actually know, I actually frame it properly, and I'll go, there's literally no consequence in a film where there's cause and effect. He's not an idiot. That's not how it works.
I love how this rant started up because of poor editing on the weight.
Well, yeah, it's just annoying. Troyo's stupid. Video's terrible.
billion-pound dumbbells on his shoulders and expect him to swing around. I think a big part of that is because this is
Ew.
the youngest Spider-Man we've had in film. They're treating
No,
him like a
age
kid
doesn't
and
matter.
like a kid's property. They don't want him to worry about money problems because that's something a kid shouldn't worry about, according to them. You know, they don't want him going out sneaking
What?
out at night from Aunt May and lying to his guardians because that's not something kids should do. They want
He
to.
literally does
fucking-
that.
He does that.
He
He
literally-
does that, though, you
Oh
idiot.
wait,
You gotta pay
that's what I
attention.
have the reference for. Give me a second. I'll have to go for the exact. I'll try and find the exact segment, but there's a second watch together. Give me a second. I'll see if I can find it exactly where he says it.
I will agree with the money problems thing. That's like a classic Spider-Man thing, and it's really strange that they just ignore it in Homecoming.
Mm-hmm.
I would like it to be brought up in another film, but it's like too late, so whatever.
Yeah.
Calling you all day. You don't answer your phone.
You can even have good comedic scenes where he's like working at McDonald's and has to leave to be Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And he gets fired from McDonald's because he's like a stupid teenager. That'd be funny.
Well, can you? I'm not sure about the US, but in the UK you can't work till you're 16.
Oh yeah, I think if you're 16, you can work.
Yeah, I'm saying. Well, Peter's 15, so he legally can't work yet.
Yeah, like when
He's
I was, because I'm
15?
15.
Yeah, he's 15.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's-
I think there's still some jobs you can take. They're super low tier, I think, but the thing about that is like there would have to be a reason, like low income, which is not in the film. So it's like obviously I know why he's not working. It's just you know, you could still have that. That would be fun.
Oh, I'll continue. Just
Have him work at McDonald's. That'd be funny.
I've called 5 police stations.
That'd actually be a smart way to do product placement. Like just have him work at McDonald's and he gets fired from it.
Okay.
That'd be
Just
funny.
relax. I'm fine.
Cut the bullshit. I know you.
Oh, you
left
guys still there?
detention.
yeah.
I know you left the hotel room in Washington.
All right. You want to continue the video because I think that's all I have to say.
Yeah.
I would kind of agree with the money problems, the escaping house thing. He literally does.
Yeah, he's just completely wrong about that.
You know, you're Spider-Man to be a bad role model for children and stuff. And like, it's weird because these are all such Peter Parker problems. Any other character, this wouldn't be a big deal for me. But because it's Peter, that's such a thing for him, you know? Like if this were Miles, it would feel fine. And like,
What?
So he's applying
Why?
a double standard.
That's not even like Miles's uncle is a fucking
So
criminal who gets himself killed.
So-
and you're telling me that Miles doesn't have to deal with consequences like Peter?
if I want to bring
What?
up one thing, so it's bad to fundamentally change Peter from the comics, but it's okay to fundamentally change Miles.
Apparently, because this guy doesn't know who Miles Morales is.
So not knowing about a cat, like, because, and that's my whole thing. That's why I just use the standard of I don't, you know, even though it might personally bother me, it doesn't make it that in itself an issue. You know,
Well, it's like if he's talking about the adaptation right now, it's like, why are you like fucking going, oh, it's okay to just ruin Miles? It's like, no, it's not. That's
Yeah,
stupid.
it's completely okay
I don't even
to
like Miles.
yeah.
I don't even like Miles, and I'm still fucking gonna say, nah, I don't think that's right. You don't just change him to be fucking neutered also.
Mhm.
Be like Into
I
the
think a lot of that
Spider-Verse
is
and make him a
because
good
they took
character.
a lot of the Miles Morales stuff from the Ultimate Comics and they're kind of putting
Oh man, yeah, I do hate that. I hate the Ned Leeds shit. It's so fucking weird.
I like Ned. I thought he was funny.
Why is he fucking Gank? He's literally Gank, but they call him Ned Leeds, which is like the Hobgoblin.
I know. Well, aren't there like different hobgoblins? Because I'm pretty sure Ned was only hobgoblin for like a very short amount of time.
Well, Ned is like a fake Hobgoblin, but it's like really important for his story. Ned Leeds is like mostly, I think he's like a reporter. He's married
Yeah,
to Betty Brant in the comics and all
I
that.
know
This
about
is like
that.
a very different character.
Well, remember
It's just strange.
he does date Betty in Far From Home.
Oh yeah, that was funny. I didn't mind
putting it
that
in there.
actually.
But just like at
That
that
was
point,
alright.
then just make him Miles. Why does it need to be Peter Parker if you're not going to?
Because fucking Miles Morales doesn't deal with fucking working with Tony Stark either. That's not how this works.
There's also the whole thing. He brings up, why not just have an older Spider-Man and have it be a bit more experienced? The issue is that creates a few issues, like, where the fuck was he during New York?
Oh, you can have him like saving civilians just off screen.
Oh yeah, well, I guess you could have that, but it's just strange that, like, okay, there's this guy swinging around and he was never mentioned in the media. I was like, that seems a bit weird.
I mean, he could have been mentioned in the Daily Bugle. We just never saw it. I don't think that many people need to pay attention to Spider-Man when the Avengers are there.
I just think it just creates a few world building issues.
Gonna do him right, you know? Then just do Miles Morales. You know, why not have
Okay.
Peter Parker was a 30-year-old or something, swinging in Queens?
Ew. Like, dude, just imagine Peter B. Parker in the MCU. That'd be horrible.
Oh no.
No, don't do that. Okay, so, yes. So he's talking about, Miles Morales. I want to go through. So the thing with Miles Morales is, there's a couple character traits I would say is very similar to him in Homecoming and Miles Morales, but like as a whole, it still wouldn't be a good version of Miles Morales if you just made him Miles Morales. There's a lot
Yeah.
of things that are still weird and wrong about it. It's just a kind of a fucking jumbled mess of Peter and Miles and a bunch of and just like some nonsense that they added for Homecoming. So it's like don't just say, oh, make him Miles. That's not how this works.
Mhm.
That's such a that's not only a double standard, it's just really just a stupid thing to ask.
Yeah.
Also,
Being
it's
in
like
Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, and then he got
okay, so then he's talking about older Spider-Man. I'll actually say this, it could work in the MCU. I'm not gonna say it doesn't. You just need to be a good writer.
Yeah.
killed.
Like I
Miles
said,
Morales
like
feels
you could
responsible.
do him in the Avengers fight. Just have him swinging around saving people, but you know, he just wasn't broadcast as much as the Avengers.
That's really all you need to do, because we've seen Peter Parker. We've not seen enough Miles in films. Yeah, so I don't think this Peter has really felt any weight on him.
We
I
haven't
guess
seen
now-
enough Miles in films. Yeah, that's because Miles Morales isn't the primary. He's
Yeah.
not the primary Spider-Man.
Miles is a new
Oh
cat.
shit,
We've had
guys,
okay,
we haven't seen Dick Grayson as Batman yet in a
guys.
movie.
We haven't got enough Miguel O'Hara in film.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you haven't got enough McGill O'Hara. Where's he?
Yeah.
No, genuinely, I want a 2099 movie.
I would
Animated.
love that. Actually, I would want to see that. I want to get into 2099. It seems really
Don't
cool.
make him comedic. Into the Spider-Verse, don't make him comedic. Don't fucking do it. Please don't make him comedic. I'll be so upset.
Didn't they? Well, isn't Into the Spider-Verse 2 having the fucking writer from Wonder Woman 84?
Yes, and he also
No.
wrote Doom 2005. So
Oh, why are you doing this, Sony? You started off so well. It will be a miracle if it ends up being good. I want it to be good so bad, but I just have a really bad feeling. Like, please, man.
The only two characters I really care about is like Miles and Peter B. Parker. Just make more movies about them, please. Don't do like anything else.
I mean, I like Gwen as well.
I want a Spider-Girl movie. Fuck me, that'd be great.
What version of Spider-Girl?
Mayday Parker,
Oh yeah, okay.
the real Spider-Girl, not the fake bullshit ones.
Also, that's a nice name, Mayday.
Mayday Parker, yeah.
Yeah.
It's based off Aunt May after she died. They named their
Yeah.
daughter after her.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. I just find the name Mayday funny.
Oh yeah, it's iconic.
What's the point?
She's
I should
actually
talk
a
about
reverse
Ben.
of Peter. She's actually the popular girl in school, which is
Oh.
really cool.
Uncle Ben defines Peter's life. His death
Yes.
is the catalyst for him to continue being Spider-Man and never quitting. I don't need to see him die again.
Okay, then you should be fine.
There's a difference between showing a flashback of his death and just acknowledging his existence. We need to see the impact of his death.
They did in Homecoming.
Yeah,
you
they did.
Fucking idiot. He literally mentions why like Aunt May can't know he's Spider-Man. I mean,
It's also explored a bit in
maybe they
Civil
can
War.
mention. Maybe they can. Maybe he can like
Mm-hmm.
say the name Uncle Ben because it's weird that he doesn't say the name. But it's like it's been like what 6 months after the origin, right?
Yeah,
6 months at
long,
least?
Yeah, I
longer.
thought
It's been I think 8 months.
8 months. Then
Yeah.
why would he have to mention him every fucking time?
Hmm.
He's like a teenager that lost his dad. I don't think he likes mentioning him that often. I don't
Yeah.
think he's comfortable with it.
Yeah, I think
He's
it makes
still
sense.
Spider-Man because he's Uncle Ben. Obviously, Civil War confirms this. Even though that makes it a little bit more upsetting to me that in Homecoming he ignores the lesson and has to learn it again.
Hmm.
Oh man, that upsets me so much. But no, it's like Uncle Ben still defines him. It's just, yeah, he's not mentioned, which is whatever.
Mhm.
I don't need him to
Only
be
thing we've
mentioned.
gotten is one throwaway line of Peter saying, May's been having a hard time lately. Motherfucker, you should be having a hard time. He just...
And who's to say he's not?
Who's to say he's not? He doesn't like talking about it.
Yeah.
That clearly means you don't need to be like the fucking Sam Raimi films where every movie is about Uncle Ben dying. Well, it's like these super sad, amazing Danny Elfman music. It's like, oh, Uncle Ben was the greatest out of all of us, Peter. I know, Aunt May. You don't need to do that all the fucking time. We know why he's like. Here's the thing: he's Spider-Man because Uncle Ben died. The fact he puts on that costume is him acknowledging Uncle Ben's existence. Like, unless you want to say it's like, well, is his origin different in the movie? Which is like, okay, I'm kind of curious about that, but it's still about Uncle Ben. He's still in it somehow.
Died like a year ago.
We want you to kill yourself with this.
He just died like a year ago. That's a decent chunk of time. Actually, I want to bring up something.
Well, it's not even a year ago. It's not even a year ago. You've said 8 months, and even then, he wouldn't be like fucking. You know, he wouldn't be dour.
Also, I want to ask something. How often is Uncle Ben mentioned? Uncle Ben's not mentioned all that much by name in Spectacular. Only like a handful of times, I think.
Oh, I thought you were going to ask about early comics, and I would have said only in very defining moments, like, let's say, If This Be My Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's another comparison. I was just going to go with a comparison I know of, but with Spectacular, I think he's only mentioned, like, in
defining moments.
Yeah, in, like, a handful of circumstances.
In like you know, when he needs to get himself back up after being really down, like against the black suit.
This is just making me think of the fucking image that SK made of him lifting up the fucking bike.
Ew, why did he do that again?
I don't know. It's just like, oh, Peter's really young and he can't lift a fucking bicycle off himself. I'm like, you have to be pathetic to do that.
What?
Yeah.
God, SK's such an idiot.
Sorry, SK.
Alright, let's continue this.
There's no photos, there's no reference, there's no name drop. That's all I fucking need is a conversation from Aunt May talking about Ben with a leitmotif of a song called Ben. And then you play that at certain moments. You can do these smart tricks, but instead they choose just to forget him. It feels...
You know what? The next Spider-Man film, just to piss off TroyoBoyo, should have Peter turn to the camera and say, Uncle Ben exists. And then just the movie moves on. Just to piss him off.
Yeah.
No, I want more than that, guys. No. I want more than that.
I want to do it.
Like, shut up. Bro.
I know what Muller said, where they were basically just like have Uncle Ben, but change his name to Uncle John.
Or whatever. Yeah, do something like that, because it's like
I
get it. I get it. Like, it's really weird that he's never named, like mentioned by name. But it's like they imply it really heavily that he's inspired by Uncle Ben.
I don't think it's needed at all. Like, you could reference him, but I don't think you need to say Uncle Ben died 8 months ago. I'm sad.
Also,
about
another
it.
thing is like, you could actually use this to make it more powerful. Like, he doesn't mention it until later.
Yeah.
Maybe Aunt May can bring up a conversation that he never mentions Uncle Ben anymore.
He could have actually, let's say, for example, in like the, because I know, isn't it gonna be
maybe the reason he looks up to Tony so much is because he's coping that he lost Uncle Ben, and he's like, you know, he's like, he wants to try and like forget about it because it hurts that much, and you can have a conversation about that because now Tony's gone.
A whole thing with because first of all, aren't there going to be 4 MCU Spider-Man movies? I'm pretty sure. Have it so in the 4th movie, like that, it's a big payoff where like he finally kind of reconciles with Ben. Like he's been in the.
I mean, this is sequels that we're talking about, but it's like,
oh yeah,
even in
this
movie,
is just an idea.
Know that he's Spider-Man because of Uncle Ben. I do. It's like, if you want to say, oh, him looking up to Tony is annoying, I kind of agree. It's like, that's really strange to me. And, you know, it's like, it feels kind of out of place that he would replace Uncle Ben like that in his mind. But it's like, you can have a story about that, and it could still be, he's defined by Uncle Ben then.
Yeah, and I think it's fine, because, for him to have, like, trying to find a new father figure to an extent, even though it's not like the comics.
You can, like, do that. I mean, he kind of did get a new father figure in the comics too. Captain Stacy. Yeah. You saw him as like a dad, which is super sad when he dies. You could do that. It could be like a cool twist. I know the Homecoming. I know the fucking Home series movies aren't smart enough to do these kind of things, but it's like, whatever. If you do it, that'd be great.
Feels
that's
like
all I
Ben
gotta
has
say.
never died, and like it feels like Peter never really learned the responsibility lesson.
Why is he
which
Spider-Man then,
the first
Nimrod?
thing he does. It's the whole point of the fucking character.
Europe doesn't really need a friendly neighborhood.
The whole point of the character isn't Uncle Ben just dies. That's not it.
Mm-hmm.
It's about responsibility and stuff. Uncle Ben is like the catalyst for that.
Mm-hmm.
If you make it like a movie, and it's like, okay, it's like someone else dies, and like, if like Aunt May dies and he learns the same lesson, I still think that's a faithful Spider-Man adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I don't think this is a good adaptation of Spider-Man. MCU Spider-Man is pretty insulting.
Mm-hmm.
But TroyoBoyo is here like giving out such shit arguments.
Mm-hmm.
I have to make it. I'm making it look better as an adaptation than it needs to be, just because Troyo's that bad at it.
Spider-Man.
That's good.
That's like having Batman kill. That's like having Superman be front. This is the same level as the DCEU in terms of.
Wow, that's a fucking hot take.
I wouldn't say it's on the same level as Superman
Spider-Man
being evil.
Okay, Spider-Man being a little bit cringe isn't as bad as fucking mass murder by the most hopeful man in the fucking DC universe, and the guy who's defined from saving lives and making a positive outcome of his tragedy, just murdering people.
Yeah, because in Man of Steel, 5,000 people died in Metropolis.
BVS Batman is a far worse version of Batman than Homecoming Spider-Man is of Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because Batman's a horrible person.
Mm-hmm.
At least Spider-Man's still a good person in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he is kind of a cringe baby.
Cringe baby.
Let's continue.
Of just not getting what the characters are. It feels like Peter wants to be a hero because it's fun and it's cool and he gets to swing around and make jokes and quip.
Yeah, in the comics, he did become. Like a portion of it is that he's having fun being Spider-Man. He didn't even consider being a superhero because Uncle Ben died, but later on, he stops fighting crime because it's like he feels like it's his responsibility and he slowly realizes this.
Mm-hmm.
But he's enjoying it too. He likes the aspect of saving people.
Oh, also,
because it's a good thing to do.
Can I bring up
He's
one
a
thing?
good
He
person.
says he's framing it as that's the only seems to be the only reason he's Spider-Man because it's fun. Can we go back to the reference watch together?
You have two watch-togethers?
Yes.
Did you you put that one on the bottom, so I just click that one also. Okay.
Yeah. So
Are you showing it on?
Yeah,
showing
remember.
on
So
Watch
Peter is only Spider-Man because it's fun. Just remember that. Keep that in your head when you're watching this.
I would have used the Civil War clip, but okay.
Oh yeah, I mean that also works.
Well, I think it works better because he literally explains why he's Spider-Man, and it's not because it's fun.
Hey. What did he say to you?
I gotta stop the vulture.
I'm sorry. You don't deserve this.
That's all that's really needed to be shown.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, that really shows like, oh yeah, I'm just doing this for fun. Like, no dude,
Yeah,
like
I'm doing this for fun.
Troy, you're a fucking idiot.
If he was like arguing, if he like tries to argue maybe a good portion of Homecoming, he's trying to do it for fun. I can kind of see that because it's like, oh, I want to be a big Avenger and all that kind of shit. But it's like he like learns not to, which is whatever. I mean, like no, it's even fine because it's like in the comics he does do it for fun also. Like yeah, obviously he does it because he's a responsible good thing to do. But it's like he's also having fun doing it. He enjoys it. Why do you think he's joking? It's like you can go, oh well, he's coping for the stress of bad guys, which is true. But it's also it's fun. He's having fun doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think one time I remember this when he was an adult. He was going through a really depressing time, and then he's like, I'm gonna burn my Spider-Man costume. I'm so sick of this. But then he realized, you know what? Nah, it's pretty fun being Spider-Man. He literally said that one time. He's like, you know what? Nah, it's fun. It's pretty cool. It's pretty rad being Spider-Man.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like even in his worst time, he was like, nah, it's fun being Spider-Man. I'm obviously not gonna quit. It's a good thing to do. Like there's more to it. Obviously, he does it because of responsibility, but it's still fun. He still does it because it's fun too.
Someone's fucking calling us from the other VC.
I just dismiss it. Probably just Mike. Oh no, it's Taco.
Okay.
I thought it was Mike going, I'm bored and I want to talk to people. It's like, okay, thank you. Alright, let's continue. That's all I gotta say.
Alright.
don't think it's inherently wrong to have
But
fun
with my
being a
cool new
superhero.
suit, it's not because he has the obligation, because he has responsibilities. It felt that way in that Civil War scene, which is why I love that
Yes.
Civil War scene, because it's the first glimpse of motivation.
I think
from
it's
him.
alright,
We
yeah.
haven't had that since. We haven't had a similar scene since. I don't need.
What do you think he does when he's going after the Vulture at the end of the movie?
Yeah, I already showed the scene, so...
Yeah, he's like learning that lesson again for some reason, but whatever. He's still fine. It's still him. It's still about that. He's so bad at this. Why is he so bad at this? Oh, and then he's gonna
Keep
use
that in-
Infinity War. Okay.
Infinity War because he's a side character, but in Homecoming, he's the point. His motivations are the point. It seems like they're pushing
What?
Ben aside to focus on Iron Man, to make the Spider-Man more like Iron Man Jr. The Tony
Oh.
Peter
That
Yeah, sure.
argument.
Mm.
Want to go through that? Him being Iron Boy Jr.
Nah, like... In terms of character...
I remember I talked to SK about. Oh my.
Hold the
Fucking...
fuck up. Alright, hold on. Let's talk. I'll just tell Taco to join this. Give me a sec.
Oh no.
You're gonna see the chat.
Okay. What was I talking about? Iron Boy Jr. I remember talking to SK about this, and he was like, you know, Spider-Man's not a sidekick in the MCU, but then it's like, he is, like, by definition. If you compare him to Robin, he has the same aspects, especially like Nightwing, like Robin to
Yeah.
Nightwing.
I can see that, yes. I would
He
say.
is, or at least was, a sidekick in Homecoming. I mean, and I think that's really, really dumb, because Stan Lee literally invented this character to be a teenage superhero that isn't a sidekick. That's the purpose. It's one of his biggest motives for making Spider-Man. And in this movie, he's a literal sidekick. He's literally the thing Stan Lee doesn't want.
I wouldn't even say he's a psychic. He's like, he gets saved by another superhero twice, but like, if we're gonna be like...
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. No, getting saved by another superhero doesn't make you a sidekick. I think it's the fact that it's like, he still learns lessons from Tony Stark and all that, and he still kind of like fights. He still like is inspired by Tony Stark. He learns to become a better hero from Tony Stark, and all this. I talked to SK about this, and I got him to concede about it, but. We also agreed on this. Just because being a sidekick isn't bad. It's not bad that he's a sidekick inherently in the film, but adaptation-wise, there's no way anyone can go around that his reliance on an adult superhero or even looking up to one is against the point of what Stan Lee made him for, which is to be a very independent teenage superhero. Because he wanted that, because usually teenagers work with adult heroes, but he wanted just a teenager on his own and see how that goes, and how would the drama go with that? How much struggles would he have to deal with? Because he's like a young superhero and like there's no like mentor to guide him anywhere. He has to figure it out. Like that was like that's the point of his concept, and I think that's probably the worst part about Homecoming. It's like adaptation wise at least, it's just the fact that it's literally against what Stan Lee made him for.
Give me a second. I'm adding Taco.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm gonna mute this for... Hello, Taco.
Hi, Taco.
Yeah, you don't want to be in that watch
Hello.
together, you want to be in a different one. Hold up. Yeah, because that
Did you want to join?
Yeah, he basically was calling. I was like, hey, do you want to join the thing? I was like, yeah, maybe. Taco, you muted? Taco?
I guess he's muted. I think I might actually concede with TroyoBoy on the the Iron Man Jr. thing. Matters what he says, but I agree with the premise that him being Iron Boy Jr. isn't faithful at all.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna deny
Kind of
it's
offensive.
not accurate.
I would just go by it's kind of disrespectful to Stan Lee's creation. It's going too far.
Yeah, but
That's
my
what I
whole
think.
thing is I don't even agree with the fact that he is Iron Man Jr. sort of thing.
Matters what you mean by that. I don't think he's like literally the next Iron Man. I don't think that's the case until Far From Home, obviously.
Well, even
I don't think it's like
even Far From Home, I think they try and make a point to kind of distinct them to an extent.
it's just weird in Far From Home. Far From Home is like a bad movie, so it's like hard to. But if Homecoming, obviously he's not gonna be the next Iron Man. I think that by the Iron Man Jr. Sentiment, it's like he's like kind of an underling of Iron Man, which is like it's like you can go, well, he works independently a couple times. Like when he's fighting the Vulture, he's going against Iron Man's orders. But it's like I could say that about Robin.
Well, you
Robin's
say
still
that.
underling of Batman.
He's majority independent. Like, how many times have you?
Yeah,
has he fought
Robin
Iron
is
Man?
majority independent.
Is he? Like, well, here's the thing. Like, to my
Tim
knowledge,
Drake,
he's.
yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. I mean, my whole thing is like, he's only fought one battle alongside Tony.
Two, but yeah.
Two.
Yeah.
Well, Civil War, and they're still in the same battle. And he's like listening to Tony Stark's like orders to like help out in the fight, and that's like working in tandem. But no, that's not even the point. You're not a sidekick because you're working with someone. I think it's the fact that he's like looking up and from Iron Man is like kind of a mentor-mentee kind of relationship, which is why people like the relationship, right? That's why people like it. That's why it was super sad when he was getting dusted in Infinity War.
Yeah. I think it's
that's the dynamic. So it's clear that he's a sidekick. Because it's like, yeah, that instantly can just make me go, yeah, that's obviously a sidekick. And if you want to go majority independent, Tim Drake had his own comic series in the 80s where he's like always independent from Batman. Batman and him don't even fight alongside a lot of the times. They just keep in contact. Similar to Tony Stark kind of in this movie. Not as much contact, but
I guess it depends on what defines a sidekick. Like, because I mean, for example, what's like an example of like someone having a sort of mentor mentee, but not like a sidekick sort of thing, or do you just define it that way?
Yeah, you can't. That's literally a sidekick if it's a mentor mentee relationship. The mentee is the sidekick. I can't think of one example.
I say that. Deku and All Might.
I don't know who those are.
Oh, My Hero Academia. In fact,
yeah, I can't speak then. I don't know what that is.
So basically, All Might's whole thing is that he's training, he's trying to train Deku to become a new hero.
Oh, is that like a school kind of context?
Yes.
I think that's very contextual. Yeah,
no. This is actually like. Well, here's the thing. Here, there is a school context, but he also trains him outside of school. He's also a personal mentor.
Oh, then I'd say like he's kind of a. I mean, do they go together? Well, there's also the context that they would have to go together and actually stop crime and all that.
They never stop crime together. They always...
Yeah, then that's not a sidekick. Because like Iron Man and Spider-Man, they would still work together to stop crime and all that.
Well, like they're willing to do so. It's just that there's never a scenario in which they can. Although I say that there is a part where Deku does save All Might in a battle.
That's the thing. It's like, yeah, if it's like teaching, like just a teacher, that's different. I like with Iron Man and Spider-Man, it's still the fact that they're a mentor-mentee relationship, and they do work together, and he works on he kind of works with Iron Man in tandem to do things. They work in tandem, my guy.
I mean, that's the second time
I think other than Civil,
the best argument you can say is they rarely do it.
I mean,
but then I would say yes, but that's still the thing. That's still their relationship.
I'm pretty
sure they
kind
of did it twice. Like they worked together twice.
Are both in Civil War?
Well, Civil War and Infinity War.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Oh yeah, I forgot about
Infinity War. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah, and here's another thing. They even in Homecoming, they still communicate about stopping the bad guy. Like they're still having a conversation about it. That's a very Batman and Robin kind of dynamic. Like even if they're just strategizing together how to stop criminals, or like talking about if I should be allowed to go and stop the guy. Should I, it's like, are you telling me to leave him alone? I don't agree with that. That's a sidekick kind of a conflict usually.
Taco, do you care to comment?
It's like,
because I know you're just here, but you haven't said a word yet.
It's like, yeah, that's basically that's how I define a sidekick. I would just go mentor-mentee relationship, and they work together to save the day, and one of them is like clearly one of them is clearly above the other in command, leadership, and or in control. Like Iron Man's clearly in control, not Spider-Man when they're working together. It's Iron Man going, hey, go distract them. Hey, go here. And yeah, you can go, well, Spider-Man disobeys orders. It's like, yeah, Robin disobeys orders. That's how Jason Todd died. That's not how it works.
Yeah, my whole thing is just
is
frequency.
way too fucking important. This should not be this big of a deal. You can still do it. It's fine.
I mean, in regards to
Yeah.
this shouldn't be again. That's
Do
an
what?
entire adaptation. That's just an adaptation argument. Like,
You could still do it. It's fine. It's like, okay, thank you, TroyoBoyo.
But they do it in a way that's just disrespectful to both characters. Like, Tony is
What?
a bad
Oh, yeah,
fucking
no.
person. He lied to,
Whoa.
manipulated, and endangered a 15-year-old into going...
endangered, motherfucker. This was like the safest mission. This is like one of the safest missions you can take him on.
What is your disagreement?
I would say obviously no one's gonna try and kill each other there, but I would say it's still kind of irresponsible to bring this kid into a conflict he doesn't understand, and like in fights you could always get really hurt.
Oh yeah, well, my whole thing is it's a very low risk fight for him, and his whole thing is that he's just a really effective person to bring in. Like, he's very efficient.
I mean, you could still get hurt. Like, you could still get someone really hurt. That
yeah,
even happened.
well,
Remember, Rhodey gets crippled.
Oh yeah,
That's a
well, here's the thing:
possibility.
the second that Peter like gets close to being hurt, Tony's just like, yeah, you're out the fight.
Yeah, but it's still irresponsible that he brought him there. I don't think that's out of character though. Iron Man would do that. Iron Man is not perfect. He always makes these kind of mistakes.
This really complicated fight between Avengers in Germany, and he didn't give him all the facts. He didn't tell him everything. He just said, "Hey, go web this guy up." He's
Yes,
wrong.
Iron Man
That's
has
the
always
most
been shown to be a manipulative person. It's a character flaw. He does it because he thinks it's for a good reason, and it's like for a good purpose and all that.
There isn't a reason. It happens.
Thank you, Taco.
Exactly.
Like that's Iron Man's character. That's fine. If you want to say why Iron Man is like a piece of shit in the film, I would say, well, the fact that he just ignores basically his tech being used to kill people, or at least his responsibility. Well, just the fact he's letting people possibly die by ignoring it and not even trying.
I mean,
besides, oh, I sent the FBI, which is really lazy.
I don't know about that. Like, again, my whole thing is like, I guess it's just kind of equivalence. Like, what is the Avengers? Like, what is on the Avengers pay grade? Like, typically,
I don't think that should be a topic for heroes like this. I think it's like, if people are in danger, you should still try your best to save them. You shouldn't just go, well, it's not end of the world, so whatever. You shouldn't go, I'm just gonna send the FBI. I'm gonna risk other people's lives when I can stop it easily myself. But he's not. But obviously, he's not gonna use that. He's gonna go, well, Iron Man manipulated him, even though character flaws is the point of Marvel characters ever since the '60s. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Ever seen. He's never been called out for it. Tony has never faced any repercussions for that.
Peter's
even
not
from,
old
like,
enough
Aunt
to know
May.
what's
That is
happening
a
there.
problem.
People told
that
him
is
he was
a
crazy
bad...
for recruiting Peter. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? The scene is showing. He tells him people
He's
told
been
him
criticized
crazy.
for it.
yeah.
What is he talking about?
Plus, if anyone would criticize Tony for this, it wouldn't be Peter. It would be like other Avengers.
Oh no. He says, why doesn't he get shit from Aunt May? Motherfucker, Aunt May doesn't know at this point.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, how
I would
you?
say it's a little bit. I think it's way too shitty that he was going to like he was blackmailing him with Aunt May to bring him on. That's a bit too shitty.
Yeah, well, that's an issue with Civil War.
Yeah, it's just shitty that he did that. I don't like that.
Start
But manipulating him to fight
in
in the thing is fine. I think that's really in character for Tony. Tony's very pragmatic and very smart, and he does it for the right reasons, but he doesn't do it the right way all the time. It's what makes him a human character and makes him a really good character in general. It's why he's such an iconic Marvel character, because he's extremely flawed. He makes tons of really bad mistakes and like does a lot of like kind of shitty things, but he's doing it because he has a good heart. He's like a good person still. It's so much fun. That's why it's fun to read Iron Man comics, because it's like that kind of dynamic's really fun to get into. He's like an alcoholic and all that, and he's kind of like, he can be shitty to people, but it's like he wants to save the day. He feels bad when like people die. He's like compassionate.
I just need a comment. Where the fuck is Batnik? It's been over an hour.
Well, I'd like a
Catwoman.
I'd like a sense he would never join because of the fact that he's like said I'm busy. Batnik I don't know if he just either forgets or he's just kind of incompetent with timing. I think it's a bit of both.
Why didn't Batnik appear on the stream? Plot hole.
Well, no, well, it's in character why Batnick's an idiot.
This version of the character, the foundation of it is on lies. But really, my problem, like, it's
The
not even
foundation
the suit.
of the character? What?
I think
The relationship is not on lies. That's not how that works.
And also the whole thing.
Is it? No, it's
no.
not. I'm like waiting for you to defend it more than me, because I'm
So,
like, it's just clearly
first
not,
of all,
but I don't know how to
so
explain
from
it.
Tony's perspective, what Tony told Peter is that Cap is wrong. He thinks he's right. That makes him dangerous. That's the line. But that where's the lie in that?
It's kind of manipulative. I would just say that it's not just based off lies, their relationship, because it's like he's very honest to Peter through the whole film of Homecoming. He's not honest in Civil War because of the circumstances. I guess but I don't think the foundation is lies, because it's like, you know, he's like once the relationship starts, it's more so in Homecoming, and he's very honest to him through all of it. Actually, I think that's really a neat detail. He was very deceptive in Civil War, but he becomes more honest to Peter in Homecoming, kind of like making up for it. But nah, let's forget nuance. It's based off lies.
It's not even like Karen. It's that Peter is like reliant on Tony Stark to be something. Like, instead of being his hero, he goes through the same arc as Tony.
Oh wait,
Reliant on Tony Stark. He's not reliant on Tony Stark, but it's like he wants to be in a sense.
Well,
he doesn't. It's like the film makes it very clear that he's not reliant. He doesn't need to be reliant on Tony Stark. He can be self-capable. It's just that he doesn't think so. That's like the conflict.
Well, no, I think it's the opposite. I think it's Tony doesn't believe he's. I think it's he believes he is self-reliant, and Tony doesn't think he is. And Peter's whole thing is.
I think it's like he's reliant in the sense he wants to prove himself to Tony instead of like just doing it because he's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by reliant on Tony Stark. He's reliant on feeling important by like impressing Tony Stark.
Yeah. His motivation is around having like validation, external validation, rather than doing it for the original reason he did.
Yeah, the boat scene is the only time he's really reliant on Tony Stark. That and when he was drowning from his own parachute, which I think was, I don't know, whatever.
Really
it is kind of weird. It's kind of just like, I guess what he's trying to say is like, you know, Tony Stark keeps coming down, swooping in to save the day, which is like, yeah, sure. I don't know if that makes him I don't know. It's like,
no, I don't think that makes So here's the thing.
Fucking Christ, man. It's like fucking Batman's reliant on Superman because Superman helped him one time.
Oh my God! Who the fuck is trying to? Oh, Kai.
That's not why. Like once again, he's like, oh, Iron Boy Jr. It's like, okay, I understand. I can understand why that's a valid criticism. Oh wait, he's not making any of the points. That makes sense. Okay, great. Thanks, Troyo.
Hold on, I'm gonna add. I'll just remove Taco because he just didn't really have an interest, and I'll just add XI because he just texted me.
Well, that's an interesting twist. We might have like, Borgy Boy, you might have like backup to like argue with me with fucking Homecoming. Which is fine. It's cool. We're cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
What were we talking about? Oh, Iron Boy Jr. Yeah, his points are dumb. It's like, it's not reliant to be saved by a superhero. That's just what happens sometimes. It's just, whatever. Just what do you mean by reliant, Troyo? Do you mean reliant in the sense he's reliant on impressing Tony Stark because he wants to be an Avenger? Because he grows out of that. And you're talking about MCU in general, so no. And if you're talking about reliant that he needs Tony Stark to help him with everything, the only thing I can think of what you're saying is the suit. Like he's reliant on the suit, but he oh my God, man, fuck me. In fucking Civil War, he was capable without the suit. They literally show this. The suit's an upgrade. Genuinely, I wouldn't be personally if I were Spider-Man. I would never wear that suit ever. I would never trust Tony with a suit ever. Fuck that, dude. That reminds me of one of my favorite parts of Spider-Man life story. I don't know. It's not a big spoiler. Yeah, I guess I'll say it's not a big spoiler. Because in that story, I remember Iron Man gave everyone in the Avengers upgraded suits during Civil War in this alternate universe. So Spider-Man just figured out a way to hack into Iron Man's, a network and just deactivated all their suits and using a failsafe to basically knock out all of his teammates because he's that insecure. He's like that fucking, untrusting of people. It's super funny. Spider-Man just comes in there, boop, all of his team is dead. Or like knocked down, I mean. They're all done. They're all defeated. It's so funny.
I'm re-adding.
Because Tony's such a...
Taco wants to be re-added. Just to the chat.
Oh, okay. Because Tony is such a, like, unreliant person. But whatever, like, yeah. If you want to say, like, oh, he's reliant on the suit, then I'll go, he wasn't, though. He only is in this movie. And it's like use the upgrades that you're given, obviously.
Yeah, there's an obvious reason the upgrades are fucking useful.
In the Civil War tie-in comic, Spider-Man used the Iron Spider suit to his fullest extent, obviously.
Hello, Kai.
Gave him a big advantage.
Kai? Hello? I think he's just getting set up.
He's muted right now, I can see.
Yeah, I think he's just getting set up right now.
Hello?
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 Hello, I can't stay for too long.
That's okay.
I have just finished work.
No.
We on stream right now?
Yeah.
Hello.
How long can you stay?
War machine.
Say what?
How long can you stay?
Not for long. How long have you got left of the stream?
Oh, ages. We have a video and a half.
1.5 videos. Okay. I'll be home in like 20-30 minutes if you guys are still. You think we'll still be on stream then?
Yeah, we'll still be going.
You'll still be done.
No, yeah, we'll still be going. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'll
But in about half an hour.
Yeah,
you should be here just in time for the second video, the Tony Stark problem.
Anything I should know?
TroyoBoyo is a retard.
Okay, fuck you, TroyoBoyo.
Yeah. TroyoBoyo blocks people who says his channel's about Spider-Man content.
Even though his channel is literally about Spider-Man content.
Even though we're responding to do videos where he's talking about Spider-Man constantly. I really like Spider-Man. Stop pushing it.
Oh yeah, Comic Legend. Meet Exoskeleton. Yeah. He's the guy who's also been helping me out with my Star Wars story.
How's it going, Exoskeleton?
How's it going? Did you say Batnick?
That's Comic. Yeah, that's Comic Legend.
Okay, I was paying attention. I swear.
Yeah. Comic Legend. Yeah, just call him Kai. That's his real name, and that's what I call him.
Yeah, Kai's much easier.
Yeah, I have like
very anime-esque name
online. So.
Yeah.
Anything interesting happen?
We were basically just talking about like Spider-Man adaptations, that sort of thing.
Oh right.
Yeah, my conversation with Borgie is more interesting than the video we're watching.
Something to do with Borgie is more entertaining than something else.
Yeah.
The fuck? Anyway, I'm gonna get ready. I've had a long day at work, so I'll see you guys in like 20-30 minutes.
See you in about 20-30 minutes.
See ya.
See you later.
Alright,
let's continue the video.
You have to learn without the suit, but that's not the arc that Peter.
He also just said he had the same arc as Tony in Iron Man 3. And also the Watch Together isn't up, so here we go.
Yeah, I mean, being independent, like the thing is, it's like you're nothing without the suit. It's like yeah, I said he's not reliant on it they prove that in Homecoming, and it's shown in Civil War. I think the arc for him to learn to not be reliant without the suit is just kind of dumb because he wasn't reliant on it in Civil War before he came.
Well, I don't even think he was reliant on it too much in like Homecoming. I think it was just a case of reasoning. I think that's a smaller part of his arc.
Like, well, you're nothing without the suit, then you don't deserve it, kind of thing. It's like, I I don't see that as a Spider-Man story. I don't.
Well, I think it's
kind
like.
of agree.
Have
It's-
that's the arc.
yeah,
of,
I just agree.
Just
It's like-
one episode of Ultimate Spider-Man with the Iron Spider or something. That's it. It frustrates me because Captain America and Iron Man should both influence Peter. They should both be like his pillars of a hero. Instead, it's just Tony.
Oh, that'd be worse.
Yeah, no. I mean, my whole thing is why.
You know what I want? I want to just be Captain America.
Gaming.
You know why? Because that's how.
Gaming.
That's way better.
Question.
What?
Yeah.
Would you consider Batman Year One and The Dark Knight Returns parts 1 and 2 to be a superhero movie trilogy?
Yeah.
Okay, there is one good comic book movie trilogy then.
Fucking Batnick's reasoning that is like, well, it's kind of disjointed because it's like a multiple year gap. It's like, are you not allowed to have that in a trilogy now?
I understand that argument. That's That's a good argument.
Motherfucker, have you watched Toy Story?
Yeah.
Well, I will. Well, those are more connected still. It's like, at the very least, though, it's it's a trilogy in the sense that there are 3 movies that
think
take
the
place in
themes
the
of
same universe and follow the
the
same
themes
character.
of Batman Year One and The Dark Knight Returns, they're basically the same theme. It's about what Batman is all about. That's what those movies are always trying to talk about. So I think it thematically fits perfectly.
Yeah, but I can understand why people wouldn't consider it a trilogy.
I know I watched Batman Year One like years ago, but I would want to rewatch it.
Leave it to Batman to have the best trilogy, though.
Of course, Batman has the best trilogy.
Batman
has so many good movies.
And I know this isn't a movie, but the Arkham trilogy, ignoring Origins.
Yeah, that was a great trilogy.
Even then, Origins
I will
wasn't
play
bad.
the pre-Arkham.
Yeah,
games.
well,
I like
not
Origins.
including
play
Origins.
Origins.
I'm talking about the overarching story of Arkham Asylum,
You mean
Arkham City, and
just the
Arkham
main
Knight.
trilogy, I get you.
Yeah.
But guys, if they know Bruce is Batman, shouldn't they know that every other superhero's identity in that universe?
Okay, and
Fucking enemy.
Yeah, that's fucking. I don't think.
Sorry, what were we
Very
talking about?
cool.
Something about Spider-Man?
I don't know.
Yeah, we were talking about influences. I do know in the comics, it's like I think he admitted one time that he does look up to Tony, but I think it's like he looks up to Tony as a hero. He doesn't respect him as a person though, because he thinks that Tony is kind of an egocentric asshole. But he respects him as a
he would
hero.
be
His heroics are
correct.
good, which is really interesting. So it's like a cool dynamic there. But let's just let they ignore that in the
It's like, I
movieverse.
respect you in some ways, but otherwise you're a cunt.
Yeah, but and like with Captain America, it's always been that he adores Captain America because that's Uncle Ben's favorite superhero. So Captain America's kind of like an Uncle Ben to him, in a sense, in the superhero community.
Well, I think Spider-Man would realistically be fucking Uncle Ben's favorite hero, even though he's dead. I don't care. If he was alive, it would be
That's the
Spider-Man.
thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's like Uncle Ben is his personal hero, and he sees that in Captain America because Captain America. The story of Captain America did inspire Uncle Ben a little bit to be a good person too. So there's a lot of respect there. There's a lot of appreciation and stuff. But the thing is, Spider-Man isn't even beholden to Captain America. If Captain America does something Spider-Man disagrees with, he'll like stand up against him constantly. I think one time he started a fight with Captain America because Captain America kept. I remember Spider-Man started a fight with Captain America because Captain America kept trying to like push him aside and go, "Nah, you're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do that. Oh, you're not allowed to fight Electro." And he gets so pissed. He's like, "You know what? I'm just gonna fight you. Get the fuck away from me. You're not telling me what to do."
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, like he stands up for them too, and it's not like he's not like super beholden or anything. He just looks up to them. He's like he's a little bit inspired by them. Not as much as Uncle Ben, but still. It shouldn't be that like he wants to be their sidekick or like wants to be super close or whatever.
Captain America. I'm coming.
Coom. Now let's continue.
Tony's not a good person. It seems like they wanted to make an Iron.
First of all, he just
Tony's
says,
not a good person. Why do you keep saying that, man? He literally saves fucking half the universe in the end of the movie.
But he's a billionaire.
Fuck off, TroyoBoyo. Have you ever heard of Batman?
Make Robin.
Billionaires can't
I
be
love
good
Robin.
people.
Dick Grayson's my favorite DC character, but like Peter's not Robin. Peter's Nightwing. But you can treat Peter like Nightwing.
Peter's Nightwing.
What? No. I mean, personality-wise, they're kind of similar.
I wouldn't even. I mean, what's Nightwing's whole thing compared to Peter? Just
Well, Nightwing is like, you know, he used to be Batman's sidekick, and he kind of moved out of his shadow and became his own hero. And he's a very lighthearted kind of like hero. He's very happy-go-lucky. I don't know. I don't think he has any problems with his identity. I could be wrong about that, like his dual identity
He
stuff.
also gets beat up by Harley Quinn in Arkham Knight.
Oh yeah, there's that.
that was the most.
But
But
yeah, like I think I'm not super well versed in Nightwing, but it's like Nightwing still kind of goes through a lot of dark stuff similar to Batman, but he's like being his own hero.
he's also incompetent.
I think the whole point of Nightwing is like it's just more of him trying to like, you know, kind of try. It's like his stories are usually about like trying to stand on his own for Batman and all that, and like, you know, being a hero in his own right, try to build himself up. It's like he's trying to be a self-made hero after being a sidekick, which is what makes him interesting. That's not what Peter's about. Peter's like about just, you know, doing the right thing because of the circumstances that taught him a valuable lesson. It's like their motives are pretty different. It's just their personalities are the only thing I would say is similar. Like they're both very they both have a lot of sense of humor and all that. But I think Nightwing's actually has some things that are very different. Nightwing is really is much better at telling people's emotions and knowing what people are going through and being more empathetic. Because Peter's not really he's good at he can be inspiring sometimes, but he does have a problem like you know, talking through people's problems and all that.
He is socially awkward, like to an extent.
It's like he's not gonna like with like his relationship with like Wolverine, for example, is like he understands Wolverine, but it's like he's not like gonna know how to like help him go through things when Nightwing would be able to, kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's how I would describe it. Hang on a second, I'll be right back.
Yeah, do you guys want to continue with the video for a sec, or do you want?
I don't know. I thought you were just gonna wait on him.
Oh, it's up to you guys.
We can just go on a bit, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't treat him like that. If that
I want to comment on something real quick.
Peter's Nightwing. You can treat Peter like Nightwing, but you can't treat.
Look at the cross. Look at the cross out.
All right, I'm back.
Look at the.
That's so terrible.
Why is it an X? That reminds me of on Path where they tried to do like the anger thing and they just put a fucking hashtag.
Wait, what about what's up with the X?
TroyoBoyo was evil.
Oh, look at Robin's face. Look what they try to use to cross out his face.
Let me because I'm not actually in the watch party.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't see a link. Oh, here it is.
Oh, yeah, just call up of it.
I kind of figured you guys were in one. I just didn't.
Yeah. Are you in?
Just about.
What was I thinking about? Oh yeah, so yeah, I was talking about differences between Nightwing and Peter, but like I think he's kind of defined it.
Martha, for fuck's sake.
Save Martha.
No.
Where you reading that from?
Yeah, Tucker, what's your opinion on how they crossed out Robin's face here?
Eh.
It's just fucking weird.
Odd.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you would just use an X.
Also, check the cropping on Nightwing's leg. The left leg.
Oh yeah, look at the
Spider-Man's not Robin. He's like Nightwing.
But
that's how I describe it.
I wouldn't even say that. Like,
maybe just imagine being so bad at describing a character and their characterization, characteristics, and motives and/or themes.
Hey, but,
by just saying it's like this other character.
Who do you think has a better understanding of Spider-Man, TroyoBoyo or John Watts?
John Watts has a worse understanding of Spider-Man because he made Homecoming and Far From Home.
Yeah, which are both crappy.
Plus, he said that the female Spider-Man. He said that the female Spider-Man characters are only defined by their hair color.
Yeah, no,
which is embarrassing. That's pathetic.
Also, Tucker,
what a loser for saying that.
I'm like Robin.
Name one good MCU film, you're wrong.
And then just like in general, this universe doesn't feel Spider-Man-y. Spider-Man.
Okay, what does it mean to
what?
Like a faggot.
You know, the Spider-Man universe is just basically like it's like a very it's just classic Marvel universe kind of feel. Spider-Man has like a lot of times where he interacts with the larger Marvel universe.
Yeah, what does
How
it
did
mean?
it make you
Marvel's more
feel?
like this. Marvel's always more like connected, where it's like, oh, you'll have like one of the most classic Spider-Man stories is fighting the Juggernaut, an X-Men villain.
What
Nothing can
does,
stop the Juggernaut. Fantastic story. I love it.
yeah, what does it mean to be fucking Spider-Man-y?
Spider-Man.
How did it make you feel?
Exactly.
Spider-Man's universe is big enough for his own cinematic universe. This version in the MCU, it doesn't feel like Octavius or Osborn can exist in this universe. Prove.
Why not?
Oh,
Like,
fucking
honestly, why not?
My Hero Academia reference, for fuck's sake. No.
But like, what? Okay, so how can Octavius not exist in this universe? You seriously can't think of a way to bring Octavius in here?
Yeah, you could easily bring Doc Ock.
Just have him build the sun.
I don't understand anything.
Don't even have
it.
it. Wait. Don't even have him build the sun. You don't even have it. He didn't build the sun in PS4.
He needs to. He needs to build the sun in Stark Industries, then Tony Stark shuts him down, and then he becomes a bad guy. Tony killed Rosie!
Yes! Why did Tony kill Oliver's
Tony
wife?
Stark built a sun generator in a cave.
With a bunch of scraps.
With a bunch of scraps.
They just retcon it. Oh, Obadiah Stane was actually Otto Octavius the whole time.
Yes.
Well, Tony Stark is now dead in the MCU. What if Norman just takes over Stark Industries and stuff and makes it Oscorp? That can happen.
Ooh.
No, then Otto
Wasn't it
Octavius. Otto Octavius was always on the board for Stark, and he freaking doesn't let Norman take it over. So Norman's like, "Oh, you can't do this to me."
But isn't like Oscorp being like was teased in the Far From Home, right? With the building.
It would be harder to bring Osborn in to establish Oscorp and or Osborn Industries, because it's like, okay, how was this never mentioned in the universe before? If it's this big of a corporation.
It's gonna be a problem if they do it in the like. It could be
Yeah,
a very big problem.
I don't think they're gonna introduce Oscorp.
You can make it a smaller company.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that.
You want to? I mean, like this isn't faithful to any comics anyway, so whatever. Let's go for it.
Well, you said that. Hammertech is post Iron Man 2. Hammertech is barely fucking is never mentioned. It's only in.
I have a problem with that. Yeah.
Really?
I don't like that. I like how they never mention a very important corporation.
But guys! In the Lego Marvel Avengers, the video game, they have a bunch of callbacks to Iron Man 2 with Justin Hammer, and he just for some reason lives at like freaking Tony Stark's house for no reason.
Also, it's Lego Marvel Superheroes, not Lego Marvel
I think
Avengers.
he did that one time in the. I think he did that in the comics.
Lego Marvel Avengers.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I think he did that in the comics. Like, he took over
like,
Stark Industries. It was him
no,
and Obadiah.
He didn't take it over. He just freaking he just kind of lives there for some reason.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
All right, let's continue the video.
It is
a lot of
a
Iron
Lego
Man 2
game.
references.
Also,
in
this
Lego Marvel
meme.
Avengers.
Champion a Spider-Man movie. Thank you. Great point, TroyoBoyo. Really
Also,
helpful.
This meme he's showing on screen is like painfully fucking unfunny. Like even as someone who watches MHA.
Haha,
Like
what a
TroyoBoyo's
funny
character arc is just being unfunny and knowing
Don't
it.
get me wrong. Make Oscorp the new Avengers Tower, and I think that's
not
a
a
really good
character arc.
symbol.
Whoa,
Peter's heroes
no.
turned into his enemies and stuff like that. That's a good visual symbol. I love that. I don't think they're doing it though, because it doesn't
Yeah, I think that's what
It doesn't
feel like Oscorp exists.
I prefer that,
I feel like they're ever
honestly.
gonna do it.
Yeah, first, you don't need
How does
Oscorp
it
to
make
exist.
you feel?
Why do you need Oscorp to exist in the MCU?
Norman Osborn is my favorite fictional villain of all time, and possibly favorite fictional character right beside Spider-Man. I don't want to see him in the MCU. I'm so sick of fucking
I don't want
Osborns.
to see any more MCU. I just
so
hope
sick
it
of
gets canceled like tomorrow.
Dude, every fucking movie had something to do with the Green Goblin or the Osborns. Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2 with Harry and, doing the shit. Spider-Man 3. The Amazing Spider-Man is because Norman's dying. The Amazing Spider-Man 2, there's another Green Goblin. The one thing I have to praise the MCU is that they stopped spamming the Green Goblin in these fucking movies. Because it's really annoying.
Yeah.
They'll probably do it anyway.
I
At
don't.
some point.
No, I don't think so.
They had the green and purple title for the new Spider-Man movie.
I mean, bring in Doc Ock if you want an arch nemesis.
Yeah.
Just do Doc Ock again. I wouldn't mind seeing him. Kind of want to see.
I don't see what like if they're gonna do multiverse because do some stupid shit with that. depends what happens.
Well, it's fucking really unclear what they're doing with No Way Home, because, like, 1 second they were like, oh, it's multiverse, and then it's like, oh, it's not. Okay, what's happening then?
Well, no, they never said it was multiverse. That's the thing. That was just a bunch of fan theories.
Oh, okay.
That sucks.
And it just feels
Actually,
like
a
they're
lot of
trying so
retards
hard
actually
to be
think that
different.
was real.
They're
when
forgetting
it's
what
like,
makes the
there's no source
character
for any
great.
likely.
Because, like, Spider-Man is great, but what makes
And
him
it still
great
could
isn't
be,
his
but
quips. It's not
Daredevil
the
might be in
suit,
it though,
it's
because
not how
friggin'
cool his
people noticed
powers
on
are.
like the poster they released where it had like all the signatures of all the people working on the film.
Yeah,
You noticed the freaking actor for Daredevil's signature was there.
Yeah, I saw that
Yeah.
as well. Seems pretty much. And what like even like they were looking
I mean,
for.
it would be cool if they.
people.
It would be cool if they get Daredevil back into the MCU and everything. You know,
Depends if
like
they do
as in like,
correctly.
the show canon.
Yeah.
Okay,
I really like
let's
that
continue.
MCU
Yeah, let's
Punisher.
continue the video. Taco, we
I want to
continue.
see what he's making. I think he's making a decent point now. Let's see.
Different. They're forgetting
I
what
doubt
makes the
that he's
character great.
TroyoBoyo.
Because, like, Spider-Man is great, but what makes him
Okay,
great
cool.
isn't his quips. It's not the suit.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not how
I
cool
agree.
his powers are, and it's not that he knows
I
Iron
agree.
Man, but it's definitely
No,
not
I'm
that.
out,
What
so
makes him great is
I'm
the
just kicking him
man
for no reason.
behind the mask and the struggles that he has to deal with. Whether that be Toby,
Also,
or Andrew,
ComicLegend.
or Tom, or Yuri, or Shamik, or Jake, or Chris, or Josh, or Neil, or
Ew.
Christopher, or Donald, or Drake, or Robbie, or Nadja, or
ComicLegend.
anybody.
Stop.
Anybody. What really matters
ComicLegend.
at the end of the day is
Yes, Taco.
You're a bitch.
Okay, thank you. We're trying to watch the video now.
Okay, now leave.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
Thank you.
fuck.
man.
That was annoying.
I joke a lot about the hyphen and
about
how
the
it's
man
necessary to the Spider-Man
behind the
character.
mask.
But to be honest,
this bit I just found fucking funny. He goes on a full
so
tangent. No, just have a look. Listen.
I joke a lot about the hyphen and how it's necessary to the Spider-Man character. But to be honest, I'm not really joking. That hyphen means something. It represents the divide between
Yeah, it's legal problems, so it doesn't sound like Superman. That's the meaning of it.
Yeah, no, listen to his.
Peter
Oh,
Parker's
it's so
normal life and his
terrible.
superhero life. It's a literal line between the spider and the man. It divides them, but it also connects.
Oh man, that's so terrible.
I love this.
Guys, it's so thematic.
Yeah, a hyphen. Guys, my name is hyphenated. It's a divide between the Borg and the Neil. And I just.
Imagine it was Batman.
So, so like, Homecoming is still about Peter Parker. He still has a story to play in it. It's not just Spider-Man shit. So what is his point? They both have something to do. It's just not.
The hyphen is the divide between the spider and the man. I don't care. Even if XI gets in here a bit late, I'm showing him this because this is fucking hilarious.
This is fucking retarded.
I'll write
them.
down the timestamp
Peter
for
Parker
that.
and Spider-Man.
Why is he acting like Tom Holland Spider-Man doesn't characterize Peter? Oh man.
Like, you can not like the
inversely
characterization,
related
that's
forever.
fine.
When Peter Parker succeeds, Spider-Man fails. And when Spider-Man succeeds, Peter Parker fails. Peter Parker's life is always going to
Why do people always say that? You know, he can succeed in a couple
Yeah,
times.
you can succeed in both areas if you want. And here's the thing,
point.
if it was literally that case over and over again, I bet you Spider-Man stories would start to just become really fucking repetitive as shit if they just kept that same fucking routine up.
It's so simple. It's just a normal guy that has superpowers and uses it for good, and how that interferes with his life a couple times, and like what can happen.
Exactly.
It's not always bad. Sometimes it could just be okay. He's Spider-Man, and then he comes in time for the date, and it's fine. It's just a fun little story. You don't need it to be like, oh, there's a fucking dramatic event all the time. That's what the movies are conditioning in you, because the movies are fucking stupid. The movies can't have
no
fun
matter
with the
what.
character ever.
This kid, who at the end of the day just wants to do the right thing by his uncle, keeps getting his face shoved into the dirt at every single opportunity. And you're like, why does this matter? Why do
I like how he shows Spectacular Spider-Man. One of my favorite episodes is the first appearance of the Green Goblin, where he has to skip out on the dance to fight the Green Goblin. So it's like, oh, it's Peter loses, Spider-Man wins, right? But no, it's not, because when he comes back, he still gets that last dance with Mary Jane.
Yeah, it just works out for him.
Worked out for him. Sometimes it could just work out for him.
Yeah.
It's a great story.
Also, I'm just like,
The right thing, but it's also he doesn't have to lose everything for it.
cares so much about this? Because when that kid, who has lost everything, gets knocked down, by all reason he should give up. Nobody would blame him for it.
TroyoBoyo is
been
crying.
through enough.
He's been through enough, guys.
But he still gets back up. This kid from
He
Queens
still gets back
stands
up.
up.
Oh my god, so
and despite
emotional.
everything that's happened to him,
Fucking
he says,
kill me.
"No, I'm gonna do the right thing." It's what I
Again, that also applies to Homecoming, but whatever.
Yep.
What do you? He does that in the fucking. Oh my god,
He's
he's
to.
terrible.
It's my responsibility.
It's so emotional. Spider-Man's supposed to make you cry all the time.
Okay, I'm gonna stop now because copyright music.
Oh,
Anyway.
and it's an alteration, but whatever.
Yeah.
I enjoyed part of those. Whatever.
I
Yeah.
actually got a question about like Spider-Man adaptation.
Like how he
Which
says
was
that,
saved?
and he plays the
That's-
music from Spider-Man, The Amazing Spider-Man 2, where he lets civilians die over joking.
Yes.
TroyoBoyo, you're like so unaware of your idiocy.
Since we talked so much about adaptation, how faithful is Spider-Man PS4 to Spider-Man in general? Like, if
It's
I can't play that game because I don't play a PS4, so
Oh, Kai's almost in. Do you want to just have a discussion about cool shit before he arrives?
Who?
Oh, XI. He said he'd be
Okay.
back. He's nearly home. So do you want to just talk about? Let's talk about good Spider-Man stories.
PS4 adaptation. So, it's the most accurate adaptation of Spider-Man outside the comics. Well, you know.
okay. Well, I was hoping
No,
to see
it's
ports
very
someday.
inaccurate. The spider's white.
But he doesn't fight Doc Ock. He fights someone. He's a teenager. He fights. It's not accurate, guys.
It's not
It's too much
accurate.
like that plot. Shut the fuck up.
It's not accurate because fucking White Spider.
Well, it's a tie. It's a tie. It's a tie between PS4 and Spectacular that I think is the most faithful to.
I-
Okay.
Can I say one thing?
I never appear till this timeline. Shut the fucking hate when people say that shit. It's so retarded.
What do you think of the PS4 Spider-Man suit?
I like it, but I prefer classic. Obviously, I just wear
Same.
classic when I play the game.
Yeah.
It's not even because it's bad. It's just fucking classic, you know.
I usually wear the Homecoming suit literally because the advanced tech. I don't know, it just kind of suits more in regards to like an advanced suit.
Yeah, that game should come to PC at some point. That would be,
I am
would be
okay with
nice.
the classic suit using advanced tech because he does in the comics. So I'm
Yeah.
like,
I guess I use either or.
I think my favorite Spider-Man suit in the MCU is the homemade suit. I really like that one.
I really like the homemade suit.
Yep. I don't like the Far From Home black and red. I don't like that suit.
I like that suit.
I like
I
it.
like it all.
My-
I like.
It's not like terrible, but it's like subjectively I don't like it very much. It's
Mm.
fine. It's like fine, totally if you like it.
Guys, remember in Spider-Man 2 when he had to sacrifice everything to be Spider-Man? Oh, I'm gonna cry. TroyoBoyo.
What does Troyo actually think of Spider-Man 2?
Oh,
We
he
know.
probably thinks it's a masterpiece. Remember, he agrees with High Top.
Oh fucking oh Jesus Christ! I'll be interested to see what happens if we ask him about it.
I think High Top says it's either the best movie ever made or it's like his favorite or something.
It's his favorite movie. He doesn't
Favorite movie,
remember. He doesn't believe in objectivity unless you think Daredevil is boring.
Ooh.
Unless you think
Um,
they're for it.
I'll be interested to hear. I'll always have a discussion with Troy
I
about
think
Spider-Man
anyone
2.
I always find people to be kind of ignorant if they think Daredevil's boring. You're just not paying attention.
I like Daredevil 1 and 2, but I think season 3 has some problems. I haven't watched in a while, so I can't really give specifics, but I remember having some problems overall.
Hold
season
up. I almost choked on my drink when he said that. Season 3 is like the best of the 3.
I really
Oh,
like season 3.
then I was misremembering. Probably it's like been years since I watched it at this point, so I
From
don't
what I
remember
remember,
about
it's the best one.
Okay, maybe I'm missing. Maybe I'm flipping around on some stuff. Well,
Yeah.
Iron Fist is shit. We know that. That's
Who?
true. Iron Fist. You know, ever watched that show?
Oh yeah, I actually enjoyed it my first time watching it, but after thinking about it, it's like, yeah, I think it's probably
it's really bad.
yeah. I liked Luke Cage. I hate it when Cottonmouth died. After that, I just didn't care. I got so bored in season 1 after that. But
Yeah.
season 2 picked it up though. Season 2 was really good. I love season 2.
I actually didn't watch season 2 at all.
It's so satisfying because it's like the bitch that kills Cottonmouth, I forgot her name. It's like she actually becomes a really good character in season 2, and it's like, oh, what a good villain. And then she actually gets her like, and there's actually she actually like gets justice for killing like Cottonmouth, and it's like, oh, there you go, you're finally getting fucking what you deserve for killing off a great villain. Yeah, I like Luke Cage. Jessica Jones, I really like. I like season 1 and 2. 3's kind of not as good.
I haven't seen season 2. I really like David Tennant as Kilgrave.
Kilgrave is fucking spectacular.
Yeah, he's my favorite part of that show. I have not watched season 2, or I've not only watched season 1, so I don't know about season 2.
Daredevil's just clearly the best, and then it's like...
No, someone just sent me something. Oh, I love this. Okay, I'm sending this. I'm actually gonna put it on. I'm gonna go onto Twitter. I'm gonna put it on stream. Give me a sec. I will just go onto Twitter.
Wait, what'd you do?
Someone sent me something, and it's amazing, and I love it.
Oh my fucking god.
That is... Look.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, hold up.
Yo, he's like watching like fucking Spider-Man 2 on his phone right now. So happy. Guys, I think I'm gonna cry after this. I'm so happy.
Okay.
I need my Spider-Man story to be super fucking sad and emotional.
I have a on stream. It's amazing. Who did this? I'm actually who would birth this? Who would give birth to this thing?
Terrible people.
Yes, exactly.
I know who. People who cry over fucking every single piece of Spider-Man media.
Didn't he make a video that said he cried at Amazing Spider-Man 2?
Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god, you perma-virgin.
Unless he's really young, then I would understand. But even then.
I mean, Troy is 22.
Alright, there's no excuse. Like, zero excuse. Because I think I was really young when I watched it, and I think I was, like, really enjoying the movie. Amazing Spider-Man 2. It was weird. It's like, you just don't think... I just didn't think about the problems, and it's like, you think it's, like, this great Spider-Man movie, but it's really not. When you think back on it, it's like, yeah, it's really shit.
I think the opening of Spider-Man 2 is pretty good, just him swinging, and then we get the Rhino, and then it's just, oh...
Everything breaks.
Yep. It's like, oh, the opening, this is pretty cool.
ComicLegend, talk about, like, a obscure Spider-Man story that's just really good, because why the fuck not? I want to hit something positive.
Have you ever heard, one of my favorite Spider-Man stories that's super obscure is called Double Shots, and it's... I fucking love the story. There's a lot of there's a couple problems I have with it. I think the characterization of the certain villains are kind of weird and inconsistent, but just the crux of it's just really fucking great. So basically, have you ever heard of the Batman episode? Almost Got Him.
Which one's that? I don't know episodes by name.
Well, they're sitting on the chair. They're sitting in I think a poker place. The villains. And they're talking about how they almost defeated Batman.
I think so. Maybe. It's been a while since I watched the Batman.
Whatever. So for everyone watching this, you probably know the story if you're a Batman fan. So this is like it in comic form for Spider-Man, and it's like, so you see this like guy in like a hat come in there. He's like shadowy kind of figure. We don't know who he is, and he just kind of sits down and he like talks to the other villains, and then like we get a lot of characterization for this person because he's like a Spider-Man villain, but we're not supposed to know who yet. But it's like it's like kind of obvious who it is if you just think about it for a bit. But he gives out a lot of good details, like, okay, so, like, he's like, you know, how's Spider-Man like for you guys? And then they're like asking him, oh, why would you want to know? He's like that for he's like the same for everybody. He's like, not for me. He never jokes around me. He's not that happy around me. He's usually angry when he fights me. It's like, oh, I wonder who this is. And it's like, the other villains are like, man, Spider-Man's so annoying and all that. He keeps making jokes. Like he doesn't take me seriously and all this stuff. Clowns around, just pisses me off. It upsets me. You know, he's super disrespectful to me. And then like the guy, the shadowy guy is like, oh, he's never like that for me. And there's just a lot of great conversations like that in the story. Like you see, like the other two villains are kind of immature and all that. They're talking about like, oh, which superhero, like which female superhero they would like have sex with. With whatever, and he's like, oh, I don't. And then like the shadowy guy's like really polite. He's like, nah, I don't do that kind of stuff. I've already been committed to someone and all that. I'm not into the relationship stuff anymore. And it's like at the end of the book, he basically says, you know, like my relationship with him is really different. Like I did something that really fucking pissed him off. And they ask him what it was, and he simply just goes, so he crossed the line one time, got me really mad, and then takes off his hat. I killed his girlfriend. It was a blast, and it's just Norman Osborn. It was so good.
God.
It's so great because it's like, then you think, okay, so why is Norman, talking to these random villains? It's Vulture and Kraven, by the way. Why is he talking about, these, talking to some random villains and asking them about Spider-Man? And the reason why is he wants to know how Spider-Man is like with other people because he acts differently around Norman. And that's such a fascinating thing because he killed Gwen, obviously. I love that. It's so cool.
Oh, yeah, did SK just at you from the fucking Wayne Manor Discord?
Some stupid...
Yeah.
I don't fucking...
Yeah, no, this is about...
I tried to join Discord. I don't care.
Yeah.
I was in brain aneurysm talking about fucking Arkham Knight debates yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm sick.
SK, discover what a woman is, please.
SK, argue for yourself. Don't just go, hey guys, please, this criticism's bad, am I right? Are you gonna criticize it for me?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking doorknob. Yeah, what else is there to talk about?
Yeah.
There's a lot of good Spider-Man stories. They're kind of obscure. I think there's what's another one there? I really like the story Heroes Don't Cry. It's literally a Spider-Man story where Spider-Man's not even in it, and it's really good.
Okay. Spider-Man story about Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's about a kid dealing with his mom dying from a drug overdose. And so this kid has I believe an uncle that dresses up as Spider-Man and pretends to be Spider-Man around the kid because the kid loves Spider-Man and all that to comfort him during the events, and it's really sad what happens in the end. I cry all the time when it happens. Such a good story.
I cried when I saw it.
I cried. It's a Spider-Man story where I cried. It must be good. It must be good.
Guys, do you remember? I cried when I saw Boba Fett. I cried when I saw Luke Skywalker.
Oh my god! I didn't cry in Homecoming. It's a terrible Spider-Man movie. I didn't cry during it. I didn't cry.
Imagine that being your standard if you cried.
I cry in a Spider-Man movie. It's a great adaptation of the character. Because that's arguments.
You guys remember when that community some people got really mad at Rags for saying pathetic that he cried on Luke? I don't get why people got so mad about it. It is quite pathetic at crying at key jingling. Like with Mando.
That is pretty pathetic. That's a stupid reason to cry about something.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Luke Skywalker is back! Oh my god! It's not even like
here's the thing. I've never cried to that extent with media. Like I have gotten a bit close to teary-eyed. An example would be Lord of the Rings.
I was crying when Aunt May died in Spider-Man PS4, but I was also going insane because it was so good. I was like,
I was just like, I didn't cry. I didn't cry, but I was like, oh no.
I was so happy because I knew what they were doing. They were giving the middle finger to One More Day. So good. It's like
and here's the thing. I actually knew about One More Day. I was just like, yes.
Yo, when I was watching it, I was literally yelling out like a fucking maniac, just going, "Fuck!"
No,
fuck
this is because
so good.
that ending gives the middle finger to One More Day. My story basically puts the entire fucking middle finger to TLJ.
What does?
Oh, the story that we've been working on, that basically just puts the middle finger to TLJ to an extent.
Story. I said life story.
Yeah,
life story.
My life
Spider-Man life story is fucking fantastic, and everyone needs to read it. And they're coming out with an annual, and I'm buying that, and I'm gonna read it, and I can't fucking wait, dude. Haven't been excited for a comic in so long.
I'm half tempted to just do a read party with you, of just like a Spider-Man comic.
If those can work, yeah, do it with I would do it with Life Story because everyone needs to read that. It's one of the best Spider-Man stories I've read, especially in like 10 years.
Yeah,
it's the Spider-Man story in 10 years. It's that good.
Yeah, where the fuck are you, Kite, motherfucker? He said he'd be home soon. Do you want to just start the base video about him? He should be in soon.
Yeah, it's whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
I can still try to keep a conversation, but.
Yeah. By the way, he privated the original video. This is a re-upload that SK did, so thank you, SK. Very cool.
Yes, thank you, SK.
Alright, this
We
video.
got content.
Rich
yeah,
people
you can
are not.
you can see in the corner the Wayne Manor icon.
The original one, not the one that we have now.
Yeah.
This is for you.
Oh no.
Oh, no, like
Oh, no.
round table.
Oh no. Let's just go back. Oh no. Oh no.
No harassment.
Uh-oh. that is a big oof. Anyone care to comment on that? Holy shit.
What
Also-
about it? What happened?
Oh,
I'm so confused.
I don't know. I'm just like he played the clip of like this is for you, and then it shows high top and fucking round table.
This is for you, my love.
Yeah, of course he's a fan of these two. Of course he is.
Brown Table's trailer on Spectacular Spider-Man Season 3 fan-made thing was terrible. I hated that.
It was not good.
Yes, Gwen knows Peter Spider-Man. Oh my
My
god!
favorite bit is when just Spider-Man looked obese.
Why the fuck is like the Hobgoblin this edgy fucking Bane looking thing? I am the Hobgoblin.
It completely like it's so weird because it completely tonally clashes with, like the Green Goblin.
It's so different from the Green Goblin to the point where it's just unrecognizable.
Hit my mic. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with that.
Why does he do this in color shit from the 60s show? It's so annoying.
Hello,
But he's not a Spider-Man YouTuber. But he's not a Spider-Man YouTuber, am I right?
Yeah, not a Spider-Man YouTuber.
No.
Not a Spider-Man YouTuber. Literally his intro is based off the 60s cartoon, but not a Spider-Man YouTuber. Luckily, I'm not a Spider-Man YouTuber.
Now, according to SK, this video is like really bad. Like this is apparently infamously bad to the point where he had to take it down.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what happens if he finds out about this stream. If he, you know, fair use related, which he doesn't understand.
Coming
Spider-Man video was pretty bad, so...
to
Let's see
live,
what
and
this one is.
today I'm going to talk about MCU Spider-Man some more. I've wanted to talk about this topic for a little while now, and I never really found like a good time or place, and I figured I'd just do it now, because who cares? That seems to be the only thing people care about, and I gotta pay the bills somehow. So I've talked about my issues with the MCU's version of Spider-Man many times. I tend to focus on issues that I have with Peter, such as lack of social consequences for his actions, a lack
Yeah.
of money trouble, the lack of meaningful
Whatever,
personal
we already
drama,
went through
you know,
this.
all that stuff you're probably sick of
A
hearing.
lack of meaningful and personal drama.
Basically, my conclusion is just I didn't cry in Spider-Man Homecoming,
Hello,
and I
Kai.
didn't, so it's not a good Spider-Man thing.
Wait, what?
Why didn't Spider-Man sacrifice everything in the movie?
What is going on?
Oh, yeah, you just joined out of context. Basically, we're making fun of Troy. We're making fun of Troy. It's basically a case of, oh, by the look in chat, we have a very nice picture of him.
He looks great.
Also, you want to show that clip where he just rants in the last video? I have the timestamp. If you want to show
TroyoBoyo
it.
has a girlfriend. Does
Oh.
he and his girlfriend?
Yeah.
In
Kai, I'll send you the link to the watch together. I'll just send it again. Join it. We'll go back to the first video. I'm gonna just show you the hyphen bit because it's really funny.
It's about 8 minutes 30. It's the timestamp.
TroyoBoyo is definitely that kind of person who would define
Say-
how he loves something by if it made him cry.
What's the timestamp again?
8 minutes 30 around that time.
30. Okay.
But yeah, TroyoBoyo is definitely that kind of person who would who like defines how he likes something by if he cries for it.
Yeah.
Like nothing else really matters. It seems like
Okay, I found it. Kai, are you watching?
that's definitely not the thing with me because
Yes, I am.
Okay.
you know my second favorite piece of Spider-Man content that's not the comics is Spectacular, and that never made me cry.
Mm-hmm. Spectacular.
It's not like the most emotional thing ever. It's just really entertaining in a good way. Really fun to watch.
Yeah, hold on.
I cried at the end of Far Cry 3.
I cried at it. It's supposed to be good.
Mhm.
But I didn't cry at Spider-Man PS4 because Aunt May died, and that's so sad. If you kill off Aunt May, it's gonna make me cry.
Yeah,
It's
so
Aunt May.
Kai, just have a watch of this.
Anybody. What really matters at the end of the day is the
Wait,
man.
what? Oh,
I joke a lot about the hyphen
no.
and how it's necessary to the Spider-Man character. But to be honest, I'm not really joking. That hyphen means something. It represents the divide between Peter
Illegal
Parker's
troubles.
normal life and his superhero life. It's a literal line between the spider and the man. It divides them, but it also connects them. Peter Parker and Spider-Man's lives
Such
are
a stupid-
inversely related forever. When Peter Parker succeeds, Spider-Man fails. And when Spider-Man succeeds, Peter
No,
Parker fails.
stop.
Peter
So
Parker's
cringe
life
when
is
people say
always going to
this.
suck, no matter what. This kid, who at the end of the day just wants to do the right thing by his
Oh
uncle,
no, we're gonna hear him
keeps
cry.
getting his face shoved into the dirt at every single opportunity. And you're like, why does this matter? Why do I care so much about this?
Bro, you can hear his
Because
voice
when
crackling.
that kid who has
Oh my God,
lost
that kid,
everything,
he's lost
gets
everything.
knocked down, by all reason he should give up.
Dude, he's like trying to make
Nobody
the
will
audience
blame him
feel
for what he's
something, but
earned.
he's so
He's
bad at
been
it. He's
through
not like
enough.
High Top, because High Top's actually kind of good at it.
But he still gets back up. This kid
Still gets
from
back up.
Queens
He's
stands up,
Spider-Man.
and despite everything
get him,
happened to
girl!
he says, no.
Yeah, but that's it. Kai, what's your thoughts on that? Just that one clip.
He tried to use a hyphen to make people cry.
Yeah.
That's a good take. That's a good take. Guys, the hyphen is meaningful. No, it's fucking shit, so they don't mistake him for Superman. That's literally what it's there for.
Yeah, I'm just like, dude. Yeah, you sound dead. You absolutely sound deaded.
If it was supposed to be the line that's between two characters, Spider and the Man, wouldn't it be like a slash?
Yeah.
Dash or something?
It would be like a color.
Spider slash man.
Spider slash man.
It's so meaningful. It's so meaningful. It's so meaningful.
No, Kai, you
Fuck
know
it.
what? Kai,
Shut
you
up,
know
bro.
how I have a hyphenated surname?
Yeah.
You're
You're gonna make me cry with it.
Yeah. See, it's actually a divine because the fun fact about me, my name Borgie is actually based on my last name, so I could actually use this. This is the hyphen
Wait,
in
what
my
is your second name?
yeah, Borge Neal.
Does that mean it's Borgie?
Well, everyone says it wrong. Everyone used to say Borg instead of Borge, so I just pronounced Borgie because it sounds better. But officially, my last name is Borge.
Borge.
Yeah, it's Maltese. Shut the fuck up.
Bulge.
Bulge. Check
Bulge.
Bulge.
Pretty gay, dude. It's pretty gay, dude.
I'm pretty gay, dude. Anyway, we'll go on to the actual this. This is actually a re-upload because Kai, this video is so infamously bad apparently that this apparently is like infamously bad to the point where Troy like took this down.
Spider-Man loves people.
Yeah. So
Loves people, man. It's so powerful. Loves people.
Have you guys watched a bit of this already, or did you?
no, we
About
just started
30
this.
seconds.
Yeah, like
Alright.
yeah. We can
Oh,
restart.
Assholes.
Terrible video.
Do you,
Shitty person.
might turn you up a bit. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, so let's do this.
This is for you.
Well, I think like Troy is not really a shitty person. He's kind of a disingenuous kind of. He's more of a disingenuous cunt, I guess.
Yeah.
Hello there, everybody. TroyoBoyo17 coming to you live, and today I'm going to talk about MCU Spider-Man some more. I've wanted to talk about this topic for a little while
YouTube,
now,
holy
and I
shit.
never really found like a good time or place, and I figured I'd just do it now, because who cares? That seems to be the only thing people care about, and I gotta pay the bills somehow. So I've talked about my issues with the MCU's version of Spider-Man many times. I tend to focus on issues that I have with Peter, such as lack of social consequences for his actions, a lack of money trouble, the lack of meaningful personal
wanna do
drama,
this?
you know, all that stuff you're...
So, care to comment on that first?
Wait,
Mate?
is he talking about MCU Spider-Man?
Yes.
Yes.
Why is this kid in high school not in financial trouble?
Mhm.
What the? Is that what he said? Sorry.
Well,
Well,
you
I'm
can
dead.
still make this.
Yeah,
Hang
you
on.
can still do money troubles, but my whole thing is like he says lack of
Could
yeah.
have money trouble. You can still make him have him. I don't know what.
It would just
him
be
being-
more of an effect on May, but yeah, it makes sense that if he's in high school, it would still have an effect to an extent, but less of one.
I think poor parents exist, so
Yeah.
I think if that was the case, it would have to be they'd have to make Aunt May older so that he has like a reason to go out and work.
Mhm.
you don't have to make her older. You
I
can
don't
just
know.
make her not have good income.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
They just
guess.
didn't because whatever. They
Mhm.
want to have a fun movie.
Yeah, because they do play with money troubles a bit in Civil War with the fact that he goes dumpster diving, but that's pretty much it.
Which is weird if he actually doesn't have money troubles. I mean, I always assume that's just because he wants tech.
Mhm.
That's like
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
cheap
free tech.
But he
You
says
know.
of like lack of like meaningful social like lack of social consequences. I think we can all agree that's kind of bullshit.
What does he mean? Social consequences as in he's not good friends or something?
No, like in regards to the consequences he doesn't face any like consequences from like other people. I guess for his actions.
The consequence is like inevitable in any film. I think like the problem would just be like I said, like Peter doesn't go through enough. I think that was what I say. Like the conflict between the man and the mask isn't there enough.
I mean, there's the point of like what is enough? Like where's the kind of line there?
Yeah, it's like I think I already talked about this. It's like
yeah,
it's a fact that it's like with Peter, he doesn't really have to go through anything that's super hard besides what was my exception? Oh yeah, losing Liz is probably the biggest one. But
losing
besides
the Liz, and I said losing the suit as well.
Oh well, like I said, that's not really a Peter Parker kind of thing, Spider-Man thing. I'm talking about the dynamic between the man and the mask isn't as much in Homecoming. It's like when he's Spider-Man, it doesn't really hurt him as Peter Parker as much.
I mean, it hurts him in school and his relationship with May to an extent.
Yeah, but like we know that like I said, these things that kind of pan out to like always really easily. Like I said, with anything in school, he literally just walks out of detention. And it's all fine. And, or it's like well, not all fine, but you know,
yeah,
like they wave their.
Well, he nearly gets kicked. He gets pretty close to getting kicked out of school, but
it's like it doesn't really affect the story. Basically, it's like a minor detail.
Yeah,
at most.
it's not a significant effect. It's more just a okay, so there are consequences to his actions. I think it's more to just inform the fact that he's kind of just disregarding his Peter Parker life in regards to his Spider-Man life. I think that's the point of it.
Yeah, but he's not like ruining his Spider-Man life. His Peter Parker life by doing it really, because nothing really gets ruined besides like losing Liz, maybe. Even then, it's like that's not that meaningful. It's like okay, I lost a crush. Well, okay.
I mean, I found it quite meaningful.
Also, if he didn't stop the Vulture, she would leave him anyways, right?
Yeah, if he
would
didn't
seal the definitely get out of the city.
Yeah. Well, if well, here's the thing: they could still stay in contact, and there's the whole thing of like, would they know who the Vulture is as well?
Well, like that's the thing. It's like it could be like the Breaking Bad thing where like he tries to get them out. Maybe he succeeds. I don't know.
Well, if they don't know who he is, then why would he need to?
Why would he need to?
Yeah.
If they don't to get his family. He wants to be with his family, so it'll be like he has to get out of the city.
Well,
they're obviously gonna.
Yeah. Well, no, they don't. Yeah, but they don't know who he is. They don't know who robbed it. It was like a complete anonymous robbing.
Oh yeah, but that means he can probably manipulate them to leave the city then, because they don't know he's a bad guy, right?
Yeah, what I'm saying is he doesn't necessarily have like there's no like fundamental reason to leave the city, especially since like New York is such a fucking big place, and they don't know he's the Vulture, and he's literally like quitting after that. And but even then, they can like even then long distance relationships are a thing. Yeah, I mean even if they did leave, long distance relationships are still a thing.
I wouldn't allow my daughter to contact anyone if I'm a criminal and I just left the city. It's weird what his plan would be after that, but whatever. That's a different conversation.
I wouldn't even say like it's a necessity for him to because like I don't think it's a necessity for him to leave the city.
I mean, I would just have to go through it in a thing. It's like we're here talking about the man in the mask topic right now, so it's like
I think even with I don't think it's a case of I think
it's like besides Liz, I would say because like Liz can be argued. I don't think anything else really can for really affecting Peter's life because it doesn't fuck it over at all or like anything like that. It's like your teacher just like the principal just kind of waving his finger and go, "You're a good kid. Don't do it again." It's like it's not anything really. You can go, well, technically that's a consequence. He got like scolded at. It's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Guess you technically win. It's like that kind of shit. It always makes me sigh when I hear that thing. It's like, well, technically he had a. It's like, yeah, but it's like, obviously we're talking about how it's supposed to be this struggle between the man and the mask. It's supposed to like Peter's supposed to have real conflict in the story and like drama because of it. Not
I think
something.
I think it's more of an explore because in Homecoming the whole thing is like he's completely disregarding his life as Peter for his life as Spider-Man. That whole thing is more of a Far From Home thing.
I think I gave this example, and I could give it again. I think I've always said the comics miniseries Spidey does it so well.
Yeah, you do. Well, I was gonna say like I think Far From Home does the Man in the Mask thing, like the dynamic between Man in the Mask thing. It does that like way more than Homecoming does.
Maybe that's why I like it more. That could be it. Yeah.
Yeah, that probably is the reason.
It's done poorly, but at least I like that a bit more. I guess I don't know. Nah, main reason is because I actually enjoy Mysterio, despite how bad he is.
I very much enjoy Mysterio as well. Kai does as well.
Wait. Did he?
What?
Did you say how bad he is?
Yeah, mate.
Mysterio. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. You guys don't. Yeah, never mind. I forgot you guys don't like Far From Home.
Well, I like it. Yeah, there's a difference between it being well written and it being and us liking it.
Yeah,
I think it's a bad adaptation, but I still like it.
I can enjoy it, but I don't think it's good quality wise.
Yeah, I really like it. In terms of personal ranking, it's my third favorite Spider-Man movie.
I'm not sure where I'll put it. I need to rewatch everything before
I think I enjoy most Spider-Man movies, despite their quality. It's just fun.
The only one I don't enjoy is TASM 2.
I can enjoy everything besides TASM 1 and TASM 2.
So much fun. I love TASM 2.
I enjoy Spider-Man 3, because it's just funny.
Yeah, same. Funny. It's like a bad funny. Yeah, that's why I put it in. It's like
I actually get really emotional when in the scene where Sandman explains how Uncle Ben dies. It's like, it's such a good scene, like on its own.
Yeah, and
I think it has its moments. It has like some good stuff, but it's rare.
Well, what's your take on the idea that Spider-Man 3 might be better than Spider-Man 2?
Not sure. I would need to rewatch them back to back. I think last time I watched them, I enjoyed Spider-Man 3 more, but I'm not sure quality-wise.
All I can say for certain is that it's better. It's that the fight scenes in Spider-Man 3 are way better than the ones in 2.
I rewatched the fight scenes recently, just like on YouTube.
I think the best fight is the one between Harry and Peter in the mansion.
Yeah,
that one's really good.
That fight is probably one of the best Spider-Man movie fights.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like.
Yeah. Anyway, Kai, do you
actually think that brings in another conversation I want to talk about. What do you think? What does everyone think? What do you guys think is the best Spider-Man fight scene in a movie?
Oh, that's tough.
Ooh, that's very tough.
It will either be the final fight in Homecoming, maybe some of the ones in Spider-Man 1. Spider-Man, the Harry and Peter fight, I also think is really solid. I need to rewatch the ones in Spider-Man 1. But I liked...
Mine would be, it's a tie between the final fight in Spider-Man 1 or the fight with the Green Goblin in the burning house. Those fights are so good.
What? Yeah, but ComicLegend, remember, military application of a fucking spinning blade.
What's a military application of a pumpkin blade? Why didn't he throw the disintegration bomb?
Because they're in a fucking burning building. Yeah, Kai, SK made the criticism of what's the military application of a spinning, homing, flying blade.
Why didn't he fly his glider through a collapsing, burning building? What an idiot. Fucking SK's so retarded sometimes.
Winter Soldier, where like ComicLegend, you're far better at criticizing Winter Soldier than SK is.
What? Okay.
Oh, and just in regards to Winter Soldier,
I haven't even watched the movie in so long.
I'll just say, ComicLegend, your criticisms are a lot better than SK's.
Yo, SK is like hurt now. He's like, how dare you?
No offense, SK, but ComicLegend raised better points.
Critic.
He's on right now.
Alpha told me this.
You're good at criticizing certain things. You're very good at criticizing Far From Home.
Has anyone?
And Spider-Man 2. Yeah.
Sorry. Has anyone watched the Falcon and Winter Soldier?
Yes.
But I'm going to. I just finished Lois, and it was fucking great.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what did you do?
We
What?
watched.
Huh?
Me and him watched Superman and Lois last night. It's amazing.
I'm
Yeah.
still on episode 4 right
The
now.
world is like a better place now just because that show exists.
That show.
At least
I'm-
5 episodes exist, honestly.
Yeah,
Man, that was so great.
Yeah, no. Kai, Superman and Lois. It is the best live action version of Superman.
It's
I've
so
only watched
good.
a total of 3 episodes, and I agree. I'm still missing 4 and 5. How do they
to
get
watch
are they
it.
better
They're
than
just
the
as,
last?
they're just as good.
Okay, I'm excited then.
I didn't know I could like Black Lex Luthor as much as I do.
Yeah,
great.
I really
Yeah.
like Black Luthor.
I haven't seen much of him so yet, but I'll be interested.
Yeah,
I'll watch
Kai,
it.
I'll bloody watch it with you, and I will actually have a live stream discussion. You know, fuck
I
it.
fucking love that AI that he talks to, Luthor. It seems so Lex Luthor for him. He's like talking to this advanced
Yeah.
AI. It's so cool.
Legit, I might eventually just do you know, actually that's next stream. Fuck it. Superman and Lois discussion.
I'll be
Yeah, I
interested,
want to join that. Oh,
I'll be
Borgie,
interested.
remember when we were when Thaddeus Kilgrave episode? It's like they just mentioned Intergang, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so happy. It's so great.
Yeah.
It just mentioned, well, Intergang's in the fucking episode, which is so cool. It's like, and I like this because like I was like, okay, because I was thinking, oh, maybe there's a problem in the world building because like Intergang usually has weapons to fight Superman, and the military doesn't use any of it to fight Lex Luthor. So what's going on? But then I look at Intergang, I was like, oh, they only have standard weapons, so they're like terrorists basically.
Yeah.
And they're like trying to get their scientists to do stuff, but Superman kept stopping them. I'm guessing because it's like, that's why they broke out Thaddeus Kilgrave because he can make this like sound gun.
Yeah, which can hurt Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Kai, Superman and Lois is really fucking good, and also it's one of the it handles like mental health issues in a really fucking mature way. Like it unironically it has a better handling of like the mental health issues and suicide than 13 Reasons Why, which is a show literally made to explore those issues.
I actually I don't know if you saw this on my Twitter, Borgie Boy, but I made a comics recommendation if you're a fan of Superman and Lois.
Yes.
Twitter.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna look at that.
Yeah, because like I know what stories it's basing itself off of.
Yeah, Kai, I need to watch that with you sometime. It's so fucking good. I think.
Did I tell you I've watched Mando and WandaVision?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because
no,
I know you were complaining to me all the time about watching it.
Yeah. Now
Well,
watch.
both of them.
Yeah. Well,
Alright,
now.
On the
Yeah.
chat.
Okay.
I can't please you.
Hey,
Feels
listen.
like with
I'm just advising you watch good TV shows.
Yeah, please.
What's
Alright,
your like thoughts on Falcon and Soldier right now? 'Cause I think it's
Can I-
pretty
like
good,
it.
but it has flaws. I'll agree on.
I personally prefer because I think it's just due to the fact that I'm getting a bit bored of the MCU, but I really do prefer Superman and Lois.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
I've-
That show's probably better, but right now at the moment.
I've heard they're apparently alluding to
Lois more 'cause I'm a
Falcon and Winter Soldier getting together.
No. I don't think
No,
so.
that's
no.
not gonna happen.
No.
No.
It
That-
was on
that-
April Fool's, and
That's
so that's what
Twitter
I was like.
shipping people.
Yeah, no,
That's just a weird-
that's April Fool's.
Yeah, I heard it on April Fool's. It didn't say it was an April Fool's joke, but I was like, that's got to be an April Fool's joke.
Yeah. Anyway, do you guys want to continue with the video?
No.
Okay, we're doing it anyway, so fuck you, Kai.
Damn it.
You're probably sick of. And this video touches on that to an extent, but I wanted to talk specifically about a different topic because I think it's a pretty important idea that needs to be discussed, especially now in today's climate. And that topic is the relationship between Spider-Man and Iron Man as it's presented in the MCU. For those who might not know, the current interpretation of the Spider-Man movies in the Marvel Cinematic Universe has placed a heavy emphasis on the
Iron Man.
relationship between Peter
Yeah.
Parker and Tony Stark, with Tony being a mentor and a father figure to this version of the character, and Peter essentially idolizing Tony like a massive fanboy.
No, I wouldn't say he.
Fanboy.
I wouldn't say he completely idolizes him. He respects him, but he's not like a full-on idol. He doesn't worship
He also
him.
seeks his approval more than
I don't know what he means by
idolizing.
idolization. I was about to talk about something with Superman and Lois until I had to mute myself.
Mm.
Oh yeah, comic recommendations. Yeah, I sent it on the chat if you want to know why. If
Yeah.
you are what.
Yeah, I had a look. Oh, I'll check him out.
Man of Steel The one on the bottom right is the one that deals with mental issues with like suicide.
Oh.
Really good.
Interesting.
The top left is Superman for All Seasons, which is like very similar because it's about like more of Clark than Superman because it's not about the action scenes or anything like that. Similar to the show, there's not that much action in it.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's Superman Rebirth by Peter J. Tomasi, which is about him dealing with being a father.
Yeah.
The one on the top right is about like Superman kind of being an outcast, which is very similar to his son's arc of feeling like an outcast in the show.
Yeah.
Jordan Kent.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah, that's what you should read if you want more of that similar kind of content.
Anyway, we need to take a break from talking about good shit. Unfortunately, now we're going back to TroyoBoyo.
Look at his face.
We got
ready to
two.
ruin our day.
That is like two sides of the spectrum. We got like Superman and Lois and then like on the other end, it's just TroyoBoyo. They're like the polar opposites on like the morale, not on just the just like how much we tolerate them.
A bit off topic, but I really fucking hate seeing people hate seeing bad Spider-Man content because I just share the same last name as Spider-Man. So
Your
that's
name's Parker.
Yes, my last name is Parker. Yes, my last name is Parker. That's not a joke. I don't share the first
Is your
name.
first name Peter?
Nope. Luckily
Damn it.
not. When I was younger, I used to want to be named Peter, but now I kind of see that would have been kind of would have.
Your name is Peter Parker.
Everyone
that would have screwed myself over the fucking ass.
Everyone would bully you.
Yes, exactly why. Looking back, that probably would have been a good idea. But
name your kid Richard.
Even I would have bullied you.
Yeah.
And I don't bully anyone, but I would bully you.
Well, you bully SK, so.
Yeah, you bully SK regularly.
Well, SK is not human though.
Yeah, SK is just SK.
He's a
retarded, degenerate retard.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you describe him.
The most that I do is I sometimes sexually assault Kai, but that's about it.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's nice.
No one's supposed to know about that.
No, not that one. It started in Captain America Civil War and continued throughout Spider-Man Homecoming, Avengers Infinity War, Avengers Endgame, and Spider-Man Far From Home, and we can assume that it's going to continue on throughout the entirety of this depiction of the character's run. This relationship has been a defining part of this version of the character, and that's been a big point of contention for the people who dislike this interpretation. I've talked about this before, and so have other much better YouTubers, but I'm gonna...
Well, okay, he's not wrong, but that's not a high bar for TroyoBoyo. So
TroyoBoyo, the only reason why they're better YouTubers is because they're not exactly shitty people like you. They're not disingenuous usually. Besides High Top.
Yeah, High Top. Films are not about plot or logic.
He did say the sexual harassment thing with Captain Marvel.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
An idiot.
That's just being stupid, though.
Being spirited. Sexual harassment.
Go a little bit more in depth and really explain my reasonings behind my opinion and why overall I think it's something that needs to be changed moving forward. Firstly, if you're already mad about the title, you will most likely stay mad throughout the rest of this video, but I would hope that you can try to hear me out and listen to my opinion. I'm not forcing anything on you, I'm not shoving anything down your throats or presenting anything as a fact. This is my opinion.
So
he said in my opinion 3 times now.
According to SK, we should keep this in mind. The whole we're not trying to present anything as a fact. We're not trying to shove anything down your throat, so we'll keep this in mind according to SK.
And I'm entitled to it just like you're entitled to yours, and you can respectfully disagree, but please try to have an open mind and remember that it's important to listen to opposing viewpoints sometimes. I can't believe I have to explain it like that. It's literally basic human decency, but I guess that's just where we are in life. So before I get into...
coming from TroyoBoyo.
Yep.
What do you say exactly?
That you should listen to other positions.
TroyoBoyo, you blocked me.
Weren't you telling me earlier that this guy blocks people if they...
Yeah,
blocked me
for the most mild disagreements.
I called him a shitty Spider-Man YouTuber and he blocked me. It's funny.
He literally blocked me because I know just because SK retweeted me.
Nice.
So...
God!
Did not see the point of blocking someone.
Yeah.
It's like a weird version of cancel culture.
I'm still not blocked by him, probably because I have not said any. I've said once he said, let me find a fucking quote because it's really stupid relating to video essays. Let me try to find it.
Oh my god, guys, you're a wannabe mauler. Oh my god. These people are terrible. I'm so sick of them.
I know Mola.
Yeah.
Not personally, I just know of him.
To the negatives that I have with this relationship, I want to take a second to talk about some of the positives because I will admit there are some benefits to this. For one, it's different. This is a very unique depiction of the character.
It's different. Okay, that's not a that is
Wait,
not.
Is he criticizing it because it's different?
No, he's saying it's good because it's different, but being different doesn't mean it's good.
Oh.
That's not a good reason to say why something's good.
Guys, I'm gonna be positive for a second. It's different.
It can be a reason.
No, that's why I hate it. It's because it's different.
Yeah, that can be a okay. So it can be a good thing, or okay, it being different is
It can
is
be a good
different
thing. It can be a bad thing.
Yeah,
as well.
it's neutral. It depends on how it's executed.
In my
Don't
opinion, I like the whole Tony
There's a
Stark
reason.
thing.
Cool.
But I'm also
Spider-Man.
I'm also not like much into the. I'm not saying I dislike comics, but I've not like gone out of my way and bought comics to read Spider-Man comics. I just know like the main story, like he gets bitten, Thingy, he has a go at Thingy, then he dies, break power, stuff like that.
Sorry, guys. I read my 3 comics, and I don't think comics are my thing. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Like comics are like one medium. It's like a one genre or whatever.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Hmm.
If you don't,
But-
if you like,
and that can
read
only be-
Watchmen, if you don't like normal superhero shit, or like I don't know.
Done in the MCU, and it doesn't tread over ground that we've already seen in the original Sam Raimi trilogy or the Amazing Spider-Man movies. It's completely new to these movies, and I respect that because I do value things that are unique. I don't care about comic accuracy as much as you might expect. To me, the thing that matters most is what I'd call character accuracy, which means sticking to the core aspects of what makes the character special.
That's what people mean when they talk about comic accuracy, usually. But whatever. He's an idiot.
I don't
And
even
if something
think-
doesn't perfectly line up with the comics,
Sorry, what was that, Borgie?
Oh, I was gonna say, just a weird thing. I don't even think because I'll give you an example. I know Death Note movie is the Death Note movie is terrible, but the fact that light is different from light in the anime is not an inherent issue. It's just the fact that the
Who?
film. Oh, I'm talking about the Death Note movie.
Well, it's not an issue with writing, but it would be an issue in adaptation
Yeah.
or respecting source material,
Yeah, although
which I
it's,
think is still valuable to talk about. It's still important.
Mhm.
I think respecting the things that you're.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is if the Death Note movie was well written, like around, like even if it was like same adaptation, like the same thing but well written, I wouldn't really have as much of an issue with it. It's just the fact that it's kind of shit. I still would have a personal issue with it, but like,
could it be a good adaptation but still a bad movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's possible.
Yeah, you can have a because if you're adapting a bad thing and you adapt it 100%, then it's going to be bad by proxy.
Sorry, what?
If you're
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
For instance, I bet you if they adapted Civil War 100% from the comics, that Civil War would have been pretty, bad because the Civil
Would have
War
been
comic
5
is
movies.
pun. Yeah.
Would have been 5 movies.
I mean, what if Spider-Man PS4 they decided to directly adapt the ending of One More Day?
I would have actually committed suicide.
Of course you would, because I probably would have done the same thing actually. Because, like, I just know what happens in One More Day. Actually, Kai, do you know what happens in One More Day? Kai? Everyone went silent. Oh. Hold on, everyone's silent. Oh, there we go, there we go. Okay, that's fixed. Everyone went silent. That was weird.
I think it's an internet thing. I think we're back to normal now.
I switched it to Singapore.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
But-
Yeah, Comic Legend. Explain to XI what happens in One More Day. If he doesn't know already. Kai, do you know what happens in One More Day?
Spider-Man
idea.
sacrifices the marriage of his wife for his dying Aunt May.
Ah.
And then a racist.
Want to know how he does it? Want to know how he does it? Want to know how he does it?
How?
He literally makes a deal with the devil.
Oh, okay.
Makes a deal with Mephisto.
There's a
Like
lot
the
of shitty
fucking
stories.
devil.
Like one of my favorite stories is the one where it turns out that Gwen Stacy had an affair with Norman Osborn and then had Norman's kids, and then those kids came back like 10 years later as like a
Thank
genetically
you, Marvel
enhanced.
editorial, for ruining more Spider-Man stories.
Yeah.
Fucking, that's why I hate Marvel so much.
Mm-hmm.
Marvel sucks, and I'm so glad that people are experiencing it in the MCU now, so they understand why Marvel should be fucking hated and despised. Because people are like,
Still
Marvel's
manages to
great!
hit
like
No, it's
Marvel.
not.
Mm-hmm.
Marvel's fucking trash, even before Disney came in.
Yep. It was definitely it had some problems early on. Like people say, "Oh, it's Disney's fault." Like, no.
Whoa, dude!
No,
What
no,
the
no.
Disney's
hell?
fault. Marvel's shitty before Disney.
Yeah.
Disney might have made it worse,
Also,
but I don't know. I doubt it.
Bootneck, there's some static coming through your mic.
Could just be ping.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe leave and rejoin.
No, it's it's his mic's connection.
Yeah.
Unplug your mic. Plug it back in.
Yeah.
I'll just continue.
Want to continue the video?
These core aspects, then I will usually be satisfied. Secondly, Spider-Man gets some really, really cool looking costumes. Some find it frustrating how he gets a new suit in pretty much every movie, as well as how Peter didn't build a lot of these suits himself. But I really like how many designs we've seen for the classic Spidey outfit, and I want that to continue moving forward. And the constant change is
sell toys.
Yeah, I would say there's a limit on how many suits you could just have.
explained
Say that to Iron Man.
and it wouldn't make as much sense without the direct
Well, with
connection to
Spider-Man,
Iron Man
it's
and his
kinda
technology.
different.
And thirdly, this storyline has potential to be really interesting for Peter's character. We don't
Iron
see
Man
a ton
is
of
about
mentorship
building
roles
suits.
for Peter, especially from other heroes, so there was a lot of potential to show Peter's growth and move past the idolization of Tony to grow into the hero that he needs to become. I just have issues with how that's been implemented.
He does that in
Okay, so
Homecoming.
now moving
Yeah.
on to the bad stuff. I'm first going to talk about the issues that this relationship brings to the character of Spider-Man,
make
like how
me
it's
cry.
impacted the way the character's stories are told. You all knew I was going to say this, but the character of Spider-Man is all about consequences. Consequences for his uncle's death.
No, stop. This-
Stop being vague, idiot.
Stop being high top.
Well, High Top said it must have been true.
You'll never be as good as high top, and high top's not even good to begin with.
High Top is so fucking good at manipulating
reminds
people.
me
He
of-
convinced people that Batman Forever is a good movie.
It reminds me of
It's insane.
when there's a guy in my filmmaking class who's a massive cosmonaut fan, and he'll constantly make cosmonaut arguments.
Oh
He-
my.
He's an idiot.
Oh no, he literally, when we were talking about Star Wars, he literally said every character in Star Wars is a Mary Sue.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
What kind of people do you talk to, Borgie?
Holy
Who said that?
A guy in my filmmaking class called his name is Brad.
Brad
Wait,
the
is it
retard.
Brad,
You don't-
Brad the retard.
No, you don't know him. Yeah, no,
I want to.
he used fucking L bootneck. What's going on? Do you want me to switch locations again? I can switch it back to like US East maybe. Actually, I'll just switch it back to York. That was working fine. Okay, speak now.
Oh, that's
No.
No, that doesn't help. What is going on with your mic?
I think it's a like physical connection. His mic isn't connected properly to his PC, I'm guessing.
Is it better now or? Is it
Oh,
still a
much
problem?
better.
finally.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
better.
yeah. So it's connection then. Okay.
Okay.
Haha.
Well, so my question is, does he know if like general like what's his like objectivity? Does he like even
I don't.
believe in?
I don't know. Well,
I don't believe in it because objectivity doesn't make me
well,
cry.
he
Obviously,
does do the in my opinion thing. So maybe no, maybe no.
in my opinion.
Like obviously, if
That
you
shit.
show him like any of Mulder's content, what he thinks about that.
I don't
In
know.
my opinion.
Well, he's a high top fan, so
Ooh, yeah.
In my opinion.
Also,
I'm allowed
yeah.
to make bad opinions.
hey, Taco.
Hey, Taco.
Hey, Taco.
Okay.
That's great.
Consequences for skipping class to stop a bank robbery, consequences for standing up a date to fight Green Goblin. Peter Parker's character is inherently based on dealing with the consequences of his actions. You know, the definition of responsibility. However, this relationship with Iron Man minimizes the consequences.
Hang on a second, I'll be right back. I'm being called.
Okay, we'll just quickly listen to this.
To Peter's life. We can assume that Peter's money troubles are at least helped with. Peter can use Tony and the Stark internship as an excuse that will often be accepted. Peter can have access to Stark tech to help with his superhero life. And just in general, having Iron Man be so integral to Spider-Man leaves a lot of holes in logic that can only be filled with things being easier for Peter. But
okay, so let's break this down. So money troubles, where is it established that Tony is helping out with Peter's money troubles? That's kind of a reach.
Not said.
Yeah, it's
Like,
never established.
Does he say he gets money from the...
No, never.
Okay, good.
Never stated.
Are we going off of like only in the film? If it's in the films, it counts.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah, only in the film. So, so wait. Do you want to? I'll go back.
Wait, I thought Peter did have money problems. Or you're talking about MCU Peter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Relationship with Iron Man minimizes the consequences to Peter's life. We can assume that Peter's money troubles are at least helped with. Peter can use Tony and the Stark intern.
I agree with that one, honestly.
We are. Hello.
Yeah, hello?
Is ComicLegend?
Tony has like...
Yeah, Legend, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, but does he have me muted or something?
No, I can hear you. What's going on?
Oh, I just didn't hear any acknowledgement from you was all.
Alright.
Oh, I thought, okay. Okay, yeah, I agree with this one. It would be very odd if, like, they get really bad in the poorhouse and Iron Man doesn't help.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's helping currently, but I think it's, like, obviously there's no threat of, like, them losing a home or whatever, because, like, Tony could just come in and swoop in, because why wouldn't he? Especially for, like, someone as close to him as Peter. You know?
He thought it'd be really funny if Peter lost his home.
Yeah, I thought it'd be really funny.
I thought it would be funny.
That'll be funny.
Funny.
The answer is it would be.
Would be very funny.
Internship as an excuse that will often be accepted. Peter can have access to Stark tech to help with the superhero.
Peter makes excuses in the comics.
Yeah, also has
Iron
access
Man
to Stark tech that will help him out. The Stark tech also screws them over multiple times.
Tony used to eat
It screws them over on the truck fight.
Yeah, Iron Man made tech that's kind of not made for a teenager.
Yeah, that's a bit complicated. And that
because Tony Stark's a genius, obviously.
Her life, and just in general, having Iron Man be so integral to Spider-Man leaves a lot of holes in logic that can only be filled with things being easier for.
How?
What? What is he even saying?
So
this is for you, High Top. Nonsense.
Tony being integral to Peter's life leaves a lot of holes in logic. That he's gonna say something else. Hold on.
Peter. But in addition to that, the biggest problem has been the overt idolization that Peter has for Tony.
He doesn't idolize Tony.
What does it mean by idolize, anyways?
I guess kind of like view him. Well, when you idolize a celebrity,
like him.
Yeah, like not just wants to be like him, just he wants like approval from him because he wants to like
he wants
get some type of recognition, but he doesn't idolize him.
Well, so idolizing is like I want to be like you, right?
Hang on, definition.
Well, no, yeah, we'll go. I don't even think because I guess
Just to be clear, because he does say I want to be like just like you in Homecoming.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be like you. I want you to be better, like in the comics.
I'd say he like.
I want to look like you.
So
did you say like
basically acts of glorifying, as in worship? So it's essentially idolization is kind of just like glorification to like a radical extent. So simply
I don't think he's done that. I don't know. I don't care enough to know.
Yeah, so
like, okay.
Idolization, the act of worshipping blindly to excess.
He idolizes Tony Stark, and I have a problem with that.
So it's treating him like a god, basically.
Yeah, which he doesn't. He goes against him consistently.
He disobeys orders.
Yeah, he goes against them.
Yeah.
Not only does that mean that there's been less of a focus on Uncle Ben because of it, a character that is important to the Spider-Man mythos, whether you want to admit it or not, but Peter is so loyal to Tony to a fault.
No, he is not. He goes against him. That's just wrong.
Yeah.
Stark has made a
This is,
lot of
like,
mistakes
such
in his life,
bullshit.
and Peter doesn't really recognize that. Now, I'll admit I am biased. I don't really like Iron Man much as a character, at least the MCU version of
Ew.
him. I liked him in the first Iron Man movie, where he was a billionaire who recognizes his mistakes and uses his privilege to fix those
Hell
mistakes,
yes.
very similar to
Hell
one of my
yes.
favorite superheroes, Green Arrow. But since then, he's slowly changed into a character that I cannot stand. I'm gonna try and stay unbiased here,
What?
but it is known and it is a fact that Tony Stark has made a lot of mistakes in his life, leading to the creation of not one, but two of Spider-Man's villains in
That's
the Vulture
why he's
and
so
Mysterio.
likable.
And
Yeah.
maybe
He does make mistakes in his life.
Yeah.
That's why he's so great.
And also, how the
That's why I love Iron Man.
fuck could he predict the creation of the Vulture?
Yeah, it's just
It's
he
like
doesn't take
building.
responsibility for that.
He's literally
creation, though.
building something that could like help destroy planets and stuff, and
Oh,
he seems to have the
Ugh.
expectation that people won't try and steal this technology.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the thing in Iron Man 2. His friend steals one of his suits of armor.
Well, the armor has security systems. Tony let him take it. That's established.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying like, I don't really. I'm just gonna shut up. Sorry.
Liptard.
let's just continue. He's like not saying anything so far. This is a really boring video.
Tinkerer and the two
I don't
Shockers.
like
I don't
Iron
really
Man.
know if they count. However, even when presented with this reality,
Ew.
Peter still chooses to idolize Tony and not recognize those failures. And that makes Peter seem stupid.
They do. They recognize it in Far From Home. Like, and here's the thing: he doesn't idolize Tony either. So the premise is just broken.
Happy literally says like Iron Man's made mistakes too.
Yeah.
And naive. One line in Far From Home is not enough. That is
Well,
absolutely
it's only
not the
one
theme of that
line,
movie,
so
and
it
you need to
doesn't
stop
count.
lying.
My argument
Okay,
still counts.
okay,
The
so
argument
what-
is defeated because of that one
Yeah,
line.
that
though.
one line defeats
argument
your
doesn't count
entire
anymore.
argument. Tony is still
You
a
don't
good.
need any more.
Like, you can acknowledge Tony's mistakes
What do you mean?
while still
I'm sorry.
treating him like a good person.
Do we need like five? Do we need like 5 times for characters to go? Iron Man made mistakes, and Iron Man's not perfect in the movies. To go, oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
No, they just acknowledge it here. It's fine.
Yeah, but guys, you're ignoring the fact that Tony used to eat cheeseburgers.
And he stopped.
Happy might have a line about Tony's
Because he
mistakes and
died.
how Peter needs to be bigger and better than Tony, but the movie then turns
Yeah, he's
around
made
and
mistakes.
insinuates through the use of AC/DC that Peter
Yeah,
has
like, he
instead
stopped eating
become the new Iron Man, which directly
Yeah, it's because the film is incompetently made.
Hmm.
That's all I'm gonna say.
goes
Oh.
against what Happy was trying to say.
Yeah.
I think
I
Peter
like
needs to
that.
face
The
the
film
facts
isn't
and truly
competent because
recognize
Tony
Tony's
stopped eating
failings as a hero and as a person. I don't want to hear about Tony's legacy or how it would be disrespectful after his death in Endgame. Tony Stark isn't real. His legacy isn't real. That's not a real thing.
He's not real, so
Right. It
that
would be
means
even
that
more
characters in the universe
Yeah.
can disrespect his legacy.
Yeah, that's retarded. That's really
It's
stupid.
because he's not. What? He's not. Why would they disrespect him and his legacy
Oh,
in the
also,
universe?
also, imagine doing this in. Imagine applying this to Peter's death in Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, he's not real. So why is Miles trying to be Spider-Man?
Yeah.
That's so dumb. Well, that's because I
Also,
like Spider-Man. So there you go.
Black people aren't real. That's why.
I just don't really like Iron Man. I don't really like Iron
Guys,
Man, guys. I don't.
we
like
can
him.
just
I don't like Iron
disrespect Peter's death in Into the Spider-Verse because he's not a real character.
Man. I just really don't like Iron Man. Okay.
Yeah, this comes from. I think this just comes from the fact that he just doesn't like him.
He's such a jerk face, guys.
More impactful
He's
for Peter
rich.
to recognize these flaws and choose to stop placing Tony on a pedestal, but then still respect him and
Doesn't.
his sacrifice. And the thing that's totally
he
crazy
does.
about all this is we basically had it too. Spider-Man Homecoming
Yeah, at
did
least
this
try to
nearly
do it.
perfectly. Adrian Toomes in that movie is such a good villain that it's not even funny. A good villain is supposed to challenge the hero's ideology, and Toomes does exactly that. He challenges Peter's idolization of Tony,
But
saying
Peter doesn't idea. Your premise is broken.
What? He doesn't though. He doesn't. He challenges the friendly neighborhood aspect. I guess I don't fucking care.
Well, it's not even a like
That's
a.
my take.
I had to rewatch it, but
Why does every villain have to challenge
you
the
don't-
ideology
yeah,
of a
you don't-
fucking hero?
yeah, I don't even think he challenges Peter's ideology. He's just like, come on, man. Like he's a threat to
That's
Peter,
not
but he
every-
doesn't challenge his
He's all- holy
ideology. He's just like, dude, Tony doesn't care about us. He doesn't care about you.
They're the rich and the powerful. They do whatever they want. Guys like us, they don't care about us. We build their roads and we fight all their wars and everything. They don't care about us.
also,
back to
and
the villain
Toomes is
thing.
absolutely
Oh.
right.
Back to the villain thing. I just want to say, the whole thing with like Vulture, in general, it's like, what makes him interesting as a Spider-Man adversary isn't that he challenges his ideology or anything. It's just the fact that they have a relationship because of their years of fighting each other.
Mhm.
It's like they know each other now, and it's like they have history.
I mean,
That's what makes it interesting.
I mean, who's your favorite supervillain of all time? Does he challenge Spider-Man's ideology?
Green Goblin, he does.
Oh, does he?
I think I think it's more challenging his identity as a superhero.
Hmm.
Because like Green Goblin's whole point is that he's killing people Peter cares about because he's Spider-Man. It's like a punishment. Just for a simple example.
All right.
And he challenges that Spider-Man is doing this for escapism, not just because he wants to do the right thing. Because he only did it because of the guilt of the death of his Uncle Ben. And he points that out. But it's like, yeah, it's like not all villains have to be like that, though, to be compelling. I think Vulture's really compelling, and it's because his rivalry with Spider-Man is very simple, but to the point. They have a history with each other. Spider-Man keeps stopping him from him getting what he wants, which is just to get him enough money to live a decent life, to just like have a satisfying life, because he didn't get that because he got screwed over. And Spider-Man keeps ruining him, keeps screwing him over, so he hates him for it. But Spider-Man does it because it's his responsibility, so there's a conflict there.
And with great power.
Right. It's just his methods that are wrong, and that's why he needs to be stopped. That's what makes a good villain. That's why Killmonger is the best part of Black Panther, because among other
Fucking Killmonger, fuck that. Fuck you.
No.
Terrible.
What's wrong with Killmonger?
Oh,
Killmonger's the best part of Black Panther, guys, because he understands racism exists. Fuck off. Killmonger's stupid.
Have you guys heard that the... Oh, I don't even know if this is true. It was ages ago I read this. But when
the best part of Killmonger is his theme song in the movie.
Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah, when Chadwick passed, there were people saying that they should bring back Killmonger and make him the Black Panther.
But he's dead.
No.
Ooh, that's horrifying. That would be horrifying.
That
what
would
a
be
reality.
awful. Guys, we should kill. Yeah. So previous movie, we should kill children. Now he's a fucking superhero and the leader of the nation.
No.
That's awful.
I liked Killmonger, but he shouldn't be a good guy.
Black Panther. Genuinely, I'm gonna be controversial.
He wasn't that good.
I'm gonna be controversial. Recast Black Panther.
No,
I agree.
Don't continue it.
Yeah, I say so.
It's like there's a lot of stuff with him. There's a lot of like history, lore building, and he's like a very central Marvel character.
Well, no, they're making
recasting it would be really difficult.
They're making Shuri.
Yeah, they're making Shuri the new Black Panther, I think.
I'd be fine with. I just don't.
I don't think they're gonna.
Shuri wasn't annoying.
The only recasting I've actually liked in the MCU was why can't I never remember people's names? Yeah, War Machine. Thank you.
I also like Marvel. Well, I also do like Hulk.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that.
No, I prefer Edward Norton, honestly.
Yeah, I prefer Edward Norton, honestly.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
It
was a good film.
I have to rewatch Incredible Hulk.
It's
Mark
mostly
Ruffalo
solid. Make sure you watch the extended cut, which isn't officially released, but the director and Edward Norton released like a link on Reddit one time. It was really funny. They're like, "Hey, pirate the movie."
Why did they recast him? Wasn't he filming something else?
No, they recast him because he actually had the balls to say, "Hey, that's a bad idea to Marvel."
What's a bad idea to Marvel?
Oh, Marvel cut out like a ton of stuff from the movie and wanted to just make it mostly action, and he actually fought for an actual story and everything. And so they just got rid of him for the sequel, so like he couldn't do anything.
Another reason Marvel sucks and Spider-Man should be back with Sony.
Well, yeah, that was literally it though. It was like he actually cared about Hulk's and didn't want it to be like a soulless.
No, give the rights to Spider-Man to ComicLegend.
Give Edward Norton the rights to Hulk.
I would make a live action TV series. That's like my first fucking go.
Yeah,
that's happening.
For Hulk or Spider-Man?
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. I don't care enough about Hulk.
Just
just
Well,
T'Challa
it's like getting a
examine his
2-episode
leadership ways
cartoon.
and expand beyond the borders of Wakanda. It was just his methods that were wrong. But the problem with Homecoming is that Peter doesn't
my
re-examine anything. He responds to Toombs by saying,
Why are you telling me this?
and then he
You,
beats the bad guy, shrugs it off, and
He's so retarded. Why are you telling me this? It's so confusing. Yeah, but whatever. No, back to reality. It's like I don't like that's he was never talking about Iron Man anyways. So what's your point?
Yeah, like, dude, your premise is broken here. He doesn't fucking idolize Tony, and Vulture doesn't challenge the idealization.
He just doesn't care what Vulture's saying because he knows it's just stupid.
Yeah, he knows that Vulture's wrong.
He's just an idiot. Vulture has such a bad point. It's like the rich are just kicking us down, so we should make weapons.
A lot of
Shut
people
the
have
fuck.
like just those sort of talking point arguments, and the whole point of it is just stall them.
It's just like it's so easy to just not even consider the argument because it's like
Yeah, it's
okay.
it's a bad
you're
argument.
selling weapons.
Yeah, Peter obviously knows he's wrong. That's why he asked, like, why are you telling me this?
Yeah, that's why he just doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, what are
If you
telling us is, like,
unironically are
worthless.
taking Vulture seriously in this situation when the entire purpose is just to stall him, you're a fucking moron.
Guys, the rich. That's why I had to make weapons to blow shit up. Like, come on.
Yeah,
fuck that.
no.
Obviously not a good
everyone knows that's not his fucking reason. If you ironically think that's a reason, then you're stupid.
Yeah.
and continues to worship Tony. Yeah, he declines the Iron Spider suit, and he decides that he doesn't want to be an Avenger just yet, a decision that was changed in Infinity War, but the way the story was naturally going, Peter should have stopped.
He didn't want to be an Avenger in Infinity War. He didn't ask for that.
Yeah.
Iron Man's just like, you're an Avenger now, and he's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, well, I think it's a nice moment. Well, yeah, no, Peter does have like a oh hell yeah,
it's
kind
like
of
such a
reaction.
whatever.
Well,
It's such a whatever moment.
It's a whatever moment for
It's like-
Tony, but not for Peter.
Yeah, Peter's like, oh my god, I'm an Avenger, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think Muller breaks this down quite well in his fucking Infinity War video in regards to Peter's reaction.
I don't remember what he said there, but I was more paying attention to the characters I actually like in the MCU. Best characters is like
and
Tony
instead
and
just treated
Cap.
Tony as an equal, as opposed to placing him on this pedestal. That would be like if Killmonger told T'Challa his whole thing about how he needs to use his power to help people.
It's about 2 billion people all over the world that looks like us. Wakanda has the tools to liberate them all.
And T'Challa was just like, okay. And then kept on doing what he was doing. It entirely redirects the narrative away
Liberate
from
'em
where it was
all.
heading towards, and essentially back to square one. And back to character accuracy. Having
Okay.
Spider-Man's whole life be about Tony goes against the core.
It's not. His whole life isn't about fucking Tony.
His whole life is about Tony, okay.
Okay.
What Spider-Man is at an essential level. Spider-Man has always been a working class superhero, except for the time that he wasn't, but we don't like that time. Struggling to pay bills, helping people in the...
You can make a billionaire Spider-Man work.
Yeah.
So I
Surely
don't
there's a
agree
comic
with
on
that.
that. Like
It's
a
only bad
proper-
because Dan Slott wrote it.
Mm-hmm. You can execute it.
But
well.
working class superhero. What the fuck does that even mean?
A superhero that is working class, so like most superheroes.
Just saying.
Yeah,
like-
what the
Yeah, like Flash is a working class superhero.
working class superhero Flash. You see like Flash like picking up trash.
Superman
in the
is a
fucking-
working class superhero, I think. Yeah, Superman would be.
Flash and Superman are just, like slowly picking up trash in like the fucking park. Just to get some money.
No, okay, no, I'm not gonna say it. I was half tempted to say it as a joke. Batman is a working class superhero.
Batman is a working class superhero. Nah, Batman's a piece of shit because he's rich.
Yeah, no.
street, Peter Parker is at his best when he's
Batman
fighting
used
with
to eat
and for the
cheeseburgers.
working class. But the movies
No.
have had this character...
No.
No. That
Spider-Man's best story that's not in a comic book is him saving the entire city
yeah,
from
from a guy
evil gas.
Yeah, from Doc Ock who was trying to take down a billionaire. Like Spider-Man PS4 literally counters
He
his entire
saves a
argument.
billionaire.
Yeah,
He literally saves a billionaire. That's the
an
fucking
actual
story.
corrupt
So great.
billionaire, unlike Tony. Because unlike Norman, Tony's actually a
piece
good
of shit
person.
one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Norman's evil. Well, what else was I about to say? Fucking, yeah. In the comics, it's like there's a lot of stories where he like goes out into space and stuff, and like those could be good stories.
Secret Wars.
Yeah, he's great in Secret Wars actually. Yeah, not the main character, but whatever. Helps out with the X-Men. Saves the world a
This
bunch of
character
times.
fight for the 1%.
Whatever.
And not to get all political on you,
No, he doesn't.
but that's kind of a problem. So now I want to talk about the real world impact that this relationship can have.
Fights for
The
1%.
real world impact.
He's like Spider-Man Robin Hood. He just steals from the Tony Starks and gives to the poor.
Yeah. Oh, someone make that, please. Spider-Man
Steals
and
from the
Robin.
Stark, gift to the terrorists.
That'd actually be kind of badass. Seeing Spider-Man with like a Robin Hood hat and like a fucking bow and arrow.
Honestly,
flipping around,
Spider-Man
shooting shit.
would probably do that in a comic as a joke.
That'd be great. I would want to see that. I want to see someone's fan art of that.
Spider-Man is a very important character. He really is. He's more than just entertainment. He stands for something, and he represents something
What
for
do you
a
mean he's
lot
more
of
than just
people. Kids look up to this
He's
character
literally
and
made
learn
for
a lot of their
entertainment.
moral values from him,
Like
and especially
everything.
a lot of lower income kids who are in similar financial situations. Telling these stories about Peter worshipping
What?
What?
Spider-Man fucking... He fucking helps out everybody. Like, you do understand... Of course he doesn't know anything about Spider-Man, but have you ever heard of the character called Normie Osborn? He's a rich little kid who lost his dad.
Normie
and fucking-
Osborn.
Yeah, it's Harry's son.
Oh, I was gonna
So-
say Normie Ree.
Alright, so like Peter's really nice to this kid and he like takes care of him and all that kind of stuff and tries him and he's like there for him because he lost his dad. Like him as Spider-Man and Peter is always there for that kid, and that's like a rich kid. And he treats him like a son.
Yeah.
He's not there for just the 1%. What are you talking about, TroyoBoyo?
He's there for everyone.
He's there for everyone.
Yeah.
Everybody matters.
Rich, poor, doesn't matter. Mate, his best friend is a billionaire.
Spider-Man's greatest weakness is that he's too afraid to hit women.
Wait, seriously?
See.
Well, when he was a teenager, yes. It's really fucking funny.
Yeah.
Put him in water.
So, wait, so that means Peter is a misogynist because he's not willing to hit...
It's so great. Well, yeah, he would hit.
I know,
he
he's a
can't hit
misandrist.
women. So what he does is he defeats all the villains around the female villain, and he lets the police deal with her. It's so funny. I love that story. It's hilarious.
Can you imagine being like a woman getting beat by Spider-Man like that?
Oh, man. Oh, God, imagine... Question, at what point did Spider-Man meet Black Cat? How old was he?
College years.
So like 18, 19?
It's like late college years when after Gwen dies.
Okay, so 2021.
Yeah.
Okay, so at that point he's fine with hitting women.
Yeah, he kicked the first time he fought, he kicked her right in the ass.
Hold on, I wanna hold on.
The fuck?
Like right in the ass.
Hold on, I wanna see if I can find... Oh, where is it?
It's so goofy, and that's what makes it good.
Also, Batnik is over 3 hours late now, so that's...
Batnik, where the fuck are you? Hang on, let's add him.
Also,
Hey, I was late too.
Hey guys,
Batnik used to eat cheeseburgers.
Spider-Man's too afraid to hit women.
Dude, that's a misrepresentation. That's that's not comic accurate.
I know. Okay, comics.
How dare you?
I know there's found it.
Just find him kicking Black Cat in the ass, because that's really funny. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I hate that story. Oh, he fucking punches her. Holy shit, I hate it. Marvel,
What?
go fuck yourself.
So I
hate
looked
this
that
shit.
up, and it just came up with horrible shit that I never want to see again.
Oh god.
Yeah. Spider-Man hits women. I love how
Spider-Man,
you have to like type that up.
Spider-Man hurts women. Wait. Oh,
Spider-Man versus women.
Oh, okay. I thought Michael B was in chat.
A lot of people. Kids look
I
up
think
to
it's
this
a solar
character
panel.
and learn a lot of their
He
moral
was.
values from him, and especially a lot of
A lot
lower
of poor
income
people
kids who are
look
in
up to
similar
Spider-Man.
financial situations. Telling these stories about Peter worshipping Tony and cleaning up his messes like Vulture and Mysterio, and who else knows what they're going to do in the third one,
Yeah,
has
but
potential
that
to do
doesn't
some
matter.
real
He's only
damage
using
by
cheeseburgers.
normalizing the worship of billionaires, especially in
What the fuck is
Normalizing
this
the
insanity?
worship of
He
billionaires.
just said, yeah, he used the word worship.
Yeah.
Well, how do you worship
like a
Tony?
First of all,
killing
he doesn't fucking worship Tony. Also, how many people look up to Batman?
Yeah, Batman's amazing. Don't normalize it, guys. Batman's evil.
Yeah.
children.
Tony's
It
like
has
a
the
good
possibility,
person.
even if it's slight, to tell these kids who look up to this character so much that all their problems can be fixed if they just get the attention of some rich guy and earn his approval. And that would be really...
But his problems don't get fixed because of that.
Yeah, that's retarded.
The reason his fucking closest allies almost die in Far From Home is because he was connected to Tony Stark.
Yeah.
Remember, the reason he's dealing with Mysterio, who was trying to kill MJ and all that, is because Tony Stark. Because of his connection to Tony Stark, the Stark gives glasses to Peter, and it's like, you know.
Yeah, it almost gets him killed.
Like
Almost
a
gets
classmate. Yep.
His friends killed. What is it like? What the fuck?
Yeah.
But nah, your problems will go away if you fucking want a billionaire's attention, I guess. Okay. Don't vote for Donald
really
Trump.
bad. Because worshipping billionaires is a bad thing. I don't
saying
care
that?
what...
It's a bad thing.
Wait,
bad
don't
thing.
allow...
Vote for Hillary.
Hold on. What's his opinion on Batman?
What's your thoughts on Batman? That's my biggest question, yeah.
Also, how many...
Because it's like...
Bad.
Yeah. Also, like, what if someone, like, looks up to Elon Musk?
What if you look... it's like... Looking up to billionaires is a bad thing. It's like, no, looking up to Batman's not a bad thing. Batman's a great
Yeah,
guy.
it depends
He's
on the
sick.
billionaire. If the billionaire's, like, a good
Well,
person...
Elon Musk's a bit of a scumbag person, but like Batman, no.
Yeah.
Who?
I said Elon Musk's a bit of a scumbag, but not Batman.
Yeah, Batman's great. Batman's not evil at all.
Yeah, that's...
All
nothing-
billionaires are evil. All
Yeah,
of
no,
them.
that's stupid.
At least fictional. At least fictional ones.
Let's continue. Let's see who else he
What
says.
side of the MC Spider-Man debate you're on, or what end of the left-right centrist political spectrum you are, it is inherently bad. The
Billionaires are
1%
bad,
will
y'all.
not help you.
Ew.
Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, anybody from Shark Tank, they're all the same. To so many of these billionaires, everyone with a smaller
rewind that,
bank
sorry?
account than them...
What?
To the Shark
What?
Tank bit.
So billionaires they don't help with like giving people jobs or
Yeah.
Fixing streets or anything like that. No,
That's
they just never help
really
you.
stupid.
I can
What the
go
fuck?
off on how Shark Tank does actually what I'm talking about here and how much I hate
Nobody ever heard of stories where like billionaires will like use their like private jets or whatever to help certain people that are like sick or whatever.
Yeah.
No, that
How much
happens.
work has Bill Gates done? Like Bill Gates has done a lot of social work.
I made Google. I saved the poor
Mhm.
from being retarded. Oh wait, people are still retarded like TroyoBoyo because they don't use Google.
Yeah, he's like looking up to
TroyoBoyo
billionaires.
is an idiot because oh my god, TroyoBoyo is an idiot because he doesn't use Google because it's made by the rich.
Oh.
Uses
Yeah,
Yahoo.
okay, so this explains why everyone thinks this video is awful. This explains a lot.
is nothing but a product that they can get something from. If you think they want to help you, it's because they've tricked you and are manipulating you into giving them your money or your time or your information or whatever. And while
Wow,
Iron Man is
that's
fictional, and he's by
insane.
definition a superhero, so he probably wouldn't be like that.
But wait,
Iron Man probably wouldn't be like
Probably.
that. No shit, he's not
Yeah,
like that.
Probably
Probably.
the good guy would not be like that. Wow. Guys, Tony Stark may not be evil, but billionaires in real life are always evil, all the time. There's no exception. All of them.
Mr.
Every single
Beast.
billionaire
Surely he's
is a
in the
bad
billions by now. Hello.
Insanity.
I think I just fucking killed everyone.
It's
with
just
this
straight up
comment.
sadistic shit where you're like, oh, you're evil because of your fucking finance. Jesus Christ.
So what happens if High Top or Brown Top becomes rich? It's gonna have to hate them.
Oh,
So they're
shit.
bad people then. What if TroyoBoyo becomes rich? He's gonna cause chaos in the world.
So,
Fucking when TroyoBoyo becomes rich, it's gonna be like fucking. We're gonna have like a militia of TroyoBoyans just coming in and shooting people up.
What did I miss? I think I missed something. What did I miss?
Nothing really, just
You missed ComicLegend doing a backflip.
Oh, that would be funny.
Having a character like Spider-Man constantly look up to him can have people do the same thing for real-world billionaires, which can be really, really dangerous. To go off on a bit of a tangent, but to put things in perspective, in the comic Superman Secret Origins, the people of Metropolis would enter a raffle for the chance that maybe, just maybe, a billionaire would choose them and use his money and power to save them from their problems. That billionaire was Lex Luthor. It was thought to be some generous gift from Lex out of the kindness of his heart, but in reality it was just a way to manipulate the masses into worshipping him and going along with whatever he wanted them to do, to make them...
Yeah, that's because Lex Luthor is an egocentric.
Yeah, it's because he's a bad person.
Tony Stark isn't.
Yeah, there's a big difference between Tony Stark and Lex Luthor.
Yeah, Lex Luthor, it's very complicated. I don't think he's outright an evil person, but he has a lot of evil in him. He's pretty cynical and shitty.
The dark side is strong within him.
Yeah, it's like Luthor. Yeah, this story wasn't even. This story is not even about the theme of don't trust billionaires. The theme of the story is not to blindly worship anybody. Actually, not even Superman. That was the point of it. It's not just about being rich. It was literally about you don't just blindly follow people. Don't treat people like gods. Think for yourselves. Like think for yourselves and do what you think is the right thing. Don't just follow other people's decisions.
Yeah.
Which is like a really good theme. It's not fucking don't follow billionaires. It's like literally everybody. But I guess TroyoBoyo doesn't know how to read comics. Superman literally says, "Don't just idolize me." Also, like try and be the best that you can be.
Submissive and take from them. It wasn't until later after the emergence of Superman where they realized that they didn't need that. But we don't have a Superman. These superhero characters are supposed to be that.
No, Superman didn't just say we don't need to idolize billionaires. So we just lied about a story.
Nice.
Superman literally teaches everyone not to blindly idolize anybody. Doesn't matter about how much money you have. That's not the point.
It's fine to idolize someone as long as they're not like a shitty person.
Well, Superman's even against that. Just don't idolize anybody blindly.
Man, I love R. Kelly.
Do what you think is right. Follow the examples of what people do that's right. Like, follow Superman's example of, like, doing good things. Don't just idolize him blindly.
Yeah. It's stupid to do that.
Yeah. That's all it's saying. Yeah, it's like a really good story.
Yeah.
Nah, let's just misrepresent stories because I hate billionaires.
To be that for us. They're not. And on top of all that, the overt emphasis on this relationship between Peter and Tony can be seen as promoting the idea of stan culture. Now, I've said this a lot, but standing someone is incredibly toxic for a number of reasons, with one of them being that it's difficult and nearly impossible to accept the mistakes and faults of the person that you idolize so much. Does that sound familiar? Peter is absolutely
No, it doesn't sound familiar because you're an idiot.
This is insanity.
Has he actually watched the
he
film?
He literally criticizes Iron Man in Homecoming on the boat for not being there.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Tucker, TroyoBoyo has not improved. He's only gotten worse.
Oh, I know.
Oh my fucking god, man. He's such an idiot.
How would he improve in such a short time? That's my answer is he wouldn't.
Yeah,
we'd have to give him more time than that to expect improvement. It's like any human, really.
Yeah,
you know,
it's fucking dumb.
Just like 2 weeks ago, he was freaking saying like Southpaw was breaking copyright or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the same shit about this if he finds out about it.
This is why I don't like talking about Spider-Man, because it's just full of retards. This is why I hate talking about the character. It's just full of idiots usually. Guys, he's stan culture with Spider-Man, and I'm saying all this bullshit because it didn't make me cry when I watched the movie.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
Fucking TroyoBoyo.
But
you should call him like Baby Boyo.
What?
But how does it make you feel?
Baby Boyo.
Baby Boyo.
Yeah. He doesn't deserve like the effort of like an actual like clever insult. He's just baby boyo. Yeah, it made me cry when I saw Spider-Man dream about his uncle in Spider-Man 2.
That is kind of a clever insult, though. I mean, because of his name, you know. So you've already given too much effort. Think about it.
I love how like this is a Spider-Man video, and he's just like, billionaires are evil.
Billionaires are evil.
I'm looking at my 3 Minecraft save files, and like my 3 Minecraft save files are Sweet Home Alabama, Joe, and Wayne Manor.
In Iron Man, every definition of the word. I don't think the movies try to hide that either. The official Twitter account kind of pushes that too with the way it interacts with people on there. And I think that having a story where people absolutely in Iron Man stand by every definition of the word. I don't think the movies try to hide that either. The official Twitter account kind of pushes that too with the way it interacts with people on there. And
What?
What
do you mean? What is that? What does that even mean?
I don't do anything with Spider-Man.
Why would I even join their? Why would I even follow their official Twitter? I don't even fucking care about the movie, and they're not giving me any evidence.
I don't know.
This video is clearly for people that hate this hate the fucking Tony Stark shit. So why would I follow their Twitter?
Why does he want you to follow the Twitter?
Guys, people on Twitter, something happened. I'm right.
This is like the whole thing of like he personally doesn't like the Tony Stark thing, and he's just reaching to the fucking skies to try and find like an inherent reason of why it's bad.
That face, I got don't move. It's actually really funny.
I might you know, fuck it, I'm changing my PFP. Give me a second.
How would you even make a Mega Man sprite for Comic Legend?
You can.
Huh?
It's impossible.
Yeah, it's. He doesn't have any sort of like. He doesn't even have an avatar, really. It's just.
Guys, I can't be like Tony Stark. That's who I am.
No. Comic Legend's Mega Man sprite would be Angry Joe.
Okay, yes. I've improved. I decided to enhance mine as well.
Fucking TroyoBoyo.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, for fuck's sake, what have you guys done?
Oh my god, I'm gonna stream on it. Oh my god, it looks fucking hilarious.
Man, I need to like watch all of Superman and Lois again after these shit videos. It's so terrible. Nah, maybe I'll watch. I'll like watch Spectacular. That's way more entertaining.
I think that having a story where Peter truly recognizes the fault in the person that he idolizes so much would not only be interesting from a narrative standpoint, but socially important as well, by being a commentary on how the concept of stan culture is bad and can be toxic. However, it doesn't seem like Marvel or Sony or whoever's making these decisions is willing to make that kind of commentary. Making a stance on that with the impact these movies have would be the responsible thing to do, but they refuse to address it, and by doing so, they promote the concept of this toxic culture.
So they don't follow my political ideology. In retrospect, so they don't follow my political ideology, so they're not being responsible.
Exactly.
Thank you, TroyoBoyo. Have any more useful insight?
The stuff that I talk about in my rewrites would have definitely helped mitigate these issues, or even
your rewrites are terrible. Your Spider-Man sequel rewrite for the Insomniac games is fucking garbage. I almost threw up watching it.
Proof.
Gwen Stacy is dating Miles Morales, and the Green Goblin kills Gwen Stacy.
No.
Can you prove that?
Taco, shut up. We don't need to prove it. It's just terrible. There's not a reason. It's just awful.
I'm just trying. There isn't.
It's not a reason.
It's awful.
It's just terrible.
It's just awful.
Or even simpler, should have stopped saying Mr. Stark after Homecoming, only referring to him as Tony.
Of awful, someone smells.
Did you know that he in the comics he actually calls him Mr. Stark too, not because it's like formal.
Hey yo, Mr. Stark.
What the fuck is that picture, Bootnik?
That is TroyoBoyo.
Oh my god, why?
I am not changing mine.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I might get rid of the green because Thingy told me it annoyed him, and I'm guessing it annoys you for.
I don't really care.
Yeah.
You think I care about the green?
You care about
Oh
everything.
yes, you definitely care about the green.
This would have been a show that Peter no longer idolizes him, but instead sees him as a colleague whom he respects without placing on a pedestal. But since the
Yeah, Mr. Stark is formal and respectful.
movies have chosen to continue with this direction, it's going to be a lot more difficult to fix this issue moving forward. You had the chance twice now to tell the story of Peter overcoming these issues, so to do it a third time would really have to stick that landing. But it is possible, and it needs to be done, because continuing to go in this direction has potential to do some serious damage. You can still attempt to properly tell that story. Have Peter truly recognize where Tony Stark failed, every single mistake, everybody that's been hurt, used, abandoned, and how—
You're so shit at the game! Get good. You fucking trashy.
Oh, he is probably, from what I can see, he looks worse than SK.
That's saying a lot.
Yeah.
It just makes me want to play the game.
Oh, he almost died there. He cut out right when he was about to die. What a bitch.
Man was still a hero.
Why did he show that clip of him getting his ass kicked? And then he just moves on. Wow, get a better clip.
He only had 10 minutes to record gameplay, okay?
Everyone, spread the hashtag TroyoBoyo get good at video games.
Just not the hero that Spider-Man needs to be. Truly make that the theme and really hammer it home.
He just killed that guy.
What I'm saying is, make him like Deku.
No!
Thank you guys so much for watching. If you liked the video, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe if you're interested in seeing.
Wait, hold on. That's retarded because fucking Deku literally idolizes All Might. Deku literally idolizes All Might. That's literally a major part of his character, is that he fucking worships All Might. The fucking issue he's complaining about with Spider-Man is enhanced with All Might. What the fuck are you talking about?
You forced me to watch it.
Yeah.
I hate life, and this man is the reason why.
His issue with Tony and Peter's relationship is like way bigger in My Hero Academia.
They work in tandem, my guy. In tandem.
No, they don't. He's retarded. He doesn't understand My Hero Academia.
He doesn't understand anything. He just lied about a Superman comic to my face, so I don't respect him. He literally just was so disingenuous about that story. It's not even funny.
If you hated this video, sorry, I don't know what to tell you. If you disagree and you've made it this far, I appreciate you listening and hearing me out. I hope you understand that if you disagree...
I love how he's like, oh, wait, I just wrote something. So, I want to go back.
More content similar to this. If you hated this video, sorry, I don't know what to tell you. If you disagree and you've made it this far, I appreciate you listening and hearing me out. I hope you understand that if you disagree, that's okay. Like I said before, I'm not...
If you disagree, it's okay,
no, it's not.
but...
You blocked me.
Yeah, no, if you disagree, it's okay, but it's also inherently bad to look up to a billionaire.
What is your major disagreement?
What an idiot.
Dumb
or dumb? You were on the line. What is your motherfucking disagreement?
Hey. There's still a bit left. He might save it.
Doubt.
I doubt.
Let's just find out.
I'm not presenting as a fact.
It's a joke.
It's just my opinion. But with that said, special
Just
thanks to
my opinion.
Bugspray55, Cassidy Bond, Colton Frenchie,
It's
Joshua...
just your opinion that you're a shitty person for looking up to billionaires.
Okay.
And billionaires are shitty people. What an opinion, man.
And mostly harmless for being spectacular fanboys on my Patreon. Your support means...
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So, your
man,
thoughts
that's
on that? Yeah, that's awful. That's terrible. I hate that.
TroyoBoyo, why are you such a big crybaby? Is it because you're a big Spider-Man fan?
No, it's because he has to cope a lot.
Cope.
Spider-Man fans are a bunch of crybabies. It's so embarrassing being a part of this fan base.
Crybaby Comics.
Crybaby Comics.
Sorry, what?
Crybaby Comics.
Crybaby Comics.
Crybaby Legend.
Crybaby Nick. Well, Bat Nick doesn't. I don't know how big of a fan he is of Spider-Man.
Excellent
Well, he's
Crybaby.
4 hours late, so I guess he didn't like Spider-Man very much.
Borgie Cry.
Listen.
Bull Cry.
Bull Cry.
Bor Cry Comics.
Bull Cry Boy.
Bull Cry Boy.
Bor Cry Boy. Yeah, that's the best one. Bor Cry Boy.
Who was the guy? I was just like, I've just reminded me of the time when someone in the fucking Wayne Manor thought I was Bora because of the Boar part of my name.
I don't know.
Yeah, someone thought I was Bora and started like giving me shit. I'm like, dude, I'm not Bora.
Crybaby
I'm
SV.
Bora. Who the fuck is Bora? Why do I know Bora?
Bora, he's a pedophile.
Oh, is it the guy that admitted it?
Yes.
Bora. He is a
What an idiot.
pedophile.
I remember him. That guy was fucking... What a moron.
What an absolute
Pedophile comics.
Pedophile comics.
Pedophile comics. I don't know, that was just really catchy.
What an absolute buffoon.
Oh man.
What an absolute donkey.
What a moron.
Oh,
So what did we take away from this video?
I don't like
Look up
Spider-Man
LeBron James,
fans.
Michael Jordan, Kobe
Spider-Man
Bryant.
fans are terrible. It
Wait,
just
wait,
reassured what I already knew.
who's a
Fuck Troyo boy.
Kai? What's a basketball player you look up to?
I guess Kobe.
Okay, is okay, what's Kobe Bryant's net worth?
It has to be in the billions, surely. That man had like $400
He must be a
million
bad person.
worth of contracts.
He must be a bad person then.
Yeah, so Kobe Bryant.
Billion.
I've never thought I'd hear those words come from
his
someone's mouth.
So his net worth is 600 million.
Hours.
At his time of death, his net worth was 600 million.
I think he is worth more.
Okay.
Monotonous. I don't want this in my Spider-Man video.
I know, Mike. Like, if people like Michael Jordan,
yeah,
he's definitely a
Michael
billionaire,
Jordan.
so-
Yeah, 1.5 billion. So yeah, if you look up to Michael Jordan, you're evil.
1.5 billion.
Toe sucker dick.
Ugh.
That's actually a funny one.
You are foul.
He's foul. He didn't even show up.
Of course, he's foul.
I hope
Bro,
like,
you have like the link. You have his link in the description, and he didn't even show up.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna change that. Give me a second.
Yeah, just get rid of that. He doesn't deserve the free press. Did you show? I have a ComicLegend. I had an IRL thing. He's like, come on, shut up. No one cares.
Wait, is this being recorded or something?
It's
This is
stream.
live stream.
Yeah, this is a live stream. Did you not know that?
You never told me that.
Are you? I said it in DMs, you retard. Hold on. I'm going into DMs.
Oh no.
Hold on. If you want to join the stream, the stream.
He laughed.
Oh no.
Hold up. Are you fucking? Hold up. I'm just gonna send a DM. You fucking retard, Taco. Hold up. Read this message. Taco, read what that says.
Oh my god.
If you would like to join the stream. The fucking stream.
He's.
Well, I assumed you were just streaming on Discord. That's the thing. That doesn't tell me that's streaming somewhere else.
Yeah, the stream.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
So that
It's
still
okay,
doesn't
you-
clarify it enough.
It's okay. You didn't shout the N-word like you usually do.
I don't usually shout it. That's mine.
N-word comics.
N-word
I mean,
comics.
I usually.
N-word
you
comics.
it's worth clarifying what type of stream it is next time. Jeez. Because you know how much we stream on Wayne Manor, just like random videos.
Oh no, it's a live stream.
Yeah.
Wait, hon. Then what did you think I was streaming then? Like, of course it's a live stream.
Oh, I was assuming you were streaming the TroyoBoyo video to us.
Oh no, it's a live stream.
Yeah.
There's still
Yes.
12 minutes, 12
Yeah,
seconds
but
left.
it's just with how much we stream on Wayne Manor and such, you can see why I would have made that assumption, right?
Yeah. Although I wasn't actually streaming the video as a watch together.
Never gonna give.
I understand,
Right,
but
right, but
yeah.
you can yeah.
Yeah, I understand it, but fucking hell, that's
Fine.
funny. The fact you didn't realize you were on a live stream.
Yeah. I still hold to the I still.
Isn't
hold to
the
fact
chat
that comic-
called like Toxic on episode 3?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, well, I literally never looked at the name, but yeah, but I still hold to the fact that Comic Legend's a bitch. So. Yeah.
Well, that was an interesting revelation.
That's funny as fuck.
What a way to end it.
Bit
some
stupid,
comedy.
innit?
Anyway, thank you all for watching. I'm gonna end the stream here.
Yeah.
Nick.